just waiting for Lucas de Grassi Finella. Yeah.
Just waiting for Lucas to come. No, of course it is. It's probably chopping up. My husband who left his pass behind.
I want one shot of single origin espresso.
So it was meant to start at past. We're just waiting for Lucas to get here.
Okay. Where's
Yeah, sure. Do you have a meeting with him?
we swapped the messages.
Oh yeah, sure. So maybe.
Sure.
the beginning?
Just for the cameras now.
The atmosphere. So we have 2 people.
We also lost an athlete. We got 2 from Kenny Athletics, and we lost 1. So we still got an athlete. We've still got 3 sports. Just got 3 people rather. It's a shame you're missing the CLGP at the weekend. It's quite. Have you seen it before?
Oh,
Yeah, we've seen it on Message.
excited for your guys' panel. We can get you my football with
going to start on this note and then go positive here. We are doing well enough in sport. We are lagging behind. We are off the pace in terms of trying to deal with the consequences of climate change and how we create our own footprint. We've seen this and how sports gone on to it in a number of different ways. Next year is the Olympic year, and the last Olympics in Tokyo, the walking events marathon is moving to Tokyo to support 500 miles away because of the heat. The Australian Open, bushfire smoke, billowing over in Melbourne Park, stop play, athletes retiring from matches. The decision now for Winter Olympics was meant to be last year, got postponed, the announcement of the venue, because of climate change, partly. Because they weren't sure in 2030 where would be the most suitable place to host it. Golf courses in Scotland washed away because of coastal erosion caused by rising sea levels, acidity and temperature. Professional football, grassroots football suffering from flooding pitches, etc. So sport is really vulnerable to the climate crisis. So that's that kind of pinch point. You go, okay, right, we know that everything affected sport by attention is affected, and sport does contribute to the carbon footprint. They estimate that sport globally, its carbon footprint is
more or less the same as a country like Spain or Poland, just to give you an idea. But, and this is the change up, does it have to be this way? Instead, can't sport lead? Can't it inspire? To show you what a low carbon lifestyle looks like? How can sport work better with its partners? What can we reasonably hope for in years to come? What challenges do we need to get over to get there? What future do we want? Led by some impressive athletes and amazing activators in this space. So we have the Formula E driver, CC3 World Champion, founder of 006 Degrassi, founder and CEO of 1.5 Degrees Sport, working with Dubai Desert Bikers here in Dubai, Sean Morris. We have the adventurer, eco-entrepreneur, global chair of Climate Library, Omar Samra, director of Impact at Liverpool FC, Richard Jane, and chief purpose officer at Celtic GPM. Please give my time a applause. Right. Hashtag positive vibes. Here we go. Can I just ask, when we look at the future, each of you give me something in the present that you are most proud of in terms of either what you or the organisations you work with do in sustainability and climate action. Just to kind of give us that positive tone to start off with. Lucas, you've got so many options here. What are you going to pick?
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the invitation being here. Look, there are in sport, the way I see it, there are two ways that you can influence climate change. Is either if your sport develop the technology that you can scale up commercially that will make a difference, either by, I don't know, more efficient boats or more efficient sails or better modes of water transportation, or in Formula E case, developing the race actually put pressure to develop better motors, better, more efficient powertrains, which means the cars will have a bigger range, less battery, and so on. Or, which is the second part, is the communication side. Sports is hugely, has a huge platform in terms of how to communicate the right knowledge and the right actions for people to help build a better world in the end. So on these 2 points, I think Formula E, which is one of the things I'm most proud of that I've been since the very, very beginning there, has achieved very well on pushing the right technology forward, electric vehicles, and the communications. We reached, this year was a record, we reached 330 million people worldwide, showcasing that electric vehicles can be sexy and can be interesting, which was not the case 10 years ago.
And it's interesting, when you watched Formula E in that first season, you had 2 cars a race, didn't you? You had to start the race in one car, and you would literally switch into another car because that original car did not have the battery to last.
The battery was crap. And actually, batteries are still crap today, but they are a little bit less crap.
Come on, talk straight, Lucas. Don't sit on the fence here. Come on.
the problem with electric vehicles are batteries. Otherwise, everything would be electric, from planes to, apart from rockets, but planes and boats and everything. But the battery, where you store energy, which is where is the big discussion. You store in hydrogen, you store in battery, you store in fuel. How do you store it? But anyway, the point is that we had 2 batteries. So in the pit stop, the driver needed to jump out of one car and into another car. But single-seaters racing cars, Formula cars, like Formula 1 cars, who people doesn't know Formula E, they're not made for drivers to jump out, and especially to jump in.
They didn't build an ejector seat into a Formula E car.
So we had to come up with clever techniques to, I'll give you a simple example. We cannot get out of the car without removing the steering wheel. But actually putting back the steering wheel into the car requires to reset all the electronic systems. So it takes time for you to do a pit stop if you have to take the steering wheel out. So we had to transform the shape of the steering wheel so we could get into the car without removing the steering wheel. So we could do it faster. So at the end, it was fun.
Yeah.
Well, maybe for people watching, not for me.
Is there special Formula E driver training that makes you more agile, nimble, flexible?
Actually, we had to train a lot.
Yeah, do you know what?
It was part of a pit stop. If you gain 2 or 3 seconds,
Yeah.
it was the difference, maybe winning the race or finishing second or third.
Yeah.
Anyway, we did all of this because the batteries were crap. And then, then the battery became better and better. So in a progress of 10 years, we pretty much tripled the capacity and triple the power output and input, which is also very important.
Yeah, and you've got the Gen 3 cars right now. Gen 4 is already on stream. They had Gen Beta in London. It's very exciting. Sean, you with Dubai Desert Vipers. I mean, you know, you've been working with the team for a while as part of 1.5 Degree Sport. Attitudes, have they changed much?
Yeah, I think that's probably the thing we're most proud of. I mean, we took a commercial vision into a traditional sports team, and I think we've impacted that organisation at every single level. So last year we had inside the dressing room, the culture was built around a sustainability award. So the players were awarding each other for their behaviour, and that was very much part of knitting the team together. You know, it's a bit like FI's Impact Awards, but they devised it, they drove it, and it was very powerful. And you've only got to look at their social media and see the results of what happens when the guy wins.
Yeah.
And everyone's on the phones, they've all posted it, they loved it. So we impacted the dressing room, which I believe we could do that, because I think cricketers realise the potential impact of the climate on the future of their sport. You've only got to look at the World Cup. There's so many examples in cricket, and you know, the atmosphere will change the conditions we play in. So players were always going to be part of the strategy, and they've been brilliant with that. I then think the next thing that changed, which took a little bit longer, was the commercial understanding, and using a commitment to sustainability and being authentic about it to completely change your commercial strategy. And that took a little bit of time, but it's interesting what we're seeing now, and we will grow, you know, the numbers aren't in yet, but we'll grow the revenue of that team within 6 months by 20-25%.
There you go.
So,
and it's that mindset shift away from sustainability being a cost to being
it's a huge advantage. It's
a
huge advantage. It differentiates
your brand.
them. It differentiates them from their competitors, and it gives them, I think we've got 8 additional pieces of commercial inventory just linked to sustainability.
Right, okay.
So then we got the management on board, and that was really powerful. But actually, I mean, it's happening today in Dubai. If you look at the schools program that we've got going, our schools program changed almost immediately. We sat down and spoke to the coaches about it. And everyone's been at school watching a sort of PE lesson, and you know, football comes in, cricket comes in, you do the same thing. And we just asked one question, do you do a warm-up? And they go, yeah, of course we do a warm-up. Everyone does a warm-up in every sport. Okay, well, given your DNA of your franchise is now all about sustainability, why don't we link the warm-up to global warming? And you could literally see a light bulb go on, and they went, I get it. So then all the balls were distributed and recycled, and the whole education program is actually now about sustainability, but using cricket as the vehicle.
Yeah.
So I think in terms of what's been achieved with Desert Vipers in 6 months is probably more than I've seen achieved in most sports franchises in 6 years.
Yeah, and listen, we know that cricket is slow on the uptake generally on this. We're not seeing leadership from, hey, wait, I'll come to you in a second. I'm talking about from the big bodies, right? We're talking about the ICC, who are based here. We're talking about, you know, the ECB have only just released a sustainability strategy. And I think there's a feeling of, oh, we've got to get our house in order. We've got to get our house in order, and then we can talk about it.
Yeah,
I'm going to challenge that notion today, by the way.
Good.
Anyone who wants to
We're with you.
venture me on that. But also, just, you know, we chat a lot to Sean about divisors at Vipers, and I think there's some really exciting stuff coming over the next few months, so we'll be keeping our eyes on you. Omar, what about you from an adventure sports perspective? What are you most proud of? What do you want to highlight?
Well, I think as adventure sports athletes, I think a lot of the times we are right at the front of seeing the impact that's happening. I speak for myself. I'm a climber and a polar explorer. You know, I've been doing this for about 20, 25 years. And, you know, I've seen from the beginning of my journey until now, I've actually seen with my own eyes glaciers receding quite a lot. And then when you talk to local communities in those areas, they'll tell you that, you know, from 20 years before that, 50 years, it was completely different. And then it's not then just something that's affecting your sport, because your actual sport could just become obsolete if you just don't have enough places to go and practice it. But the local communities are getting decimated, because whether it's agriculture, whether it's their food, you know, supply and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, the thing that I'm proud about, and it's kind of also, I fell into this fortuitously because, you know, in my former background, I used to play squash. You know, Egyptians are quite good at squash. I wasn't as good as those guys.
Little fact I didn't know. Egyptians are good at squash, there we are.
I had to move out of squash because I couldn't be a local champion, because if you are a local champion, you are a world champion. So I had to convert. So when I grew a little bit taller, I got into basketball, and I played professional basketball. But then when you play a team sport, by definition, you're part of a club. And then and this is something that maybe we can discuss, but then what is the freedom of you to make your own decisions versus, you know, there's also a club direction and so on. So moving into extreme sports, which is, you know, something I did in my mid-20s, like, you know, kind of full-time focusing on that, gave me a sense of sort of freedom. So it's challenging because you don't have the backing of the club or that sort of that support, but it gives you the freedom to do whatever you want to do. So you can make your own decisions, you can ally yourself with whichever brands you want. And the thing that I'm most proud of is that when I was doing, for example, the initiative of climbing the 7 summits, which is climbing the highest mountain in every continent, we made it a point that every single expedition would have, you know, 2 prongs. The first one, which is the one that's usually common, and sometimes, you know, it can be sometimes. There's sometimes an elements of greenwashing that we've seen in expeditions like this, where you climb the summit, you hold the banner, and you raise the awareness. But then it has to be coupled with an actual project, you know, grassroots on the ground, identifying,
impact.
You know,
the tangible impact,
the gaps that need to be figured out, and then going on that, and then following up, you know, months and years later to understand and continue to communicate it and report it as well.
Okay, yeah, I mean, as you say, you're right, very much at not even just the cutting edge or the bleeding edge of this, you're right at the precipice of it. And, you know, we know about the peril of ice sports, snow sports, adventure sports, etc. Thank you for sharing that. Omar, Liverpool, the Red Way. Come on, you Reds. What are you most proud of?
I didn't know that Egyptians...
Any Liverpool fans in?
Yeah. One. Woo.
Here we go.
Yeah. I didn't know the thing about Egyptians in squash, because obviously I was going to be like Egyptians in football.
Well, of course.
Yeah, well, obviously. So for us...
For as long as you can keep him, that's another discussion.
Isn't it Egyptian in sport, in football, though?
Is there an Egyptian in football?
Egyptian rather than Egyptian.
Oh, well, no, yes, I see what you mean.
That's more for you to say, Omar, than me. I can possibly comment on that one. So, Liverpool Football Club, the Red Way is our overarching approach, as you know, sustainability. And to answer your question about what I'm most proud of, it is the Red Way. Because for us, what we've done, we've gone holistic with that. So people, planet, communities. And what we've really tried to do and attempted to do is merge those. So when we activate and we talk about sustainability, we're not solely focused on the planet. Obviously, that's why we're here today. That's why we're all in Dubai. But actually, we've really tried to merge the conversation around diversity inclusion, how we engage our local communities, and we've seen the successes of that. So a big thing for us, and sort of touching on some of the work that Sean mentioned, as well as that's where we've really been able to engage a lot of our stakeholders, but also a lot of our partners. So from a commercial perspective, we've been able to engage with partners, not say to them, or not go out and say, let's find the true partner who only focus on sustainability. Let's go target and work with the biggest brands, the biggest names, the blue chip companies, what's important to them, what's important to us.
And let's see what aligns.
And let's do something together.
Yeah.
And we have seen the success with that. So for example, Cadbury, really good partner of ours, do great work around employability, local community.
Okay.
That fits within the red way because obviously it's within our communities pillar.
Yeah.
Just signed deals with Google Pixel, Peloton, UPS, and we're having these conversations constantly around sustainability. And actually that's something that I'm really proud of personally, but also professionally.
So that's interesting. So you actually pick a specific factor and element and you partner with that other brand on that. So employability in the community.
Yeah.
With Cadbury.
And it works really well because
it's not just purpose brand or sustainability partner, it's targeted. Basically.
Yeah, it's targeted. So I'm very lucky to be brought into some of those conversations at a stage where I can go in, be really honest and say, right, this is what we do. What do you do? And they may go, oh, well, we do this. I was like, well, that doesn't really fit with our strategy. However, this does.
Yeah.
And then,
well, that's credible, isn't it? Rather than trying to squish something together that doesn't.
And we're not over-promising or going, oh, yeah, we'll do everything you want us to do just because we want to get the deal over the line. It's actually, how can we build a meaningful relationship? And you've seen that with the longevity of some of our partners with the renewing, because actually they're building relationships with us rather than just a partnership.
And also, I would say relationships with your fans. I think the notion of fandom, actually football fandom, is changing. We did a survey on this at Sky, and actually, what sort of fan are you? And I mean, I obviously came up as purpose-driven fan. It's what I care about in sport. But I think, you know, more and more are heading this way, especially I think a younger demographic who look at any kind of entity and go, do your values align with mine? And if they don't, I'm out. I'll find someone who does. And they're quite quick and decisive to go, I've got a voice here, I'm going to use it, and I'm going to go and find someone who else I want to communicate with. So, yeah, I like the way you've structured that. Right then, Fiona, what are you going to pick from all the myriad of choice you've got with SailGP?
Oh, I don't know. Great examples. It's great to hear everyone so proud. Probably the Impact League. I think Sean talked about it. So we're the first sport in the world to have 2 trophies. So one for racing and one for the planet. And it's really important that we embedded that in the rules. And it's about your athletes actually doing it, not just talking about it. You know, being sustainable, thinking about how they travel, what they eat, what innovation they're doing, what fuel they're using on the water, kind of being mindful consumption. So really proud of that, and I hope other sports do it in whatever way. It's behavioral science. It's incentivizing good behavior. CEOs are incentivized to be good, better. Good's probably not the word for CEOs, but to be better in their, controversial, in their reduction of their carbon footprint or in their D&I targets. So I think proud of that. And I mentioned to you, I've just come off, we're racing in Dubai this weekend. I've just come off the tech site, and it doesn't seem big, but today's the first ever day we've had an all-female athlete training session.
It is big. I'm sorry, don't play it down.
I was literally tears in my eyes. I mean, that's like getting an F1, getting women in an F1 car. It's been 15 years of bad culture. You talk about cricket not being inclusive. Sailing is pretty bad.
But do you know what? I remember this when we. You know, we used to work together at Sky, but I don't think we really knew each other at the time. But we've worked together more since, you know, I've come into sustainability and climate action and purpose, and obviously with what you're doing in SailGP. And I remember this first conversation we had when we met up in Plymouth, and we talked about Champions for Change and things that we work on together. And then you were saying, I want to do something with women on the boat.
Yeah.
And you started talking about the Women's Pathway Programme. Now, then we were talking about, right, well, when's it going to come in? And you're like, now. Like, what, mid-season now? It's like, yeah. Next race that I was at, Cadiz, it came in. It's like, we're going to just do this. We're just going to go.
Do it. You
and I think, again, it talks to my point of, you know, sometimes it's a lot of kind of like, oh, I don't know, we need to do this, but just get out there and do it. You've got to take that step. And I think I'm just in such admiration of what you've done with gender equity and also all sorts of purpose-driven.
You have to be brave, like you said. I think the thing is, and we're a new sport, so we're obviously set up, we're only season 4, and we don't have the history of football or the audience. And so I suppose we just go for it, right? And it's good for our business. We're just going to be brave. We think there's a risk of inaction instead of, you know, that's what we talk about a lot. The ROI, guys, you know, look where we are in COP. Got to do something, just do it. What's the worst that can happen? Media will write what they want. and be critical. And I suppose back to your point, I do think media have got a role in sport to stop looking for the bad stories. I mean, I get it all the time. They're desperate for us to do something wrong. It's like, why do we talk about all the good stuff?
How does that help? I mean,
You know,
I
it
just
doesn't
don't
help.
get it.
You know, it doesn't help.
I just
but-
don't get it. Like,
we
you know,
need to
you're trying
kind
to
of, yeah.
undermine someone's amazing work.
Yeah,
you know,
by one decision
one
that,
thing.
that we've all probably tried not to do. We've probably been there fighting against it, and nobody's perfect.
Look, I tell you what, there is a sort of middle ground between that. So everyone's heard of Wimbledon, you know, the greatest tennis tournament in the world. It just is. It just is. And so
It is.
Wimbledon do some amazing work in sustainability. They really do. They're very driven. Hattie Park and the team there, they're
Bit late.
absolutely
Anyway,
mega.
tennis has been a bit
But
late.
here's the thing. So despite all that, on Environment Day, which they do at Wimbledon, people highlighted the fact that there were single-use plastic bottles because of their relationship with Evian in press conferences and on court. And they called that out, rightly so, but unfortunately just undermined everything else because that optics of that one thing was more valuable to the audience and people made more headlines out of it than everything else that they do. Now, to Wimbledon's credit, they accepted that.
Yep.
They
Changed.
recognised that and they changed because Roland Garros had already brought in a reusable bottle.
Yeah.
They also had Evian and they just did the same thing with Wimbledon, sorted for the next championship. And actually, Jonathan Overend on his superb podcast, Emergency on Planet Sport, called this out, spoke to Hattie, and they changed. That is the power of the media.
Yeah.
But it's the tone of the conversation. It's trying to be
tone, yeah.
constructive,
Yeah.
not just
Yeah.
trying to undermine for the sake of a headline, which I just
Yeah.
think, how does that help? I don't do that because I just don't think that makes us get any closer to our goal.
No, I agree. But
there might be things that annoy me, you know, they're not great here, not
cling
in
film.
Extreme
They love a
Hangout,
bit of
but,
cling filming.
but in the hotel that I've been staying at the last couple of days, they decided to make a Christmas tree out of plastic bottles. What the hell? What the actual hell? Anyway, look, I always want to paint a positive picture. I just think I'm tired of people saying, like we were saying before, that sustainability is a cost, it negatively affects your bottom line. So this idea of doing good and doing well at the same time, Fee, can you unpack that a little bit from a CLGP perspective? Why, you know, good for the planet, good, you know, sport for good is good for business, and how you sort of approach that?
Yeah, I think that whole kind of reframing it as a cost center and a sacrifice into a value add, because sustainability is a value add. This is the world is going into this, brands are going into this, everyone is going into this, consumers are going into this. So it's good for your business. And I think we need to talk about that more, is actually the value of what we're doing. Is CLGP, new sport, our USP is purpose, so social and environmental and trying to do things differently, and it's grown our business. We have the best talent, and they're all coming because we're purpose-driven. They could go to football, Formula One, Formula E, but they come to CLGP.
You've made that aspirational.
Yeah, well, we're trying, and it just, if you stand for something, you know, partners, we have 75% of partners because of purpose. Like you said, we've built commercial assets out of it, tens of millions of pounds of commercial assets. I'm not talking £1 million. And so it's just good for what you do, and we're getting media coverage. So I think it's that we've got to reframe it again. It's like, you know, and I suppose being a chief purpose officer, it's important that you're at management level, you know, and you're proving your value. I have a commercial target on my head every year, and I will hit that to show the value of what we do. And the more that you get in,
that's what
the
makes
more impact you can
CEO
have. That's the business.
Care if they're not already into this, and I know your CEO is, but if they're not, if you prove the business case, then suddenly like, oh, okay, all right, I should be investing more in this. What about the approach, Sean? To use a cricketing metaphor, you know, why are we sort of either shouldering arms or forward defensive? Why aren't we dancing down the wicket and smashing the bowler back over his head for six? Why aren't we being a little bit more assertive with it?
Well, it's interesting because I think there's sort of two sides to this. I think you know, sport's really built on defense and offense, you know, to use the sort of American term. And I think that we've so focused a little bit too much on defense.
Yeah.
And I think that's the reason we get picked apart in the media. Oh, you're not doing something. So decarbonisation is largely been doing less.
Yeah, it's reductive.
And that's been a bit of an issue until you say, you know, what really gets people engaged in sport? It's actually offense. You know, people are following Messi, Ronaldo. They play up front. So, you know, Virgil van Dijk, 50 million quid, plays at the back. Mo Salah is probably worth twice as much.
Oh, a little bit more.
So I think that the way we've looked at it is let's play offense.
Yeah.
And, you know, when Lucas is defending around a corner, people all sort of go like that. But when he'll overtake, they jump out their seats.
Yeah.
And that's the place where I think sport has got the most power.
Yeah.
When you look at it from an offensive point of view, and you think about your commercial partnerships, you think about you engaging the fans and going, let's remember the bit where they do jump out their seats. That is unique to the industry that we work in. And that's where I think sustainability should sit in sport. It's exciting.
Yeah.
Not, oh, we've got rid of we got rid of cups, we've got rid of, you know, plastic bottles at Wimbledon.
Yeah.
It's engaging those players to do innovative things, take some risks. Sport's not perfect. We're all used to
but sport
trying
is
and
sexy,
failing.
and it can help make climate a little bit sexier in that
Yeah,
way, can't it?
it's hugely powerful, and that's really why I think that focusing on the offensive side of sustainability and being innovative and then trying new things and communicating that well, that's been a bit of an issue. But yeah, that's where I think cricket has got an amazing opportunity because it's done nothing in that space.
Yeah, the growth is right there, ready to happen. Football obviously is the global sport par excellence, followed by I think it's 4 billion people. That's the sort of latest figure that people seem to centre on. Basically, half the world follow football. Rishi, I mean, like the brand that Liverpool have is so very powerful. I mean, people must be just knocking down your door to be associated with Liverpool FC. You must have to scrutinise so very carefully, though. You mentioned before about how you target, you align very carefully. But I do also wonder, you know, sport has this power to unite across rivalries in sustainability. Sustainability isn't competitive unless it's in a gamified way, like, say, with Impact League. I mean, I would love it. I would love it if you came together with another club, another big club, maybe, I don't know, say, for example, Manchester United. Have you had any of those conversations?
Wrong shade of red for me, to be honest. I have to say. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Wrong shade of red for me, but in all seriousness, that's what the Premier League are looking for us to do now. We've got for the first time ever, we've got a sustainability working group. Premier League got head of sustainability. I'm meeting with counterparts regularly across the 20 of the clubs now, and some of them is a standalone role like mine is. Others are like true in the detail sustainability managers. One club, I think, it's shared within their IT team. And you know what, it's fine, because someone's got that responsibility with the first time.
So the lead is different, but there is a lead, and you're all hooking up on Zoom or whatever.
Yeah, we're all hooking up, we're all starting to share best practice, and really important, we're all starting to share our challenges, because that's the best thing. Like, we're all trying to achieve the same thing off the pitch around sustainability. Keep the competition on the pitch. Yes, do we want to be competing for Premier League, Champions League, Europa Leagues every single year? Absolutely. And that's where the competitions will be and continue to be. But actually, for us, if we can team up with the leagues, the other teams, and actually work collaboratively to address some of these bigger issues, as you and I have talked about, then maybe that's where we can make a massive difference.
Do you think you could come together to say, I don't know, talk to the transport sector and say, we as the Premier League, or as football, have this collective voice, and when a football match is on a Monday night or a Friday night, tend to be live on Sky. That's when we move games to. And if you've got Arsenal against Newcastle, for example, Arsenal fans, or let's say Newcastle fans coming back up to Newcastle are struggling to get home by train. Yeah. And you can talk directly to the transport sector and say, we need you to help us with this. Yeah. Can football do that?
It's football. You just said it's the biggest sport in the world. If football can't, then who can? Let's be honest. If football can't come together and have those conversations in the right way and apply the pressures, then it's probably not going to happen, if I'm being really honest.
You mentioned like this chat behind the scenes, essentially, with like the things you're doing, the impacts you're trying to make, or the impact you're trying to reduce, I suppose, environmentally. What about front of house? The BBC and Sky did this campaign together called Hate Won't Win. It was an against online hate campaign with the top talent of both broadcasters involved, and it was massive, and it was amazing, and it took ages for both broadcasters to sort of agree what that looked like, which absolutely pained me, but we got there. What about front of house? Yeah. Could you do something with Manchester United as a campaign together? You know, I think, what was it, United did something with Adidas yesterday around LGBTQ+ and rainbow laces. Okay, that's fine. You're working with a brand that's already in your portfolio, but what about two clubs coming together front of house?
And that's the next step. They're the types of conversations that we need to be having with our rivals on the pitch, but actually, can you team up and make an even bigger impact together? You've seen clubs team up around...
Because this is, really, for those of you that don't know, Liverpool United is the biggest rivalry, isn't it, in English football?
Yeah, you've seen clubs team up around topical issues, so for us, tragedy-related chanting is something that unfortunately affects Liverpool more than most of the clubs. Yeah. So we've actually teamed up with teams like United and others who stood next to us and said this isn't good enough. So actually, you've shown that spirit of partnership on a certain topic and other topics. So maybe that is the next step for us to go.
And I think also, I mean, talking about it through the frontline channels. So sometimes it's like, oh, let's give that foundation, you know.
No, it has to be.
It's got to be
front and center.
You know, at LFC, not at LFC Foundation talking about this, or, you know, United equivalents or whatever. I would love to see it. Let's see what happens. Omar, you mentioned this before, actually. I want to just come back to it. Is it easier to strike sort of these deals with people that you work with, brands, etc., when you're an individual, because you've got that freedom? Or is it some way more perilous, because if it works, well, you've got all the credit. If it doesn't, it's all on you.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, you know, to take a step back, I think like we're talking in business and sports. Obviously, we're talking about, you know, brand building, and I think in general, should be good for business, but I venture that if somebody did the economics on it, you'd actually see that there would potentially be, you know, an equivalent gain, maybe more, from the kind of brand equity that you can build overnight and the new fan base that you would attract.
Well, this is it, and I think that scrutiny of the fans, you know, I know that we've talked about football before, and you know, this is obviously where Rishi's, you know, the rep on the panel talking about it, but I think the fans will look at the relationships you hold and make their own judgments. And, you know, now the way that a fan is interacting with the club is different, and they want ownership, they want to be involved, but it's also questioning, it's also scrutinizing as well. Yeah, I'll come back to that point about brands, because I think it's really, you know, it's really interesting. But before I do, actually, Lucas, I just wanted to kind of like, on that point of valuing your, you know, prime real estate. I mean, like, sport has got the eyeballs of the world on it, and it's culturally so important. It's a huge cultural phenomenon, and you can see by the followers that you have, the followers that other elite athletes have, the followers that Cristiano Ronaldo has. It really is one of the biggest cultural phenomena, if not the biggest in the world. Does it do enough to talk that up? Does it do enough to hold others to that value and say, look, if you want a piece of this cake, you've got to fix up and look sharp and come with your sustainability game right up there?
I think there are two levels of discussions, which is very tricky to do. So one thing is Cristiano Ronaldo talking about sustainability and then flying his private jet back and forth, right? There are many layers of different ways of positioning the sustainability aspect. The first one, let's say the simple one, and in my opinion the least valuable one, is okay, let's not use plastic bottles in Wimbledon. Fine. Or let's use, I don't know, a recyclable football fabric for a team. But the real impact in the end is what's the carbon footprint of that football team by traveling all over the world, hundreds of people, generating, I don't know how many tons, how many metric tons of carbon to do a sport, to throw a ball to one side or another, or to race a car for one side or another. So there is an underlying discussion there that what is actually the value creation in that specific point. And I think, and I'm a sportsman, and I think sports play a huge positive value creation prospect in society. Of course, you cannot label it as exactly as I just did before, flying the whole world to throw a ball from one side to another, because it inspires people, it makes a community come together, it creates a positive lifestyle, and that's why I think the communication is very strong. And then you're completely right. So the key point here is that where and how to communicate in the right way that the total net sustainability message on the first layer of conversation is actually positive, and then trying to do the best they can for themselves to become, let's say, more sustainable. For example, offsetting their carbon emissions from flying, or not using plastic bottles, anything like this.
I mean, the major funding right now in sport is coming from related to the fossil fuel industry, right? I mean, that's undeniable. We have also lots of betting partners, particularly in football. These are not great industries. How do we deal with this one, guys? You know, Rishi, if a supposedly like carbon-heavy brand comes to Liverpool, how do you manage that? How do you assess it? How do you assess the business case and, you know, the sustainability case? What approach do you take? It can't be easy.
And it's just that, it's never easy. Like, thankfully I'm not a sole part of the commercial team, so I don't have to make those final decisions. But what's great is when we have had those discussions in the past, it's a really considered discussion to be like, okay, this brand has come to us, so we've had this conversation. Is it the right opportunity for Liverpool Football Club? Like, you have to remember, like, you know, this is it links into football, but like, Liverpool Football Club is a club that's built on values. Like, our fans probably expect more of LFC than probably any other club. And with that is a huge responsibility, but also it's an incredible opportunity to do the right thing.
Yeah, that's the way to reframe it.
And that's it, and it's really important. Yes, it's the pressure, but it's one that you'd actually welcome. And it shows that if fans think that of us and our stakeholders think that of us, it's because we're doing something right.
B Corp on the front of Liverpool's shirt.
You know what? If it was
good with it?
Not my call. I like you asked that question. I'll give you the email address to our
We discussed this in a previous event in London, didn't we? And, you know, what the positive flip side of that could well be.
Make a good point, though. Like, these conversations, you're always going to have them, but if you are going to take that step forward with a brand such as that, it's okay. What can you do to reframe that conversation? That's what you're going to do.
Yeah.
Or actually, you're going to go, you know what? So no matter how much reframing or repositioning you do, it's actually not quite the right fit.
Yeah.
With a football club.
Yeah, sometimes it just won't be. It just won't be. You don't want to overwork that conversation. It's just, okay.
If you're trying to manipulate something that much and push it and squeeze it into something else, then sometimes you do just take the step back and go, is this right for us? Is this right for them? And a lot of the time you end up on mutual ground where you go, actually, maybe we are trying to make this work a little bit too much.
Can I just interject here?
Sure.
Often the companies out there that are the biggest pollutants are a lot of the times the one that has the most money, right?
Yeah.
So ultimately the conversation, as difficult as it is financially to do, has to be not like looking at it and saying, how can we make this work? Or let's focus on what angle, how can we spin it, is to at some point, whether it's in football or any other sport, some club is going to take that opportunity and say, we're just going to say no outright, and we're going to do something else, and we're going to make that the next big thing. And I think there's a massive opportunity there. And
is there no one being brave enough then? No one's been bold enough yet to take that step and lead?
I think so.
Yeah.
We've done that. You just don't tell. You don't tell the world,
you
though.
don't go and say we've said no to that brand. I mean, like, imagine. I mean, we've made some pretty big decisions about
Why
other
not?
things.
Exactly the same.
Why not?
It's
because you don't need to. Like, this is our job, and then
It's hard though, isn't it? Because
It's very hard to come out and say that. Oh, by the way, we said no to
It's like the whole
brand.
sour grapes type of
not a
thing,
good,
isn't it?
not a good comm
But the
strategy.
thing is that, you know, it's a really tricky area, isn't it? You know, we've got a race this weekend, Fee,
Yeah.
as you know. It's
Yep.
it's the Emirates Dubai Sail
Yeah.
Grand Prix, and you did that deal. So, you know,
I didn't do
how
that
do you
deal.
well, as in
Yeah,
SailGP
SailGP,
did that
yep,
deal,
it's
but
an
you were
event deal.
but the point was that you were at that table
Yep.
when those negotiations were
100%.
taking place. So how does that work with you and the commercial team?
Yeah.
How do you get the best out of this deal purpose-wise? Because the
Yeah.
optics would go, oh, they've sold their soul there, SailGP.
Yeah, I don't
So how
agree
do you
with
do
you,
it?
but I
No,
would
no,
turn,
the
I
optics
would
say that.
turn
That's not
that
what I'm
back
saying.
on people like media. I mean, who's advertising on your channels? So like everyone here, we all have a commercial. So
Yeah.
sponsorship is great, but what suppliers are you working with? Who's your investor in your business? It's not just environmental; it's human rights, it's social sustainability.
Yeah.
So this is a complex web. But no, you are right. So I suppose, like Rishi, we work with the same amazing agency, Think Beyond, and we are probably one of the only sports that have real sustainability frameworks. So where we race, who we partner with, we do due diligence, and we do like a purpose score. So they all get a score of
You
what
love
it
a good
is, and
score, don't
love
you?
a good score at SoGP. And so it's like, do they align, you know, from a better sport, better planet? You know, what are the opportunities? Do we get renewable energy there? Like, what will our footprint? We always look at the footprint. That metric, data is key. So what would the carbon footprint be? Working with them, how would it help us reduce? And you have to kind of know your no-goes. So I suppose SailGP
Right.
is about gender equity, and we're about clean energy. Our boats are powered by nature, 3.8 times the wind. We always said they're the big things for us as a sport. So from day one, we said, who would we not work with? So you kind of have to create your own. I mean, we're all different on this panel. We had our own, like this, we won't work with these brands. But then there is, and we talked about this on our panel at Sport Positive, you can't say no to everyone. You know, we're in a world that we're going to have to all adapt. So there's people that we wouldn't work with, and then there's kind of a middle ground, right? Everyone flew here. We're still traveling. Airline industry is still there. Logistics industry, we ship things around the world. So these are industries that are actually trying to shift. You can't say, I'm just not going to work with an airline partner. I don't know any sport in the world that doesn't have an airline partner, but it's how you work with it. I mean, they're an event partner, so they're an event partner here in Dubai, but if I was going to, I suppose, die on a hill, and my team are in the room, I always say one day I probably will die on a hill in a bad decision and I won't be here, but it wasn't the hill to die on. You know, it's an airline, we fly. For us, airlines is about reducing your carbon footprint of how you travel. So we look at travel numbers. Who do we not fly? We were the first sport in the world to do remote broadcast operations. We do remote umpering. We don't fly hundreds of people in. We reduce that. That's starting. Sustainable aviation fuel. So kind of trying to resolve the issue, not fight against all of the industries, because airline shipping, we've got to kind of work with them.
Yeah.
So it's not easy, but I think it's having a informed decision with data is what you have to do, and be
also-
honest about it.
But valuing your own proposition, LGP, as you rightly say, attracts attention because of its purpose
Yeah.
stance, and therefore valuing that enough to say, right, can we inform this partnership with Emirates
course.
and help them up their game?
Yeah, and like you said, be in the conversation, like travel. We as sport, my biggest opportunity, I would say, is we all need to get together and lobby the travel industry and say, we need to go quicker. How can sport, we're a global sport, most of us, how do we work with, that's the biggest industry. Our scope 3 emissions are coming from that. Let's all get together and kind of be part of that big coalition with, you know, your airlines. I think, again, that power of being involved in that conversation is important.
Yeah, and again, the tone, the approach here, right? You know, don't see this quandary of taking petrodollars or not, but maybe that more assertive, you know, not Jeffrey Boycott, let's be Joss Butler approach, right?
Yeah, I think it's you know, essentially sustainability is now becoming part of your risk management.
Yeah, it definitely.
That's what it is. You're looking at it going, right, I need to de-risk my brand and my business, and therefore I will behave a certain way. That's not that different to what top brands have been doing for some time.
Yeah.
But as Fee says, I think what's interesting is how sport can drive impact. So if we can impact the aviation industry, I know that the Desert Viper's carbon footprint, 70% of that is flights. We're incentivizing players to fly differently. We're paying them to fly differently. Staff are flying differently. So, you know, the data will say this is what our carbon footprint is. And we can actually now package that as part of our commercial rights, de-risk our business, and say, look, you know, if a petro business comes in, right, let's have a look at it. Is it going to risk our reputation? You know, the Shell British Cycling was the classic example of it backfiring, when actually probably somewhere in there, I don't know what Shell's investment is becoming an energy company as opposed to a fossil fuel company. Is there space in supporting their part of that cleaner energy drive? I don't know, but Lucas probably does. It's how you impact the wider sports environment, and I think there's power in collective action there.
Have you got any thoughts on what you've just heard there?
Yeah, actually, it's a very interesting conversation because there is a lot of hypocrisy on exactly what is the perception and what is what will make a difference. For example, the conversation is very complex and can go very deep. Yeah. Let's say I would not support the British football team because the British started the Industrial Revolution and therefore it polluted the planet. I mean, you can go at any level of discussion that you want about carbon intensity, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that for me is a completely different discussion. So sports, you'll not affect the aviation industry as much as you want. As much as you want to affect, you're not going to affect the aviation industry because it's a technology, it's an innovation and technology problem that will be solved by either sustainable aviation fuel or hydrogen fuel.
So if we lobby to get more investment, it would. It's about investment to scale it up, isn't it? So like trying to say this is
more or less because there is no technology to fly electric, for example, and it won't be for, let's say, the next 20, 30, 40 years.
But not long distances, no.
But yeah, sustainable aviation fuel, there is a problem of how you produce electricity to make water electrolysis. It's not the point of this panel. The point what I want to make is that again, a sport serves a great purpose of communicate to the right public the right message. And the difference between perception and actually what is really happening is extremely complex. It is a discussion that is not a clickbait headline saying, we are using the jersey, for example, you're using a sustainable jersey. That has almost a zero
impact.
It has maybe a perception impact for the sponsors and for the public and maybe for your brand, but not underlying changing anything, like not accepting Shell or oil companies. Even if I am against oil companies because we are making an electric racing series, if we stop oil completely today, billions of people will die of hunger. So it's not you can't just stop it today. Otherwise, it will create much more harm in the short, medium term than actually positive effect. So it is a very complex discussion. There is a regulatory body that needs to be working on it. And I think the function of the sport, again, our function as a communication on this topic is also be very well informed, not to follow the messaging or the perception, but actually the underlying factual thing of what you're trying to change.
Yes.
I think that's very important.
Focus on the impact.
On the data.
The actual impact. Yeah, data.
Not
the
on
actual
the perception.
Thing you're trying to reduce. Yeah. Just as we start to close, guys, because we're almost at time. We've darted around a lot in this conversation, and I've really enjoyed it. I just sort of want, as we look at the future of sport, what's the one change you would really love to see? And I don't want you to kind of be in any way limited in your imagination here. What's the one thing you would love to see in the next 5-7 years as we approach 2030 that you think would really shift the needle? Come on then, Lucas.
All sports being net zero carbon. So basically buying offsets. The cheapest way, the easiest way, and the more fair way is that you calculate the offset of you calculate your carbon output. You have to buy it in carbon credits. Carbon credits that are audited, they need to be either tier 1.
You need the scrutiny there.
But that's not the problem of the sport, right? If we all make the sport carbon neutral by buying carbon offsets, the price of the offsets will go up. Right? Which will make it more pressure for us to work on solutions to make the sport even more efficient. Then, because you need to buy less credit to be more profitable, or to be able to invest less money into credits because the credits are going more expensive. So if all of us buy the credits, it levels up, and you compare apples to apples. Whatever is his flights or my transportation of a ton car instead of just a football. I mean, you level it up, all the sports. You put the price up, you create a financial pressure to become more efficient, and on the long term, it will be a net benefit, real net benefit for the world. That's how I'd like to see it.
That's my favourite answer, partly because we have a cricket carbon credit, which Desert Vipers have offset their entire footprint with. So that's brilliant. I'm all for that. I think the one thing I would like to see is when you look at ownership of clubs, we talk about stakeholders, fans, sponsors, but actually if you take the Cricket League here, take three owners. You've got the Glazer family, you've got the Ambanis and the Adanis. Each of those owners will claim that they have over 1 billion fans. So why do they own the club? It's a financial investment. They're trying to make more money out of it. But we all know that people buy sports clubs for the prestige, the esteem, and the association they get with prime ministers, rock stars, all that stuff. Actually, what I'd like to see is, could we convert some of these global sports owners into sustainability titans? Because it will increase the value of their businesses. So
sort of sports equivalent of Richard Branson's, or
think about
someone like that.
Think about the influence. If the Henrys did it, they've got loads of sports teams. Glazers did it. The Ambanis do it. You're talking about each of them can impact 1 billion people with their sports teams, and that's almost what I think is sports regulation, because the executives will get pressure from their owners to behave in a certain way because it makes them look good. We focus on fans and sponsors a lot of the time, but I think there's a stakeholder, and it's a very small number of people that potentially we should focus on and get them sitting inside the tent and helping us all.
Yeah, listen, I think, I don't really care how we get there. I care that we get there. And if it's playing on someone's vanity, I don't care. If that's what it takes, then fine, get them in the room. Fee, can I get your reaction to what Lucas has said? And before you move on to future sport, offsetting.
No.
Is that the future?
Everyone has a different view. I think you have to really grow sustainably. So I'm a massive, I focus my team and SailGP on reducing, on innovation, on thinking differently and reducing our footprint as much as we can.
Is it the
and
ethos?
that's radical ideas.
of buying an offset that you...
No. I mean, we buy offsets, but I just feel it's so important to have the reduction, the innovation. I mean, that is like key. And that, I suppose, is where I spend more time. So, you have to... every sport, 350 sports have signed up to Sport for Climate Action. So I'd say, hopefully legislation comes in. Every sport has to have long-term net zero goals. But I think it's that reduction. It's like, it breaks my heart. And we were talking about it. Look at every sport is getting bigger. It's that ego thing, right? How many more races can we have? Let's get more teams. Let's have more World Cups. Like every business is a cap. We've got to stop growing. Like, is growing actually worth it? Because there's more footprint and cost. So it's that, for me, it's sustainable growth. Like, how can you grow, have fans, have different revenue models, but there's a point where we've got to lose our egos and stop growing, because the carbon footprints, as we grow, of course, we have a
So we're talking about
impact.
systems rethink
It's
here.
like,
We've got to completely
so that
change the business
innovation,
model.
reduction, like, we shouldn't, we shouldn't be having a big event site like this. Like, what should we do? What's the different, that innovation in sport? So that's just where I think, but...
There is interesting, a sort of a more radical version of that. And it's espoused by two Olympians who are part of a group called Champions for Earth, and they have come up with a phrase campaign called Sport Local for Life, and basically they want sport to operate essentially at two levels: grassroots, reinvigorate the grassroots, invest in the grassroots, and elite level. But that sort of bit in between, gone, because of the travel impact and all the other Scope 3 impacts.
Well, that's radical.
That is very much at the other end. Okay, Omar. What's the one thing you would love to see? Blue sky.
Just quickly, I'll reflect on something very quickly, which is the carbon offsetting. My Grand Slam expeditions were carbon offset, but although I don't really think that really is the solution, I do agree that there has to be massive reduction first, because I don't think the cost of offsetting is always going to be much smaller then it's not. I can offset everything and be net zero. But then if I sign up a petrochemical sponsor, then I'm laughing, right? So I think the future that I'd like to see is a future where sports penalizes petrochemical companies, other companies in other industries that are polluting. You should not have the opportunity. I understand completely that petrochemical as an industry cannot stop today. The world will stop, but sports has to be able to be at the very edge and basically say, I'm not going to be part of promoting this, and I'm going to put an end to it. And I think with the cultural power that sports holds and the soft power that it holds, I think that could be a real game changer.
So
and that's where
it's to be that kind of gatekeeper to say, look, you're not coming in unless you are more sustainable in this way or making more impact in this way, and actually to value itself again to sort of block that until they fix up and look
with
sharp.
petrochemicals in specific, I would just say a complete no.
Yeah. Hydrocarbon producers.
Just because in order the world to get to where we need to get to, I mean, we just need to hang on a second. We just need all of these guys. We need to really like promote those guys and really bring them up.
Yeah. Okay.
Just because the economics of is imbalanced, and we need to do everything that we can to balance it in the shortest time possible.
Okay. What about you, Rishi?
So I'd say in complete agreement around the reduction piece, like that has to be the focus. I think for us, and given the past sort of lens that I've had over the past couple of days, we talked a lot about football and collaboration, but what I'd love to see is multi-sport collaboration. Like, went to the roundtable event with Fee yesterday, sitting on the panel with her today, and everyone else, and I'm constantly thinking, make a mental note of that, make a mental note. And that's what I want to see more of, if I'm being really honest. It's being sat across the table with organisations who were set up to be sustainable from day one, and particularly football, and it wasn't set up to be like that. It was set up to be a football club, so we're late to the party. But the opportunity you have to influence, with all due respect, is probably greater. So how can we be open the books and be honest enough and say to those organisations, help us. What are you doing? What can we do? What can we adopt? How can we be perhaps a little bit braver, bit risky, open the doors early and not have to present that fully polished article that we talked about, but maybe go, this is the journey that we're on.
Cheeky little Impact League? Your own version of the Impact League? Get Mo Salah tweeting out the Impact League?
Get Premier League to do it one day, won't we?
Yeah.
But that's
funny, I made a note of that when you mentioned
I've said it to them many a
time. We were saying this
Keep
yesterday.
going, say it and believe it.
The most obvious one for me is the Olympics. You've got your medal table.
Yeah.
Have your Impact League that goes with that has Costa Rica at the top instead of China and USA.
Yeah, we've
Make that. It's just simple, right?
Yeah.
Why not just have
one person?
Why not strive to have just one league eventually?
Yeah. We debate that one league.
Or combined. Yeah. Look, the whole point of this is that there's no one solution. I mean, we were chatting yesterday about fuels versus electrification, right? I mean, there was lots of interesting kind of to and fro on that. And we do need a lot of different solutions. We all need to be kind of going at it, and hopefully that is kind of coherent and together. But, I like the fact that there's a little bit of discord there, that, we don't all have to be in agreement all the time. The fact is we care, and we're trying to do what we're trying to do. So I do really value your input and your amazing work that you're doing, and that's why you're on this panel. So, ladies and gents, please give it up for Lucas, Sean, Omar, Rishi, and Fee. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
I had a good answer to that question. I had a good answer. 3 C's.
Yeah?
Yeah, of course.
I was ready for that.
Cool.
I was ready for that one.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for being at Extreme Hangout today. We're so grateful to have you all here joining us. It is my honor to be able to introduce the first storyteller of the day. His name is Rishi Jain. He is Liverpool's FC's Director of Impact. He leads the club's approach, right? Yeah! Woo! Awesome. So he leads the club's approach to sustainability through the lens of equality, diversity, inclusion, and environmental sustainability. Rishi has worked in partnership with the United Nations and has also worked with multiple international organizations to implement plans of action across the world. He has countered hate speech through engagement with sport. He has earned multiple awards and gained significant recognition throughout his career. Let's please give him a huge round of applause and welcome him onto our stage. Thanks, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. That is honestly the best introduction I've ever had. Can you send that to me, please? I'm going to use it in every single room that I walk into. Just be like, this is me. So yeah, I'm Rishi Jain, Director of Impact at Liverpool Football Club. It's a great job, it's my team, it's an absolute honour and a privilege to work for Liverpool Football Club. And my responsibility is to lead the Red Way, which is our overarching approach to sustainability. And it's super holistic, it's super important to us as a football club, but actually it really is embedded into all that we do. But before I really get into that, I sort of wanted to kick off, and I suppose this was the hard bit when the brief was given to me, to talk a bit about me and sort of my career and the journey that I've been on. So I literally kicked off my career at Liverpool Football Club at the age of 14, which I think in hindsight, was that a lot? I don't know. It was a lot. We roll with it. That was almost 20 years ago now. You meant to say you don't look it, Rishi, but whatever. Whatever. Thank you very much. And actually, that was in a volunteer capacity working with what was then Liverpool FC in the community, which is now Liverpool FC Foundation. And that was, as a school kid, literally supporting the coaching team. So that was picking up cones, sorting bibs out, trying to support the coaching team as much as I possibly could. And it was, for me, going through school and doing something like that, it taught me a lot, but also it taught me a lot about life. I'm literally getting changed into like coaching kits on the back of a bus on the way home from school, because that was part of the gig, and I absolutely loved it and had some great opportunities and experiences as part of that. As my sort of experience and my confidence level grew, then I started to take on more responsibility, and that was when I moved into a position where I'm then delivering these football coaching sessions to young people across the city of Liverpool. Some of them are the same age as me, some of them are older than me, and again, I'm a bit like, okay, this is a new challenge, it's not really what you used to, but again, something that I really enjoyed. That continued for me, going through a few years of education, through school, etc. As I said, I continued to get changed on the back of that bus, in the back of people's cars, etc., because that's just what you did. That was it, literally used to get picked up after school in a minibus, sit at the back, change to my coaching kit, and then off you go, and that's just what you do. And I loved it. It was just an incredible opportunity. But when I turned 16, so a couple of years later, and bear in mind, this was only meant to be a 2-week sort of placement for what's called the Duke of Edinburgh Award, which a lot of you will know about. 2 weeks, and then they couldn't get rid of me. And I was like, great, I'll just stay. This is brilliant, really enjoying it. 2 years later, lucky enough to get paid. I was like, brilliant, getting paid literally for my dream job, for my football club, to coach football, to work with young people. And you'll hear as I talk, that's something that I'm really passionate about, and that's where sort of my feet are very much grounded in sort of community work. But I was literally being paid to represent my club, the club that I would go and watch as much as I possibly could, the players that I would go and sing for, etc., and wear that badge. So I was like, I'd made it at the age of 16, which I most definitely had not, and most definitely have not in the work that I'm doing now. Going through sixth form, college, university, stuck out with Liverpool, stayed in Liverpool for many, many reasons, stayed close to home with family, which are obviously very important to me. And after university, that presented me with a great opportunity to move into social cohesion, social inclusion work. And that's where the real diversity lens and focus started to sort of come into my mindset a little bit then, because I hadn't done up until that point. I think going through university, that was the first time, stayed in Liverpool but lived away. That was the first time that I really experienced like true diversity. Like I grew up in a predominantly white neighbourhood in Liverpool, me, sisters, mum and dad were pretty much only like non-white faces that you'd really see, give or take one or two others. And I wasn't very conscious of that until I did university and met other people who looked like me, thought like me, were very different to me. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. Because Liverpool is a hugely diverse city, it is, and it's something that the city is really proud of. Where we lived and where we grew up absolutely wasn't. And it wasn't that there. So for me, with parents from India, yes, we were all born in the UK, but the Indian culture is still very much part of like who we are and what we do. And especially those of you who will know, grandparents, they're the ones who hammer it into you. They're the ones who say, right, must do this, must do this, must do this. But actually now, looking back, I'm super grateful for that because that's really shaped a lot of who I am and what I think about and the work that I do today. So go forward to after university, continue to work throughout that time, have these great opportunities, get to travel internationally, get to work with a team of many, many diverse coaches, got the opportunity to lead that team. And I was like, great, let's do it, let's see what that's like. And again, I'm like, I thought I'd made it at 16, but now I'm leading a team, 25 people of the most diverse coaches you could possibly find in the city of Liverpool. We were delivering 100 hours of coaching and football sessions to young people across the city. We were bringing together all these different communities. We were doing these sessions every single week, bringing them all together on a monthly basis and like, right, let's actually break down some of those barriers. And we did that, and it was incredible, and it was something that I really thought, this is starting to tick more than one box for me. It's starting to tick my personal drivers rather than my professional drivers. But I'll be really honest, I knew that football coaching wasn't, at that point I became really self-aware enough to realise that football coaching wasn't the thing that would continue to get me out of bed in the morning. I'll be really honest, I wasn't good enough at it. I enjoyed the engagement side, I enjoy working with young people in disadvantaged communities, but with a ball at my feet, please don't throw a ball at my feet because it will only end badly. The last time I did that, I actually broke my leg, but that's a different story. Self-inflicted as well, but we'll move on. But I always knew that wasn't which was going to take me to the rest of my career. And having that moment was actually a really important one for me because it also coincided with senior colleagues at the club. And bear in mind, I'm still working for Foundation at this point. David on the previous panel talked about like ED&I work, sustainability work has to sit with clubs rather than foundations. They said, oh, Rishi, what do you think of this equality standard framework? I was like, oh, hand it over, let's have a little look. And for me, it was that light bulb, like, okay, this is me. This is a framework set by the football regulators to embed diversity and inclusion into the business. And at that time, diversity and inclusion was very much it was about being the first to do things. It was about sticking on a certain T-shirt. It was about, right, this campaign is coming up, you need to deliver this. Whereas now it's obviously moved on a lot. And like we did some incredible things as a football club. So first UK football club to be involved in the Pride March back in 2012. That's massive. Like that's something we'll always point to and go, that's great. It's a really important part of our history. And to be able to deliver events like that is something that I look back on and go, great, we did something, we made a real difference. And then it became sort of time to leave. 9.5 years at LFC, enjoyed them, literally grew up there, went from the age of 14 to sort of 23, if my maths is correct. People literally see me in my uniform, like coming to sessions. And that was great, but when I moved into a position where I needed to try and influence change and business change, it was very easy to say no to me. Because like, oh, it's little Rishi. I'm 6'2". I'm like, oh, it's little Rishi. And you get the cheek pinch. You'd be like, oh, he's all right. Like that. And you know what? It was never malicious, but it was actually time for me to go, right, I need to go and learn more about myself. Took on the new role of Kick It Out. For those who don't know, Kick It Out is football's equality and inclusion campaign, but with a real focus on anti-racism. Great organisation. They do some incredible work. Small budget success rate to charity, so it's tough. My remit was working with the 72 football league clubs. So that involved huge amounts of train travel, away from home a lot. You're going into organisations trying to embed standards and practices, but you're going into an organisation with 5 members of staff who are all volunteers, and the next day you're in an organisation which has got 300, and their sole driver is promotion to the Premier League. That's all they're focused about, and you have to bring them up to the same levels. You have to manipulate's the wrong word. You have to influence, you have to challenge, you have to collaborate, you have to deliver training, but actually, that was really eye-opening experience for me. Bear in mind, that's also a time where the UK is going through a huge political division around Brexit as well. I'm there, train traveling, let's be honest, backpack, laptops, phones, chargers. you saw the eyes on me, if I'm being really honest. You go into certain communities and I would again be the only brown face or black or non-white face in that area, and people would be like, when you're walking past, because that's what the UK was at that time, and unfortunately is in some pockets as well. But those heightened racial tensions, going into those sort of environments, and then going, right, I'm here to deliver change, you weren't met with pushback by the football clubs. You were met with actually open arms and going, right, let's make a difference together, because those football clubs saw the opportunity of their sphere of influence, their impact, to be able to make a real difference in terms of what they did. That was great. 2016, 3 years later, moved to Man United. Normally people gasp. You gasped? She literally gasped. And Man United was incredible. 5 years. She's just so shocked. Yeah. Man United was great. Great organisation to work for. Great to work for a football club in a way that you don't support, because you go in and you're completely objective. Did some incredible things there. Always proud to sort of work with so many colleagues and deliver what we delivered. We, as a club, we really took on the challenge and, not challenge, really took on the responsibility of fighting online abuse and discrimination, mainly out of necessity. Our players then, Man United players, were on the receiving end of it. Ashley Young, Marcus Rashford, Paul Pogba at the time were literally getting this abuse on social media every single week, and it was horrific, and we were seeing it, and we hadn't actually felt that we had a responsibility to challenge what was happening to them. So we did that. We took it on. We took the social media companies head on, and it was actually great to be part of something so much bigger, using the power of the Manchester United badge and the influence that we had, and go, right, banging your fist on the table, literally in some cases being like, right, let's do something. Side by side, I'm a CEO who's like, yeah, let's do something. Let's make it happen. And that's powerful when you've got the most powerful person in the football club. Literally, he's got my back every single minute and be like, right, let's go and do it. And that was great. And you know what? Really enjoyed it. And working there, did a total of 5 years, went through COVID, lived through COVID. It was one of those times I'll always look back and be like, that really helped me shape who I am. Loads about myself, loads about my values, what I liked, what I didn't like. I had different bosses, some brilliant, some not so brilliant. But you know what? That's life. That's what we all have. And then after 5 years, the knock on the door is like, what do you think about coming back to Liverpool? And I'll be honest, I was always like, I don't know, is it right? Are you going to delete the last 8 years of your career? Are you going to go back to being little Rishi with your cheeks pinched? Or are you going to be like, this is who I am, I'm actually an adult now, I can grow a bit of stubble, and things like that. And honestly, it's been incredible. 2021, rejoined the club. I kept in contact with friends, former colleagues. My wife works at Liverpool, so she's happy because she gets to live to work sometimes when our schedules align. But actually, it was an opportunity to come in with a brief to go put us in a leadership position. With the true diversity inclusion lens, put us in a leadership position and put us where we feel we need to be. Talked on the previous panel about the expectations on the football club and the fact that I see that as an opportunity, because fans and our stakeholders expect us to be the best and absolutely lead on and off the pitch. So actually that was the remit, and I'd be honest, I really feel like we've been able to do that from a diversity inclusion lens. You've gone from sort of looking at other clubs and thinking what they do is great, and then now looking at my own football club and being like, what we do is great. Is it done? Is it complete? Absolutely not. There's a hell of a lot more work for us to do, but actually, am I proud of what I've achieved in those past 2 years? Absolutely. So 2 years later, and the reason why I'm here today, another knock on the door, thankfully from a colleague in my own organisation, being like, what do you think about taking on the Red Way? LFC's approach to sustainability. And I'm like, it's big. And they were like, yeah, it's big. And I was like, let's do it. That was it. That was the end of the conversation. Let's make it happen. And it's been an incredible opportunity for me personally, but actually to marry up our approach to diversity, inclusion, and sustainability, I genuinely think that's what sets us apart as an organisation, not just from sports teams, but from many other organisations who are activating in this space. And I suppose the reason why is, like, we're a football club who's built on its values. Like, people expect us to talk to difficult topics. The city of Liverpool is a city that is built on helping others and supporting disadvantaged communities and giving each other a helping hand, and that's very much ingrained within our football club. And our sustainability approach, with the diversity inclusion lens, with the communities pillar, with the planet pillar, is a truly holistic one. So our foundation launched the impact report on Monday, engaged with 123,000 different people over the season, their return on value was 1 to 13. So for every pound that's invested, they did £13 worth of good. It's absolutely incredible, the work that Matt Parish and the team do every single day. And I talk about that with passion because that's where I came from. I came from that community skiing, that foundation, all those years ago, and actually if there's anything I can ever do to support them, I always will absolutely do that. But that's not just me as a person, I think that's also us as a football club. So when we activate and we talk about the Red Way and we're talking on stages like this, you'll always hear me, if you hear me speak again, you'll always hear me try and merge the conversation around diversity, inclusion, sustainability, because for me that's a conversation that has to happen hand in hand, because if it doesn't, I generally think we're missing an absolute trick in the way that we're doing it. And for us, when we bring the Red Way and sustainability to life, it's very much around how do we do that in a way that touches our local, national and international communities. Those three pillars, they allow us to do that, working with partners, with stakeholders. It allows us to really leverage up certain messaging with those commercial partners, but also with our stakeholders in the local community. So to be able to do that in a way where we can deliver employability programs, where we can implement our biodiversity schemes, where we can be the only football club who holds the British Standard ISO 2012-1 and be really proud of that. But even more importantly than that, where we as Liverpool Football Club have taken our responsibility to talk to the most important topics across people, planet and communities, that's where we feel we can really cut through. And actually that's why I personally feel, and hopefully the powers that be in LFC agree, that it sort of makes this role perfect for me and me perfect for this role, because I can look at it and go, okay, what's that different perspective? My counterparts at Premier League clubs were all hugely different. We've all got different roles. Some of them are like super technical sustainability experts. Like, I'll be honest, that is not me. That is not my strong point. I'm learning. I'm literally took this new role on about 6 months ago. So I'm learning every day, and I've learned so much in the past couple of days. But actually, where I feel we can make a difference is actually how do we tell that story, use the power and the influence that Liverpool Football Club has to change people's mindsets. Like, speaking to this stage is incredible, and the attention that I'm getting is, I'm really honoured by that, but actually how can we then take this voice, my voice, our leaders' voices, our most recognisable voices, and speak to audiences that maybe aren't as engaged in sustainability? And that's the responsibility and that's the opportunity that we have as one of the biggest football clubs in the world. That coincides with the Red Way report. Like, that is probably the most transparent and open we've probably ever been about anything. Like, football, clubs, sports, etc. There's an ultimate pressure to present this super finished, high-polished article and go, right, this is the finished product. Don't worry about the 5 years it's taken us to get you, all the challenges and mistakes we made. Just focus on the nice, shiny bit over here. We're actually, what we've done is with the Red Way report, and I can't take too much credit for that because it was the work of predecessors, we've gone, this is where we're at. Being open about our carbon numbers, being open about our diversity targets, being open about where we want to be open about where our challenges are, really importantly, and actually that's opened the door to some really meaningful and open conversations. So if anyone ever asks me, I'd love to know more about what you do, I literally just send them the link. And that's not me trying to get out of a conversation. You can tell I don't mind the sound of my own voice by the fact that I'm doing this, but actually to be able to just go, you want to know everything, you want to see what's behind the curtain, have a look, it's on the website. That's actually something which I take a lot of pride in, being able to do that. And every time that we report, we will continue to be as open as we possibly can. And the challenge that we've set colleagues, and I've set myself, is how can we be even more open? Not necessarily about our successes, but really about our challenges, because we're facing the same challenges. Sport is facing the same challenges around its fan travel, its impact on the environment, diversity in the workforce, the biodiversity piece, absolutely everything. And in some places we're doing pretty well, in some places we're doing not so well, and that's completely fine. But actually, to be able to open that door and go, we might need a little bit of a helping hand, we'll do that. We'll do it, because actually that's how we're only going to make the world a better place. I think my final point, really, to try and sort of compile my ramblings into one, is really is a point that is really important to me, and it won't be a surprise, but it's very much an open question or an open thought, I suppose, about how we, or how any organisation, embeds its diversity inclusion efforts within its environmental sustainability ones. Because if we're asking people to think differently, be different, come up with positive solutions, try and make the world a better place, you are absolutely not going to do that without diversity in the room. You're not going to do that within echo chambers of people who are super like-minded like you, or people who come from the same background, the same education, same family status, etc. It's a fact, it's not going to happen. You actually need and want that diversity of thought in the room, who will be that person or people who go, you know what, have you thought of this, or have you thought of it doing it differently? Like the disruptors, the agitators, the difficult people, you know what, I embrace it. I'm very much a person who goes, you know what, if you think I'm wrong, just tell me. But don't just tell me that I'm wrong, then let's work together to be part of the solution. And I think any organisation, regardless of the goals, can definitely do more in that. I think maybe you can't do one without the other, and my intention here today is not to sit here or stand here and go, oh, look how great we are, look our Liverpool Football Club are. I will never do that. Hopefully our work will speak for itself, and the things that we're good at and the work that we need to do more and will also speak for itself. But hopefully it's been a conversation or a talk that you've enjoyed, and hopefully it's left you with a couple of thoughts about how you could maybe embed diversity, inclusion topics and thoughts into your own work, as we all sort of try to make the world a better place. Thank you. Yeah, of course, yeah. I'll take questions. What's Asta?
Thank you so much. I was wondering, it's your first COP.
Yes.
What have you learned since you've been here? What's kind of made you go, whoa, the world is super
except for
behind?
the heat. Except for the heat.
Except for the heat.
Yeah.
And what are you really excited that you have heard and that you're kind of like, ooh, this is stuff that we can build on, that we can incorporate?
Yeah. So Amber, as you say, first COP, came into it completely open-eyed, just what's it going to be like. I'll be honest, I didn't appreciate, even though I thought I knew, how much we can learn from other sports. Like you sat on panels with like people like Fee Morgan from LGP and Adventurers and MotoGP and all these incredible brands. And actually I'm like, well, their problems are pretty similar to ours. Yes, they were set up completely differently. They were set up to be sustainable, but that doesn't discredit anything that they do actually. It just shows how good you can be if you focus on it in the right way. So for me, I've got reams of notes where I'm saying, right, need to speak to this person, need to speak to this person, need to see if I can get a day with them. Because that's the type of thing that we need to do. We've got challenges across multiple efforts, and they seem to be not seem to be, but they've managed to bypass those challenges, so we can learn from them. I think the thing that's really sort of opened my eyes about here is the spirit of collaboration that you definitely see across the Green Zone. I don't quite know what I expected. I probably expected, I know there are pockets of it, more exhibitions where you're being told how great organisations are. But what I've seen, especially on this stage and the work that we've done here, is that people are really open about, like, this is where we're at. Future sport, David Guido was like, it's not looking great, is it? We don't have that many conversations in sport around not saying things are great. As I said earlier, it's always about that, look at all the good stuff, look at all this, don't worry about this. So actually, that's really opened my eyes, and hopefully future COPs, if we're invited, if we have the opportunity to be out, hopefully we can continue that conversation. And if we're stood here or wherever it's going to be next year, I'll be able to say, you know what, we've made progress, but we've still got a bit more to do. Can show of hands anyone who can help us with that?
How could you go to Manchester United? And then actually my question is more about sort of the Liverpool community. How much do you find that you need to lead the way? Are the fans demanding you make changes around sustainability, or are you finding you're having to lead them? So just where is some of the community at on this, to be curious?
Thank you. To be honest, it's a bit of a two-way street. We are finding now that fans are asking more of us, what you do for Green Football Weekend, what you're doing for World Earth Day. And it's great for us to be able to say, well, we're doing this. And part of it, I would say, is because we've gone out there with the Red Way and we've told people, like, we are committed to sustainability. I do wonder how different it would be if we hadn't said anything or done anything on sustainability, whether people would still be asking us. But as I said earlier, I think there is absolutely an expectation on us as employees, as a football club, to speak to topics that are values-driven. And you could argue sustainability isn't values-driven, it's data-driven, but to be sustainable, I would say, is also a value in itself, because you're either into it from a passion perspective or you're not. That's why I do my job, it's out of passion, really. That's why everyone leads sustainability in a way, because they're passionate about what they do. I think fans asking us more questions now, but in that ultimate spirit of collaboration, which is great. They're saying to us, right, what can we do together to be more? So we've got a supporters board, which is a group of like engaged fans that we work with closely in an official capacity. Their chair, he's hugely big advocate of sustainability, both personally and professionally. He sits on a number of boards around that. So when we work closely and speak with him regularly about, right, what is the fan voice? What would fans like to see? We've got a few goals in the Red Way and our KPIs to make our fans sort of more aware of what we do, and we're very ambitious in that. For me, we're actually tweaking that slightly to not just talk about awareness, but also talk about engagement. Because that's the important part, that you can make everyone aware. It's Liverpool Football Club. You stick a badge on it, you talk about it, loads of people are like, oh yeah, I saw that, or saw this player do this. But actually, if we can engage with them and use the influence that we have to maybe affect some of their decision-making processes or the way they do things, or even do one tiny small change when you're working with the numbers that we are, it could actually make a real difference. Done? Oh.
Rishi, every year there is a change of team kit, home team, away kit, and something in between kit. And of course, kit merchandise is a huge part of any sporting club's revenue. So where does that end of season disposal of stock fit in the overall scheme of an impact report at a club like Liverpool?
Thanks, Phil. Definitely, disposal is not the right word to use, because actually the majority, if not all of that kit, goes into LFC Foundation, and they would distribute that across the world. So actually, that kit is obviously from a player related, it's like super high performance, it's built to last, etc. That actually goes into communities literally across the entire world. We have multiple charity partners to make sure that goes to the right place as well. And that's great, and you know what, yeah, we do have 3 kits here, we have multiple training kits, and are we going to change that? No, but Nike, or our kit provider, they do have sustainable options within their sort of range. I think a couple of years ago we had a fully recycled kit, remember rightly, but as Lucas said on the earlier panel, it's a great visual to say we've got that, but what sits behind it. So for us, actually, we've got really strong targets around our sort of merch supply chain and the work that we do with LFC products. It's not actually just about the kits. We've got a huge retail range that sits behind that, and we're introducing more and more sustainable practices into the stuff that we can control. But to answer your question specifically, that kit literally gets bagged up, goes to all 4 corners of the world, to the most deserving communities, and it's quite nice actually. You get back these pictures of these hugely sort of, in some cases, disadvantaged communities, and you're seeing them with a Liverpool top on, and you're literally making Liverpool fans by doing that. Sometimes you see other clubs, and I'm like, could we just edit that out of that picture? But in all honesty, like, it's brilliant, because you could go to somewhere in any part of the world, and you might see someone with a shirt, and you'd be like, how did you get that? But it's because it's made its way through a charity partner, through the engagement that we're able to do.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
thank you to our panelists. Yeah, absolutely brilliant, and welcome to COP, and yeah, just amazing to be here. So look, what would be great just as a start point is I'll obviously introduce just your name, but then just to give some background, what you're doing, would be lovely to hear. So why don't we start? Yeah, it would be fantastic.
Yes. Hi everyone. I'm Yasmin Mamoudier. I'm an architect and interior designer, and our practice is global. And I'm very much focused on sustainability and changing the built, construction world by innovative materials, reducing toxins, and this is kind of my mission. And I like to spread the word. We do a lot with 3D printing and recycled plastics, but other organic materials, and I think you will hear later on.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Nila Penderovsky. I'm the head roaster, as we say, the hotel manager for Rove Expo. Rove as a brand is a very sustainable brand, and we are happy to be part of this.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think hosting a lot of delegates.
We do.
Right in the middle of the blue and the green zone. You have a hotel right here,
yes,
right?
Right here, yes.
So
very interesting.
Any
very
other
exciting.
hotel? Yeah. You were telling me earlier that you've had some signings in the hotel that have been amazing.
Yes, we had some phenomenal MOU signings. We were told one of the cornerstones of COP. And had to do with energy signings. So we hosted some really high-profile people. We were very proud to be part of it.
Fantastic. Yeah, on to you.
Rashima Ingram from Grand Bahama in the Bahamas. I'm the Director of Workforce Development with the Blue Action Lab, as well as the Executive Director of Waterkeepers Bahamas, which is a nonprofit organization that focuses on water advocacy. And we've found a way, these two organizations found a way to engage the community and having them a part of that regenerative tourism product. So I'm going to be happy to be talking about that today.
Amazing. Well, welcome all the way from the Bahamas. I think you've traveled the furthest out of everybody here. So, thank you so much. Nick, over to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nick. I work for PwC. We are a consultancy, and in my area of the field, I lead our global tourism, hospitality, and destination development advisory services. So we work with countries, regions, cities, and private developers that build destinations and use these destinations to create economic opportunities for the citizen and residents, exposure to the world, economic opportunities for visitors to come in. And we do that across the world. A lot of it in this region here right now. This used to actually be one of my projects many years back. And we do it a lot in Southeast Asia and North Africa as well. It's a pleasure to be with you all.
Amazing. Thank you, Nick. So, tourism and this whole, I think it's the second largest industry in the world. And obviously, it contributes significantly to global finance on a worldwide basis, but also has a very significant impact from a sustainability perspective. So leading to my first question for each of you, and starting with yourself, in terms of tourism industry and including sustainability in its growth, what can travel professionals and what can we do to drive that? How can we work within your space, which is obviously architecture and design, to drive that and to minimize impact and on that side of things?
Well, I think we can do a lot of things already, and I have a feeling everybody's waiting for some magic thing happening, but we have to start doing it now and every day and everyone. And I mean, in my practice, we have been doing a lot of research for sustainable materials for over decades, where we try to identify what are the materials that are really very harmful, and one of them is concrete, which is 8% of CO2 emissions is coming from concrete. So we are trying to find alternatives to build, and we have an array of amazing materials that are cleaning the air, anti-odor, antibacterial, and I might talk more about this, but I think the demand of the traveler of today is they're becoming more conscious about it, and there's a lot of research done where there's definitely a majority of people that would rather go to a more sustainable hotel. It has to be authentic, and it has to be, you know, not greenwashing, which sadly is happening a lot, but it has to be convincing that they are doing something. And sustainability is not just, you know, it's construction, it's local people, it's local food. Even if you are a luxury hotel, it's not flying in the shrimps from Thailand, but it's, you know, it's organic food, it's something close by. And sustainability is about our well-being. I mean, we also have to be sustainable. That's why longevity and biohacking and all of this is such a big trend in the hospitality industry and the travel industry. And this is what we are working on, you know, by doing projects, by spreading the word and trying to, you know, to influence the investors, the developers, but also make architects and designers aware that they have a responsibility. They can't just do things the way they were done because it's familiar, it's easy. We have always to choose the, you know, the difficult way, the challenging way. I mean, it's all about growth, and I think it's the same in the travel industry. If we want to sustain the travel industry and we want to have impact on the world in a positive way, because we can't just, you know, we can't just stop traveling. Obviously, this is not going to happen. But so we have to focus on solutions. And I think there's too much talk about, you know, problems, but we have to find solutions, and there are solutions if we get started, if we do our research, and also if we look at data. And I think, yeah, there's more to do than many people think.
Amazing, amazing thoughts. And forgive me to put you on the spot, but if I said to you, one destination, one hotel, one somebody that's getting it really right in your mind,
well,
or a poster child,
there's a company called itmustbenow.com. It's a very interesting website where they only list hotels who have done the certification. And as one example, there's one of the Four Seasons in the Maldives that is totally sustainable. And so it's not that automatically all Four Seasons hotels are in the group. And that's a very good example what they do, you know, what they do with the locals, how they take care of water waste, of energy reduction. I mean, there's so many things they're doing. And so, you know, I encourage you to look on the site at mustbenow.com, because they have examples of hotels who tick the boxes. And really, it's important to get certifications that are also really, authentic. And one of the very known ones is EarthCheck from Australia, which is, I think, the most known in the hospitality industry. And it's a way, you know, to get started.
Amazing, and great to see a big group like the Four Seasons working on that at that level and on that basis. No, really, really fantastic.
It has a lot to do also, I have to say, with the local person, I think, who's really very engaging from Four Seasons, and the investor, because they're all different investors.
Of course, and that from an investment perspective, that's a key driver, right? The owners of these properties can drive it alongside the hotel management team.
And what many don't know is that, you know, I'm talking a lot, as you know, all over the world. And I'm showing that you can increase your ROI by building sustainable. And this is something that there's a total misconception about it. And it's just ignorance, I have to say. And you know, and I think we just have to educate and show the way. And at the end of the day, finances are very important. You know, nothing works without return of investments. But it's not contrary. That's mainly my point.
Yeah, and also the consumer voting with their dollars, right? Which is starting to happen as well. And I think that wave, it's starting, but I think it's only going to just continue. Moving on to Rove and yourself, just love to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, on that point, Booking.com recently has done a study. 80% of travelers are more likely to choose a sustainable hotel than a non-sustainable hotel. So that's already a really big group. 80% is the vast majority. So the education is taking place, which is great. So once people like Yasmin have given us a really good hotel, and it's sustainable, like for example, Rove Expo is LEED certified. That means it's been built in a most sustainable way, so you have it's like metro, shuttle buses, etc., which helps us then as an operator to run with it. So we have chosen, as Rove, we have chosen Green Key, which is another certification. It's a really good audit, an in-depth audit that puts us through our paces and ensures that we are doing the right things. And it's not only the greenwashing. So they come with us, they look at how do we spend our energy, our solar panels working, our salt water pools in place. Do we really have LED lighting? How do we source our produce? Is it organic? Is it local? Is the fishmonger certified, for example, that they don't go into overfished areas? So all this is happening. Plus, I have to say Dubai is doing a really nice job in involving industry and government to also bring this forward. So they have introduced a sustainability certificate as well, which they call a Dubai Sustainability Stamp, very much alongside Green Key. Another really in-depth audit. We volunteered for it. We wanted to see how we're doing, and we've really been sitting for pretty much a whole day, going through our records and seeing the hotel.
Fantastic.
So this, it's a lot of efforts are being made to not only take sustainable buildings, but then also in the industry really to go forward with it operationally.
Got it. And I think it's if you look at hotel owners and operators or operating a standard hotel, facing that, obviously Rove, many of those buildings have been recently built, and so you're able to establish them in the way. But I think that's probably, maybe we'll come back to that challenge because that's where, probably the biggest challenge from a hotel perspective is on a worldwide basis. Moving on to yourself, some thoughts around this.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very happy to say that the Bahamas just recently got its destination management certification, which now gives those national and government agencies the opportunity to say to tour operators or resorts, here is what we need you to do. But not only that, but looking at the fact that we're an archipelago where we have many different islands offering many different types of tourism products, building those councils, those sustainability councils where they can work together as a team to say, how do we all contribute to this product, this practice of sustainability, and not only say it, but it's a part of the council's model. It's a part of their mission. So I know that on Grand Bahama and Abaco, they're looking at establishing it. Places like Eleuthera and Exuma have already found a way to incorporate the council and the voices of the local community, where farmers, where tour guides are a part of the conversation about not only being directed about what it is that they should be doing, but are a part of how they can work together, how they can improve the model of sustainability. And like she said, not only just checking off the boxes, but it's a part of everyone's mission to be a part of the whole sustainability practice, not only the tourists who are looking on booking.com, but also the residents who are providing products, fresh products, who are providing those cultural experiences for visitors who are coming, all a part of the program.
Amazing, amazing, thank you. Nick's working on some of the biggest tourism development projects in the world. Your thoughts?
You probably can't go wrong if you develop your destinations with your residents and citizens in mind rather than the tourist. The tourist actually shouldn't be the client, even though, of course, ultimately the visitor coming in is something you're looking for happening. But if you look at destinations that are able to move towards sustainability, they tend to be in areas where there is a consensus that the community of local residents, etc., has a certain way that they want to see the destination evolve, and that destination, whether that is in the tangible or intangible or cultural space, then creates an appeal for visitors, right? And very often, quite frankly, your biggest tourists are actually your residents, right? Because day tourism is a humongous part and a very, I would say, sustainable part of your touristic value chain. So if you start or restart, there's cities that haven't done that historically but that are doing it now. Amsterdam, for example, has a super interesting program in that area. If you recenter the way you plan tourism on what do my residents, my immediate ecosystem needs, then a whole chain of thing happens that probably leads you to something very sustainable, right? You're going to have a more localized value chain because you're going to have more of the business, of the production of some of the things that you had mentioned as well, happening within 20 kilometers rather than within 10,000 kilometers where you've got to bring it. You're going to have more local tourism, day tourism, domestic tourism, which has shorter travel times. You're going to have longer periods of stays, so you need less tourists to get to your numbers because you get more nights per tourist, right? You're going to have more grassroots build-up of small and medium enterprise, which then creates, you know, a local supplier ecosystem, which yet again is helpful in moving towards a sustainable business model. So that's where we have a lot of conversations across the world, by the way. There's nobody that is doing it much better than the others. There is individual superstar destinations that do it well or that try to do it well. And if you do that, you're gonna have much less of having to deal with this contradiction of saying, well, actually the best part of the most sustainable tourism is the one where everybody stays home, right? Technically. It's not correct, but often people say, well, just don't fly there, just don't travel there. But if you create communities that are built on these covenants, then you actually come to a point where you can have successful, profitable, localized, sustainable tourism, and that's ultimately what everyone is after.
Yep.
Yeah.
So really what I'm hearing there is start with the community, start with the local,
always
start with the local, think about that, and then work outwards in terms of thinking about the international.
Yeah, and of course you create, you know, I'm a geek, so I need KPIs, right? So when you all your KPIs, forget about visitor nights, forget about average daily spend. I'm not saying they're not important, but they're ultimately what's called lag indicators. They either happen or not, and by the time you see them, it has happened already. But if you set a way that you develop that is based on KPIs that measure your positive impact to community, and there's many ways you can look at that one, then you get exactly to that point, right? Make sure that you plan for your community and make sure that you stay course for your community. That would then also avoid elements such as over-tourism, unjust distribution of income, you know, a few benefiting, many suffering from the negative externalities of tourism. It influences job creation, it goes into the education sector. So you got to keep track and not succumb to the easy buck that is going to have long-term difficulties for you. So yeah, focus on the residents.
Amazing. And yeah, fantastic, thank you, Nick. And your thoughts around that local community piece and what can be done around that area. I mean, that you know, giving back while, you know, obviously there are certain places in the world where, you know, tourism is very dependent on international travelers coming in, but there are certain other places where it's not nearly so dependent. But yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, I think, you know, the local part is very important, and you have to be a bit creative. I mean, if I would imagine I have a hotel in an interesting culture, it's not like, you know, you just go there, stay in the hotel complex and go back, but you can have arts and crafts, you can work with artists, you can work with locals, I mean, you know, healers, whatever there is. I mean, you can really kind of dig into the whole environment. And I think this is about, the hotel is more than just like a place to stay and to eat, but the hotel should be, has the interest to give you a transformative experience. I think we left the experience, you know, kind of a subject where I say, yeah, you want to experience something. No, experience is not enough. It's about transformation, to be a better human being, to, you know, take care of your mind, soul, and body, and to have contact. And human contact is very important. And there's a lot of luxury hotels which are very they have a lot of lack of human contact. Oh. You know, I don't want to name some, but,
Absolutely.
I mean, I got so inspired that I'm working on my own hotel brand where I call it's Amman meets Soho House, because I said Soho House has created a community, but it's not luxury, and Amman is luxury, but there's something lacking. And so I think there's a lot of you know, things you can do. You have to be creative to involve the guests into it and also the community. And I think it's a duty of the hotel to create these events, these gatherings. I think everybody should have like an almost event manager for organizing it. It doesn't happen by itself, but this is where you tap into the richness of each country. And this is what traveling is about. I mean, you don't want to just displace yourself to another country and impose yourself coming from outside, spending a lot of money. I think that's very insensitive. And like what Nick was saying, you know, I think it's about taking care of your people, of your staff. The more you take care of them, the better they serve the guests and get them involved into the whole process.
Amazing. Great, really fantastic comments. And yeah, moving on to yourself and Rove on that area in terms of local community. I mean, obviously, here. I think you're 12 hotels as it stands. Is that correct?
Nine.
Forgive
Getting
me.
there.
9 hotels, and obviously all of those based in the UAE.
Yes.
And in terms of just local community engagement, and I'd love to hear what you guys are doing.
What Yasmin said, basically. No. Yeah, it's very true. I mean, we like to be very community driven. So we do very frequently events to involve the local community. For example, we partnered with World Art Dubai in the past and have graffiti contests outside, and you can come the whole day and just experience art as it's made. Artists were showing how to do graffiti, how to do lithography, the good old-fashioned printing. So you involve kids, you involve the families, you involve the artists. You have good food, a DJ, and have a great day. We also have geek days where we get gamers into, particularly Rove Downtown is very well known for this. I'm looking at our events, head of events over there, Paulie, who is in charge of that one. And we had a really great time getting a lot of gamers in. That just was recently, 4 weeks ago, something like that? Yeah. So you have to get the community on their feet. I absolutely agree. Really. Very aligned.
You gave me a new idea with the graffiti. Then we have to redesign it after the guests.
Yeah.
Yes. So I bought pieces there because it was so cool. And I have them at home. We have to do that again. But there's so many things you can do, and you can get creative, particularly when it concerns art and crafts and music and having a good time.
Fantastic. Very, very cool. And moving on to you in terms of that thought process of local community, and you're working on mangroves in the Bahamas. Tell us a bit about this. It'd be lovely to hear.
Disaster sometimes is a blessing. For us, the recent Hurricane Dorian in 2019 really devastated a lot of the mangroves on Grand Bahama and Abaco. And we saw that as an opportunity to not only find a way to engage the community, to get them involved in the restoration project. And when we say community, we don't just mean the residents or government agencies or locals. We also incorporated international funding agencies and then visitors who wanted to be a part of that, who heard about the story and who wanted to help. Not help in a monetary way, but putting their hands in the soil and actually working. And from that, we were able to sit down with tourism professionals and say, how do we now build a service or a product where people are coming, they want to stay, they want to find a unique experience. They don't want that Nassau experience.
Yep.
They don't want the Miami experience. They want a Grand Bahamian Freeport experience. So we thought, let's train some tour guides or some taxi drivers, teach them about mangroves, the different types of mangroves, bring tourism professionals into our nursery, let them be a part of that immersive experience, because I find that a lot of that is lacking. We've been focusing so long on trying to just create that tourist product and not making it unique. So when we built the nursery, we gave them an opportunity to come into a space that can be a new and unique product that we can offer to visitors who are staying for a day, who are staying for a week, who want to be a part of something where we planted 50 mangroves today in 2023, but in 2053, here is the growth of that. So now they have investment into this destination. They want to come back because they want to see how the project is progressing over time.
Amazing. And I think, listen, what is incredible is when that tourism where people will come and actually get their hands dirty, as you said, right?
Right.
And as you said, then they create a bond with that place, wherever that may be. And then the return drive is obviously significantly increased on that side of things. And Nick, in your travels and obviously moving around, how much of that have you seen in terms of from the projects and the side that you've been working on?
So you're talking about the community engagement?
Absolutely.
A lot of the projects that we work on are ultimately the result of regional or national governments' desire to transform their economy, right? You see it a lot here in the region, and in the kingdom, tourism has already transformed Dubai and Abu Dhabi. You see it a lot in Southeast Asia. You saw it a lot in Eastern Europe after the fall of the Iron Curtain, right?
Yep.
So when these tourism development projects are set up with an ambition to transform the economy, then very often governments are actually very supportive in saying, you got to show me how this delivers to my local community.
Yep.
And very often, quite frankly, they tend to be early destinations where the local community is what is present when you start developing tourism, right? Saudi Arabia is a perfect example. Both you and I have worked extensively there. Now, when the tourism development boom started there, there was no leisure tourism there,
yep.
right? But there were local communities, and there was a humongous 2,000-year-old culture of hospitality, right? So when you do that, and when you do it with the spirit I spoke about before, if you develop it in the spirit of delivering benefits to them, then that comes relatively natural,
yep.
right? If you superimpose it and say, guys, you were a perfectly happy rural little city, you know, rooted in agriculture and in something else, I don't know, congratulations, you are now a casino destination,
yep.
then that's where you know you're going to have problems for 30 years of all kinds, right? Mm-hmm. Luckily, I would say, as of the last 10, 15 years, maybe on the sins of the previous 15 years, this philosophy is much more rooted in the mainstream of tourism development. So this is not a particularly original or revolutionary way of developing tourism. I think it's just a counter movement to the construction and development sins of the 60s and 70s and 80s that all of you would know a couple examples of that. So you can actually do it without really shifting from the mainstream of how you ought to develop tourism.
Absolutely.
It's a lot more fun to do it, to be honest, right?
Yeah, totally. Yeah. So, and what we definitely see, and you just mentioned this a second ago, was obviously governments on a global basis. Obviously, it's a competitive world, and they're all driving tourism from its heads in beds. It's their national GDP for many. I mean, the Bahamas is yep. That's a critical one, right? So there's this real balance I feel between government drive, obviously on the overall, and sustainability and profit and all of those pieces moving around. What do you think, maybe from your side, what do you think from a government perspective they could be doing to try and drive the numbers, which we get is so critical to certain countries, right, against, alongside the sustainability side? Love to hear, your thoughts on that.
They definitely should be the regulators and looking at how do we improve the policy, how do we improve legislation in order for the community to benefit, but as well as the visitors to have that experience that they can only find in the Bahamas. So having those conversations on global platforms, finding out about certifications, how do we now incorporate those sustainability practices into our Bahamian product is what government should be doing, and ensuring that there is that framework available for resorts and tour guides and everyone else in the community to have an understanding of where they fit into the equation, but then allowing the people on the ground, the people who are providing the services to really look at what their needs are and express their needs, and not necessarily say this is exactly what should be done, but then look at the needs assessment of where everybody is going to benefit, and allowing them to develop their products, allowing them to develop the experience that the visitors are going to be a part of. And like he said earlier, what Nick said before is so important. Like, you're not only getting those international visitors. For us, like I'm from Grand Bahama. I go to New Providence, I go to Eleuthera, I go to Bimini. I want a different experience on each island that I go to. So I don't want that same thing being offered to me everywhere.
Yeah, got it. No, absolutely. Nick, you obviously, you touched on this already. I mean, you're dealing with, to a degree, governments, tourism authorities all over the world. Your thoughts on, that government piece, and there's a real balance here, right? It's,
I'm just going to say, I think we need more government in tourism, right?
You think we need
more government in tourism?
Yep.
the tourism industry, more so than certain other industries that tend to fuel a country, is a small and medium enterprise business industry, right? And as such, you very often have small, motivated, but often not very powerful participants, you know, in your supply chain, in your local fruit stands, in your local tour guide, etc., so on, that are pitted against large international conglomerates, tour operators,
hotel chains,
hotels, airlines, etc., so on. And that is just an asymmetry in negotiation that I think is unfair to put on your local ecosystem, saying, well, guys, you guys just need to go and speak to any given airline, XYZ, and tell them that you expect their people to travel more sustainably, and that can't happen, right? So I think there is a strong curating role for those entities in government that have influence in tourism in, first of all, probably having quite a bit of that rebalancing of power that has gone missing in the past sometimes, but also in capacity building, right? In making sure that, again, I'm coming back to the supply chain question, basically this in-country value, that the value generation stays local, that it results in jobs, in education, in restoration, in regenerative tourism projects, and the free market has not managed to produce that in the last 3 or 4 years. And even though I also sometimes see surveys such as, you know, booking.com or so on, but fundamentally where government said, I leave the private sector to rebalance into a more sustainable destination, except a few very small niche products, I've never seen it happen. So there is, I sound very communist here, but there's the need for regulation, for realignment, for readjustment, for re-equipping with new skills. And once that balance is perhaps re-established, then I would expect government to say, quite frankly, I'm not needed to the same extent that I used to, and they could pull back again. But it's a really, really tricky area,
really
which is probably why we're having a COP.
Delicate balance. Delicate balance. And moving on to Rove again, in terms of the key pieces that you guys are doing in this area, I mean, we've touched on them slightly, but are there any real highlights that you guys would say, well, this is really something that we're outstanding at? I mean, you mentioned Four Seasons, and obviously they're, you know, big group, but any real key high points from your side?
Well,
from a sustainability perspective.
I mean, what we did this year was we went plastic free inside the rooms. So we used to have plastic bottles. We now have our own filtration system. We're using glass bottles. We cleaning them, reusing them, and we took a really good look at every single aspect inside the room. Are we 100% plastic free yet? No, because we still have to work with suppliers. There are certain regulations in terms of kitchen hygiene where we have to use, for example, cellophane wrap. But again, then there are different solutions already out there that you use a certain type that is that we can regenerate. Perhaps the other thing that we're really good at is the whole waste management aspect, where we partnered with a really good waste management company that gives us very clear statistics on what type of waste we have. So our KPI is to reduce waste to landfill for this year and then for the next year. Our food waste gets composted 100%. We're also working with food banks. And we're working with technology, so we implemented a technology called Winnow, which measures our food waste. So we can see, for example, right now we have buffets, which we normally don't do because they are more wasteful than a la carte, but we have such big volume at this particular hotel that we just have to put up a buffet. But we can see, for example, we threw away a lot of potatoes. Why is that? Did we cook too much? And if we cook too much, can we reuse them? Can we repurpose them? Can we make a potato salad or something the next day? So that's really really cool. And talking about government, so government now here has an initiative also to reduce food waste, which I think is great. So we are one of the trial properties right now. We measured our food waste, and our base was, I think, per plate, we had approximately 50-gram food waste per plate, whereas an average out there is about 70. So ROF already is lower. So now, this week, we started having COP, and we saw, oh, these guys are much more conscious. So the food waste was down to about 28 gram, which great. And then we put out reminders, like little 10 cards to say, this is how much food you should take, change starts with you. So little teasers to get the brain going to say, oh, maybe I take less food and come back for more. And it reduced from 28 gram down to 24 gram, which is maybe small, but 28 is already really small to begin with. But, you know, so these are the little things you can do to start educating people in a nice way, so to have nudges out there and get them engaged in the whole process to say, oh, okay, I'm producing less waste.
Absolutely. And I mean, what we're really hearing there is that, and this is not just for the hospitality industry, but this is the little things that people can do on a daily basis. I mean, from across board, those little things can have that impact. And I think
once you start that there, maybe then at home you do the same. You buy less, you have less at home, you have less in the fridge, you throw less away, because that also is a huge problem around the world, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, your thoughts would be lovely to.
Well, with your food waste, we work with a company that creates tableware out of food waste. And there's other things that can be done with food waste. So for me, the exciting thing is to see from all waste that's around the world, from construction, from any kind of materials, from plastic, but also from concrete, from tiles, from ceramics. There are some amazing companies that take this and make it into new materials. So, I mean, I was talking about plastics. Only 9% of all plastic in the world gets recycled, which means everything ends in landfill and in the oceans. So by 3D printing, which we have started to do, and we can really show and prove, because I did an exhibition in Design Miami in Basel showing how you can build, how it's sturdy, architecture and design, with recycled plastic if it's 3D printed. 3D printing is really interesting and is going to be the future anyway, because there's no waste. When you 3D print, you don't have waste product. And then the plastic itself, if you have the 3D printing, you can recycle it. It's circular economy, indefinite. But there are other companies, like in Italy, there's a company that do amazing ceramics tiles, and they have built a building in Milan, for example, that in 2 years they offset the CO2 that was produced through the production of the ceramics. And I think one thing we forget is that we are surrounded by toxins everywhere. So we know they're in food, they're in the air. So in terms of the air, we have materials that you can use for the facade, which literally takes the CO2 and transforms it into oxygen. Or we have some that there's data on it that reduces with these materials, and also in landscape, there are materials that you can use in landscape, which really reduces the air pollution. And there are tens of millions of people dying every year because of air pollution.
Yeah.
And on the same hand, when I talk about some of these other materials, there's so many, I mean, in wood, there's formaldehyde, there's all these toxins. And there are alternative materials, and I think it's important to see, and they're beautiful, they're aesthetically beautiful, and you can really do something. So it's not the same wood, it's reclaimed wood. We work a lot with reclaimed wood from Holland, but you can have reclaimed wood almost everywhere. And it's about looking how you use the waste instead of producing always, new materials. And there's even a material for Saudi Arabia, for example, that I don't think they even know, or even here in Dubai, which is 50% produced by desert sand. It's half the impact of concrete, and it's as strong as concrete. And you can build with this material, which was invented by, it's very often very creative people who invent these products.
Amazing, amazing. No, fantastic. Brilliant. And looking, as we sort of come slightly towards the end, looking towards the future, for each of you, emerging trends that you see. I mean, Nick, you're obviously working sort of on the forefront of this, and in terms of just anything that you see that is coming up, any moving parts around that one that you really think this is something you can see coming down the line. I mean, it's so difficult, isn't it, in terms of tourism, people wanting that growth, but then managing the sustainability thing. But yeah, in terms of that first question, your thoughts would be great.
So one trend that has been talked about for a while, but really hasn't, at least I haven't seen it till recently, is that move from sustainability as a, let's call it a marketing gimmick, or perhaps more positively as a differentiating factor, to a prerequisite if you want to have access to financing, access to promotion and distribution, right? That has only happened relatively recently, that you would go to a bank and say, hey, I'm a good credit risk, I want to build a hotel, etc., I'm going to do so. And the bank says, and what about your sustainability, right? 2, 3, maybe even 5 years ago, they would have said, wonderful, 7% okay for you, go, do whatever you want with it, right? Not quite, but exaggerating. So that trend is massive. It's not very sexy to talk about it because you can't touch it, right? But it's ultimately got the potential to freeze out non-sustainable development. Because the overwhelming majority of anything touristic that gets built or financed in the world relies on some form of third-party finance, right? And if they say they don't do it as aggressively, but if the result is either be credible and documented and demonstrated in certain sustainable practices, or you're just going to be frozen out of the market. So it's not even the consumer that is going to say, I need you to do all these things or I'm not coming. You're never even going to be born to begin with as a touristic product. So that's a really cool product. That's a really cool trend.
And can you see the bankers driving and the investors driving that in real, you know, in terms of knowing their,
yes, yes, you can.
Starting to happen.
So first of all, yes, you can. And there, to be fair, a lot of the original thinking and a lot of the original driving of that actually came from the bankers. It didn't come from the area at large. It was, I mean, bankers, or the financial industry, right? It was also insurances and private equity. They are very good at looking forward and saying, what are the requirements towards financing and investment going to be in the future? So they started calling it very early. They introduced a lot of the, I'm Swiss, so maybe I have to defend the bankers, sorry. But so they started basically formulating the first prototypes of what sustainable finance would look like. Then other people came in, regulators came in, alternative investment sources came in. But to me, that's one of the more exciting ones because it tackles the challenge at the roots.
At the ground.
If only sustainable things get financed and built, many of these things that you wonderfully are able to show right now as saying, look, we're trying to do something, but we're pretty alone right now, are going to be natural. They're going to be, you know, it's like treating each other nicely. So actually, you know what, I'll just stay with that one to yield some time back, but that one trend is one to watch.
Amazing.
It's really exciting.
Amazing.
There's
Listen,
more.
if we can get that piece working from an underpinning perspective, foundation-wise, amazing in terms of the drive. Yeah, your thoughts in terms of any trends that you see coming down the line?
Emergent trends, especially for Blue Action Lab, are those investments that are low impact but involves that community engagement aspect. Really looking at attracting those businesses, those opportunities that are going to be complementary, but those opportunities that are also going to blend in well and provide a product or service that helps to enhance the community, allowing them to be able to interact with locals, having locals be a part of providing some of their services, providing some of their products, like the farmers, like the small tour operators. We're finding that that's something that we're really going to have to focus a lot more on because that's the type of investment that we're attracting.
Yeah, amazing. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think in general, I mean, we think very often we're trying to educate the consumer, but I think really the consumer is educating us. And it will become, I think sustainability is, it will be just much more a way of life in the future. I mean, we still will continue to talk about it, and I think it's never a road that ends. We have to continue to improve and get better. But I think you can only do that together.
Yeah, yeah. So really, yeah, I think your point, the consumer is, I think if it comes at it both sides, one is on the investment side and the consumers in terms of voting with their dollars, their feet, their thought process. I that will drive behavior of the service industry that is the tourism industry ultimately. Yeah, your thoughts?
Well, I think there's going to be some pressure because there's going to be carbon tax that nobody really talks about or knows about. And I think, I mean, I don't know in this part of the world, but in Europe definitely there are regulations that are out where you have to pay carbon tax if you are not sustainable. So I mean, there's this one pressure, and I think this is going to determine, you know, developments of hospitality. But I agree. You can do things. I mean, I have, for example, I think it's very important when you have resort hotels and you have children, you can have sustainability workshops. They are the next generation.
Yep.
So you know, this is not taught in school, sadly. So I think there are things that you can do to, you know, to be more proactive. And you can see the trend that it's also about the green branding. I think in marketing-wise, it's differentiating a hotel from the other. And I think some brands are realizing that this is a way, and you know, and people understand very quickly it's authentic or not. So if you do it the right way, you will have customers forever, and you will have repeated customers. So
amazing, amazing. And I think we have a few more minutes for any questions that we might have from anybody. Yeah, we have somebody over here.
Hello. Yeah. Nicholas, this is probably directed at you, sort of going on the investment piece that you were talking about. Obviously, it's, you know, bankers are looking at investing new developments in a sustainable perspective, but looking at the amount of hotels that are already in existence, the refurbishments, refinancing, is there pressure on vendors, you know, that are coming to the end of a holding cycle that need to think about defensive refurbishments and that kind of element? Your thoughts would be really interesting there in terms of...
Sure. Look, one of the cool things, and let's stay with hotels as an example, right? Because they are one of the largest classes of tourism assets. Luckily, they deplete very fast because, you know, they get a lot of traffic in there, a lot of in and out. It's pretty tough life being a hotel, right? Because you get beaten the hell out of yourself, basically, right? Which means that the reinvestment cycles that you need in order to stay in the game are relatively short, right? I mean, you can plan on, depending on what kind of a property you're in and where you are, to basically redo the inside of your rooms every 5 to 8 years, and the rest every... Basically, within 20 years, you're going to build a hotel and you're going to finance it one more time in the refurbishments. It's kind of the rule of thumb. So that gives you recurring points to make a decision of how you want your next round of investment to look. And if you look at what has happened recently, especially Europe is a great example, the number of sustainable refurbishments that are happening in Europe right now are astounding. And it's not necessarily because people suddenly found their sustainability soul. It's because energy prices have quadrupled, right? And so solutions that were perhaps less attractive now have a payback period of 2 years where it used to be 20 years. And of course, governments are helping as well. So there is, again, I wish I could give you a more melodramatic, all is wrong and we're never going to get there message. But the reality is, in very boring small steps, the refurbishment of hospitality assets across the world is actually progressing rather nicely. But we're not done yet, of course, right? But in general, I think this is an area where we see a lot of improvements very quickly these days.
Good in a way that the energy cost is driving that drive, right?
Yeah,
and that's a really.
I mean, look, sustainability should. It doesn't always need to have to be painful, right? Sure. You need to take opportunities of these windows, take advantage of these opportunities where there's an intersection of what you want sustainably from sustainability and what makes sense commercially. And when you have these windows, you got to push to serve that wave out until it perhaps dies down. And suddenly you've created a new standard that then becomes natural, whereas it was quite innovative a few years before, right? So, yeah.
Amazing. Any more questions? No? One more question. Here we go. Probably last one.
Hi, thank you. It's not really a question, but I just wanted to echo this, that the role of hospitality as touch points, because there's so many touch points in every experience of the tourists when they come. And the educational opportunity, as we're doing with Riva, is massive, because we're looking already at, you know, furnishing our houses like hotels are furnished. And so being inspired by the hotels that we stay in. So you're bringing in maybe some tourists because they're choosing you for your sustainability, but you also have the opportunity to bring people in because you're beautiful, and actually then to educate and take that back home. So I think that's a great opportunity.
Amazing, yeah. I mean, I think I think both of you actually made that point around education and the responsibility of tourism, which, as I said at the beginning, is the second largest industry in the world, to educate. And, if that's part of the mix, it's a fantastic thought process. Great, well, look, just to wrap up here, to say thank you to everybody on this fantastic panel, and happy travels, everybody.
Happy travels.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you all for coming back for our first panel after our lunch break. This will be raising impact. No, it will not. Could you move the slide, please? Sorry. Anyways, so we're going to have an introduction from two wonderful Indigenous leaders to start off this session, but then we're going to dive into our panel session, which is about community engagement in sustainable tourism, led by Juliet Kingsman afterwards. Please join me in giving them a massive round of applause as we welcome our two Indigenous leaders onto the stage with their translator.
Buenos días, buenas tardes.
Hi, how are you? Hello? Okay, perfect. So we're very happy to participate in this panel. Allow me to introduce the panelists. This is Domingo Peas. He's the president of the Amazon Sacred Headwaters Alliance, which is an alliance that represents over 30 indigenous nationalities from the Ecuadorian and Peruvian Amazon. Their territory is about 35 million hectares, and there are 600,000 people who live in that area. We also have Teresa Chiriapa, who is the president of the community Mashian in the Ecuadorian Amazon. She's an Ashuar leader, and they are going to speak about the initiative that they have when it comes to sustainable tourism that they are doing in their communities. So let's start with the first question. How do you empower communities through sustainable tourism? And maybe we can start with Teresa. Teresa, ¿puedes empezar tú? Ya te presenté la respuesta. Ya dije que era Teresa. ¿Cómo se empodera a la comunidad?
Solo no tengo que decir nada, simplemente.
Ya te presenté, solamente la respuesta. ¿Cómo se empodera la comunidad con el turismo?
Aló. Yo soy, soy mujer indígena ecuatoriana, así que nosotros empoderaríamos la Amazonía es con turismo comunitario.
So I'm an indigenous woman, I'm an indigenous leader, and we are empowering the community to sustainable tourism.
Conservando nuestra cultura, porque la nueva generación que viene, mientras más nosotros conservamos nuestra cultura a la Amazonía, yo creo que la nueva generación va a disfrutar lo que estamos disfrutando nosotros también.
So we are conserving, protecting our culture through sustainable tourism because it allows us to preserve our culture and pass it through to the next generations. Domingo? ¿Cómo se empodera la comunidad por medio del turismo sustentable?
El turismo es sustentable porque toda la Amazonía aún es intacta de los territorios indígenas y solo este programa de turismo no hace ninguna contaminación, daño a la naturaleza.
The sustainable tourism initiatives that we are implementing in the territories are truly sustainable because none of the nature, none of the forests, none of the rivers, nothing is polluted or destroyed during the implementation of this program.
El empoderamiento es entrenando hombres y mujeres para que ellos sientan propio, así como defienden su Amazonía, su selva intacta, sigan manteniendo para próximas generaciones.
So the community empowerment that we're doing is through training and teaching and giving skills to youth, indigenous peoples, so they keep protecting the territories as they are the next generation, so they can continue protecting the territories as we have taught them.
Es sustentable el turismo para el mundo indígena en la selva amazónica indígena porque crea muchas fuentes, muchas oportunidades. Cuando hay turismo, hay producto interno para dar comida a los turistas, hay trabajo de mujeres, hombres, jóvenes de artesanía, hay servicios básicos de guianza en hotel. También se preserva la cultura, la identidad y su lengua.
Okay. Another way these initiatives, these sustainable tourism initiatives that we are talking about, they are also sustainable because they create employment sources for the youth, which allow us to get basic services in the communities like water and healthcare services. Women are also part of these initiatives because besides supporting the tourists that come to the territories, they can also sell their craftsmanship that also provides another source of income for the families that are working in these communities.
De esa manera, la juventud no va a salir en busca de trabajo a la ciudad. No va a haber migración. Segundo, también la gente de la población no va a pensar en carretera. Y ningún producto en grande escala no hay cómo sacar porque la Amazonía de los indígenas está fuera de contacto de carretera, está 1 hora en avioneta, entonces ningún producto se puede sacar en grande escala, pero sí el programa turismo es factible. Yo trabajo 23 años en la comunidad y hasta ahora está exitoso.
So I've been working in this sustainable tourism initiative for 23 years. It allows to keep our young people in the community. They don't have to migrate. They don't have to go to the city in the search for work, for a source of income. So they can stay, contribute to the community, continue carrying on with the tradition of the community, and they don't think about the highways. Because whenever there's a highway that goes into the jungle, it destroys everything that the highway reaches. So in other talks, Domingo has been talking about the highway being like a cancer, because everywhere there's a highway, deforestation and destruction comes. So when they have this income from sustainable tourism, they are not thinking about getting highways to get products out of the region. Vamos a la segunda pregunta. ¿Por qué es vital el turismo con base en la comunidad? Why is community-focused travel vital? Sí, ¿por qué es vital?
Yo creo que es bastante importante el turismo, es porque, como yo dije, mientras tú sigues manteniendo tu costumbre, tu cultura, tú valoras, tú sigues manteniendo para la nueva generación que viene.
Okay, so as I said in my first answer, when you do this sustainable tourism, you allow tradition to stay alive and to continue to be within the population of the community.
Yo creo que también es importante porque las mujeres que estamos dentro de la selva seguimos conservando, porque mira, pronto 50,000 hectáreas yo conservo en mi país, en mi comunidad, y la idea es trabajar con turismo para seguir ampliando la selva, seguir intacta y seguir trabajando ahí.
So it is also vital because my community, we protect 50,000 hectares of territory from deforestation. So these initiatives of sustainable tourism allow us to continue growing the protected areas surrounding the community.
Ya para terminar, yo creo que viendo así, las comunidades cercanas pueden animar, seguir protegiendo más bosque, porque la selva es la más bonita que puede existir en esta vida, y así que somos mujeres indígenas que disfrutamos de nuestra Amazonía.
And lastly, just to finish, this can also serve as an example for communities that are around ours. If they see that this sustainable tourism initiative is successful, they might also engage into sustainable tourism to replicate the success in their communities.
Es vital porque no es contaminante programa de turismo bien manejado.
It is vital simply because it's not polluting and destroying the rainforest.
Es vital porque el turismo sostenible involucra a toda la familia, a toda la comunidad. El beneficio es de todos, no es de una sola persona.
It is vital because it involves the entire community. It's about sharing, it's about solidarity. It's not about one single person pocketing all the money. It's about sharing and the well-being of the community. So, last question. Why is it vital to support indigenous communities in the protection of biodiversity? ¿Por qué es importante apoyar? I think I read it right. Why is it vital to support indigenous communities in the protection of biodiversity? ¿Por qué es importante apoyar a las comunidades indígenas en la protección de la biodiversidad?
Yo creo que es muy importante. Yo creo que es muy importante, o sea, estaba pensando un poquito porque es demasiado importante, como yo vengo siempre diciendo, es mientras más proteges la selva, en la vida que una persona que puede vivir ahí puede disfrutar cada día para nueva generación.
So the more you protect the jungle, it is the more certain that you continue to creating a living space for the next generations.
Yo creo que una lección más grande que yo puedo vivir, mira, si yo tuviese tenido oportunidad de trabajar tiempos o mucho tiempo, hubiese conocido de seguir protegiendo la selva, capaz nuestra generación ahora que viene pueden tener oportunidad de aprender inglés, como ahora, mira, nosotros tenemos esa dificultad de comunicar con ustedes directamente.
So if we had started sooner or earlier protecting the rainforest with these sustainable initiatives, I might have had more opportunities like learning English, so I could come to these international events and speak by myself and share the message, and we're hoping that we can create those opportunities for the next generation.
Así que yo sigo animando, sigo apoyando a todas las personas, decir, es demasiado importante trabajar con turismo y seguir manteniendo la selva como virgen, podemos decir.
So I keep telling everybody that we need to continue, we need to keep the jungle and the rainforest virgin, a virgin territory for the next generation. Porque es importante apoyar a las comunidades indígenas.
Es muy importante apoyar a las comunidades indígenas porque hasta ahora el 80% de biodiversidad que existe en este momento es todo territorio indígena.
It is important to support indigenous communities because they have proven their efficiency. Domingo is saying that 80% of biodiversity in the world is in indigenous land. And indigenous peoples represent less than 6% of the population, and they protect 80% of biodiversity.
Es importante que el mundo moderno apoye a los indígenas porque la Amazonía es vida y es nuestra parte de la vida.
It is important that everybody supports indigenous communities because they are in the rainforest, and rainforest is nature, and nature is life, and we are part of life.
Para nosotros todo ecosistema es un ser vivo, es como cualquier otra persona. Tiene el mismo derecho que nosotros lo tenemos. Nosotros tenemos una comunicación espiritual a través de nuestras 3 plantas y por eso convivimos, compartimos y nos defendemos juntos.
For us, nature is alive, and it has the same rights as a human being. Like the air is alive, the water is alive, trees are alive, and that is why we work so hard to protect nature.
Muchas gracias. El tiempo es agua.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Te comprendo. Ahí trabajando mucho con las comunidades.
Thanks. Thank you so much. We couldn't ask for a better introduction to really bring home the power of community-based travel as a way of supporting people and planet. It's profound. Indigenous people make up 5% of the world's population, and yet they are custodians of 80% of biodiversity. So thank you so much. Today, well, we're talking about community empowerment through sustainable tourism. There was a previous session which touched upon this, and I really wanted to emphasize why community tourism is really important. So just before I ask my esteemed panel to introduce themselves, well, I can tell you who I am. I've been a journalist for 25 years. I'm someone who works in travel, and I work very, very hard to help people understand the power of tourism as a climate solution. And at COP, this is my first COP, lots of topics have and haven't been touched upon. I'm glad to see that food systems and health are coming into the conversation, but tourism and travel rarely gets a seat at the table when it comes to climate solutions. 1 in 10 people globally is employed in tourism. That's a WTT stat from 2019. That's set to grow potentially to 1 in 5 people. 8 billion people in the world. That's a lot of people who rely on tourism and tourism money. Now, it was so wonderful to hear from our indigenous friends from Ecuador. But why do we need to support them? How do we support them through travel? Think about that. I'd love you to really think about everything we say and think, how can I change how I live my life? And I will just reference earlier in the panel, someone said there was a hotel in the Maldives that was totally sustainable, I quote them. Now I'm going to scrutinize and interrogate that because that's what I do as a journalist. Language matters. How do we define totally sustainable? Right, Maldives, 3% of their labor force is women. Their biggest export after fish? Kerosene, aviation fuel. The actual hotel, I've been to that property. It's wonderful. I've been into the back engine. I've looked at the guts of how they operate it. Thousands of liters of diesel used a day to operate that. So I think we need to be really, really careful about the language we use when we say something is totally sustainable. And just really, on balance, think about how can tourism positives outweigh the negatives? Why does it matter? There's so much performative sustainability, that's what I call it, around. You know, it's lovely that I've got sustainable shower gel in my bathroom in Dubai, but it's not going to change the world. So I hope that we can really go deep, talk about why community empowerment is important through sustainable tourism. And well, Riva, introduce yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Juliet, for that very honest and important introduction. And I think all of us here at COP need to constantly be making that challenge and challenging ourselves of why we are here and why we flew here, some of us, to be here, and if it's important enough to be having this discussion, and I think it is. Just as a brief introduction, I'm Riva. I'm a sustainability consultant in my day job, and I'm also very passionate about placemaking, which is the idea of activating fun, vibrant, and community-oriented public spaces. And I've been working with the Extreme Hangout team here in Dubai to help them do that in the Middle East as well. So thank you for having me on the panel and really looking forward to the discussion.
Let's have a good, robust discussion.
Yeah.
Always honest. Painfully, let's make people wince. I like to get a little wincing out of the audience. Ed, tell us about you and
Thanks, Juliet. So I'm a development manager with Extreme Destinations, and another part of the wider Extreme community. I started my career as a safari guide, working at the forefront of community conservation initiatives in northern Kenya, which enabled me the absolute privilege to live and work alongside the Samburu. Having done that for 5 or 6 years, I moved to Oman and developed luxury camping experiences in the deserts, up in the mountains. Before deciding I should probably settle in one place. So retrained as a chartered surveyor, specializing in hotels. I know, God, yuck, having been outside my entire life. but now working with Extreme, hopefully bringing those two operational and professional elements together.
Great. Nicole.
Hi, yes, thanks for having me, and thank you to the Extreme family for facilitating this discussion. I've had the pleasure of working for Beyond Travel for 24 years now. I started as a bean counter accountant, so I'm a little bit of a numbers nerd, but now I have the privilege of telling the story of this amazing brand. We exist across 3 continents. We are a bespoke tour operator and operate 29 small lodges and camps, mostly in Africa, but 1 in Chile, and we've just opened our first property in Bhutan. So really, really interesting destination. Community is at the center of our model because we exist in some of the world's most precious places, and those places, like we heard Domingo say, wouldn't exist if it wasn't for those people. So it needs to be relevant to them.
Thank you so much. Yes, absolutely. And I think, you know, one of the biggest things we need to look at, and it doesn't get talked about enough again, with sustainability, it's not about solar panels and transitioning to green energy. It's not just that. It's the economics. It's the economics of sustainability. So we will really get into that. Thank you. João, thank you for being here from Portugal.
Hello, good morning everyone, or afternoon. It's still morning in Portugal, sorry. I am João Diniz. I am the director for the Climate Action and Innovation Department in the city of Cascais. I've been working there for a bit over 15 years, and I started on sustainable development. I moved on with a lot of participatory and governance projects, and that kind of drove my inspiration to manage the climate strategy. So basically, I'm responsible for making sure that we are actually developing some strategies and implementing them. So luckily, we've been doing that on both adaptation and mitigation. We are the first municipality in Portugal to have an adaptation action plan and the first one to have a carbon neutrality roadmap. So things are challenging in some ways, but you can see for my loss of hair, but they're driving forward, so I'm happy for that.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. If anyone's playing COP28 jargon bingo, we can knock off mitigation and adaptation and carbon neutrality. No, it's good. It's important. I'm joking. But I think about language a lot, and we have to use these terms with intention. João and I have spoken before. He absolutely is. Adaptation is key. But this is really what I want to bring home, is the importance of using language with meaning, especially in the climate conversation and tourism. I just see people using it and not thinking about it. Let's talk, before we get into all of this, let's talk about why do we love travel? Why should we all travel? And why is it something we should all do? I mean, everybody here does it. So why don't we start with you? We'll start with you, Riva.
Yeah, I think, Juliet, you've touched on this, but before I get to your question, I think we should kind of address the elephant in the room, and we did address this a bit in the last panel, which is that travel and tourism is a highly emissive industry. And in order to continue to justify why we need to travel, we need to think of it in relation to that context. Why do we travel, and why do I continue to justify my travel? I think it's because people travel to be part of something that's bigger than themselves. And that is very related to the sustainability mission, because sustainability is one of the first challenges that our generation, my generation, has had to face. That is something bigger than themselves. And I think not only, but through travel, you can get experience and exposure of something that is beyond you and your home in London or in Dubai, and meet people, collaborate with people, build networks, and live firsthand, albeit for a short period of time, another life. And I think that's part of the reason why people travel and why it's important for sustainability overall.
Yes, it's true. It really kicks the myopia of not only seeing through things through our own personal perspective. Travel's vital. João, why else is travel vital?
Travel is vital so we can meet more people, meet our world, see how the world is engaged. And I would say that the most important thing about traveling is that it creates opportunities for your own individual growth, and you can actually, at the same time, give something back. It can be something that you are giving to the world that you're traveling now. So you give more insights, you get more insights, you exchange, you foment this diversity, and you're part, like you said, of something much bigger than you are individually. So you also grow everyone grows with that, I would say.
Yeah, it's balance, isn't it? How are the positives outweighing the negatives? I think today I was saying to someone back at the Evening Standard where I also work, saying, I need to justify my ROE, my return on emissions. I've just coined that for you. Let's run with it. So, Nicole, why is travel, and particularly, can you help us define what is community-led travel and tourism?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I mean, just listening to Domingo and Teresa.
Joao. Domingo was our Ecuadorian friend.
No.
Oh, yes,
yeah,
right.
yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
I need to clarify just for me.
Before this, and talking from an African context, there are many communities that would sit with similar stories around sort of why travel is important if it's done correctly, if the benefits flow directly to the stakeholders that are there to conserve these precious places. So for me, community-led tourism is one where the economic benefits flow, and also one where they are participative in the experience. If you travel to a place and you have no contact with somebody who's from there, no experience, you could be anywhere, you should be asking why you have stayed there, because one, you've lost something out of the experience, but two, you've cheated the rest of the people that live there, and so desperately want to share their beautiful place and their beautiful culture with you. So for me, community-led tourism is inclusive, both economically, but also from a participation perspective.
It's brilliant. I mean, for me, yeah, community-based tourism is when it's, for me, ideally owned and run and benefits the community, but it's rare that it's owned. By the way, fun fact, does anyone know who owns Hard Rock Hotel as a hotel brand? Yeah. Indigenous people, actually, American. I know, I love a fun fact. But it's not often you're going to stay in a hotel that is genuinely owned by indigenous people. So we always have to think about who owns them. Going back to the Four Seasons Maldives, does anyone here know who owns that? Bill Gates, Cascade Investment, and Prince Al Wahid from Saudi. We need money to flow down into communities. We don't just need to make rich people richer when we travel.
Oh, yeah.
So Ed, you've got a lot of experience firsthand of seeing community tourism in action and its benefits.
And actually what you've just said is a lovely segue. I worked for a company called Sarara Wilderness, who created the incredible Sarara camp in North Kenya, 500,000 hectares, that is completely community owned. Pioneers like Ian Craig and Piers Bastard identified the need to protect these wilderness areas that were decreasing. So came in and worked directly alongside communities, engaged them to help and assist in creating a lodge that was owned by them and is still owned by them, and to show them and create a framework for them to safeguard their natural assets, to understand the benefits of the wildlife that they live amongst, and not just see it as something that can be part of a conflict of their traditional nomadic way of life. So, yeah.
And I think, and Nicole mentioned she's a numbers nerd, that's what it comes down to. We do have to quantify the value of any tourism business in terms of the number when it comes to the biodiversity, when the people it benefits, how many people stay in that. So I do think numbers nerdery is a good thing. There are other benefits to creating and connecting with community through travel. You talked about placemaking. Tell us a bit about why that's important?
Yeah, and I think just drawing on the numbers are important. Numbers definitely are important, and as a consultant, I think they are. But the stories and the community and the feelings and the thoughts are also equally as important, and that's why tourism and travel is something that's worth talking about today. In terms of placemaking, which, as I mentioned, is the idea of generating public spaces that are driven by the community, what we've found and what we've seen is that places that market themselves as destinations that are sort of things that tourists can tick off tend to be quite far away from that community empowered. This is a place that you want to go, you want to not just experience as a passive bystander, but sort of contribute to and engage with. And that's what the idea of placemaking and a placemaking approach to planning and to development can be. So we've seen, for example, in Bryant Park in New York, which is a recent, actually not that recent, 30 years recent redevelopment. They worked with the community and also the people who use the park frequently, so that included people from the offices, and it also included tourists. Talking to them, finding out what they want, what they wanted to enjoy, meant you now see people playing chess and playing ping pong, tourists from all over the world, as well as someone on their office break, you know, for 5 minutes. And that is speaking to the community, finding out something simple, light, quick, cheap that they can put out, and helping people have a happier and more engaging time with that space.
That's brilliant. That's so dialogue and listening to the, and Nicole mentioned the importance of stakeholders. Coming back to that idea of the socio-economic importance of connecting with community. You mentioned Bhutan. I was lucky enough, I must admit, to be in that very property. It's amazing. A couple of weeks ago in Bhutan. And what's so key when you look at Bhutan and young people, 1 in 7 young people in Bhutan is leaving to go live in Australia because of the money. Right? You create a luxury hotel and you bring in high net worth and luxury spenders, that leaves money there, it keeps them in their community, and it keeps them in their rural areas. Many, many benefits. How else, Nicole, if you were to elaborate on that, can tourism revenue fund community-led climate solutions?
Yeah, well, I'll give you a story of the community nearest to us in the Masai Mara in Kenya, a little bit south from where you were, Ed. It's a story of a community that was, it's a Maasai community, and they were traditionally nomadic, but have now been given stakeholder land. This land is in a forest, the Enwakweri forest, which is like sort of protects the water systems that flow into the Masai Mara. So some extreme like biodiversity just there itself that's not necessarily protected. This has happened in about the last 20 years or 30 years, in the early 90s, that they've been given this land. And quite a lot of that forest has been deforested in that time. They have started to notice the changes to their environment from the trees being cut down. And so the community has formed a trust that is trying to increase the number of other landholders in the area to join them to bank on tourism and some of the alternate revenue streams that come from looking after the biodiversity in that area so that the trees don't get cut down. And so we as an organization are wanting to come alongside to make sure that they are successful in their mission to generate economics from the forest, not consumptive from the forest, in terms of they've valued, like, the cost of a tree in charcoal is around $63. So really quite small if you think about the number of tourists coming through and what they pay for park fees in a day. The incremental cost of, like, to give them, you know, some sort of conservation experience in that forest to replace the cost of the tree is relatively easy compared to what they would have to do to cut it down. So we're working with them to, 1, reforest, and 2, to generate alternative tourism-based revenue streams that will allow them to replace their Maasai economics, which came from cutting down trees, to actually keeping the trees, that the trees are beneficial. So they've identified giant pangolin in their project, and so there's a whole lot of community employment coming in terms of conservation and community rangers. There's a whole range of different economic activities that are happening around that forest because the community have decided that that forest is important.
They see the value and they understand
the value.
Instead of consumption, but custodians.
Yeah, I mean, the best way to have a conversation, even in your own community back home, is how has your life changed in the last 10 years as a result of climate? Because I think we all have those stories, and these communities are almost closer to it in terms of their wisdom lives there. I mean, we can learn a lot from them. We definitely don't have to do it for them. It's around coming alongside and working with them because they know the answers.
So I'm sustainability editor of Condé Nast Traveler, and I have a climate travel related column. Actually, the last one was about and beyond. And on Instagram, I always get trolled, and lots of people say, oh, I'm not going to waste a second thinking about climate. And I just think if they traveled a bit more and got out and maybe met the communities on the front line and heard, they would realize how uncomfortable that makes us who have seen the effects. Ed, I know you have an extensive experience of seeing that benefit, but also, João, you live in a protected nature reserve in Portugal, so you really see that value.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the screen, you can write down Cascais on Google, see the images, and you'll see how it is. We're more or less 100 square kilometers. 1/3 of them are protected landscape, a mountain range protected landscape, and we have 30 kilometers of coast. We have 17 beaches. Actually, now 16 thanks to climate change. This is true. Unfortunately. But what that means...
You mean because the water's retreated, so there's more beaches?
It changed the sedimentation process. So, for example, it's as simple as, very briefly, how did a beach disappear in Cascais, right, due to climate change? We have been noticing that the sediments have changed, the dynamics. So what happens is you go to the beach, you have sand there, you stay there a lovely time, you have a lifeguard, you have a bar, you can have some ice cream. But because of this changes, you have less and less sand. So you tend not to go there, because there's less sand. And then you go there, and then there's a bit of sand, and then you don't go anymore. So eventually, people didn't go anymore. And what happened was, the concessionaire just said, I don't want to explore this beach anymore. Who would apply? And then the National Environmental Agency removed the classification of the beach. And then all of a sudden, wait a minute, we literally lost the beach. And if you go there today, there's no sand at all. And this has been going on, this was like a 15-year process. Not 50 years or 100, it was 15 years. And it was quite impressive. But I live now near that beach, by the way, as you well know. So it's a lovely place to be. What happened there is we do have still some challenges. 1/3 of that protected landscape, also classified as UNESCO heritage, is a mountain range landscape. It's a beautiful place to do. You have plenty of activities. And what we notice is that a lot of the hotels, and some of my friends that grew up there, kind of noticed, like, you know what? A lot of people actually are more keen to go to this mountain ranges than staying at the beach. So what happened is people were turning their backs on this heritage, and now they're turning their fronts to it. So as a member of the community, I live there since forever. I live in a house built by my great-great-great-grandparents, and apparently even before that they were there, but not on that house. Actually, 2 members of my family were born in that street. So, and what happens is that there's a big change there. There was a big change, and now we're going back to the principles of let's engage the community, let's empower the community, and let's make sure that the heritage where we live is actually treasured. So I'm very fortunate to be part of the community and be part of the change as well. So I can bring some insights to it, or good lobbying, let's call it that way. What we've been seeing is that people have been doing more trekking. They've been doing some activities, for example, environmental preservation. So instead of just going to the beach and just relax like a snail in the sun, no, snails don't go in the sun, like a lizard in the sun, you can actually do a morning where you plant some native species, and with your families, with your colleagues, and we bring you out some water, some drinks, and we explain what you're doing. So you're not stuck inside a museum. You're in a living museum, and you're actually building that museum. So that's the things that we are trying to engage, and we're successfully engaging all the communities and all the tourists.
And do you share the stories like the beach is disappearing? I always think it's bringing it home through that relatability. That's one of the other benefits of travel. If people come and visit and you say, you know, in the Maasai, I mean, it is like 80% less animals than it was 50 years ago. Saying that really brings it home.
Imagine this. We're here in Dubai. Imagine that you go to the Future Museum, right? Imagine that you actually bring a piece and leave it there in that museum. Okay, that's what you're doing in Cascais with environmental and sustainable tourism. I heard the lovely opportunity, we all heard our previous speakers, and that's actually what they're fomenting. You can be part of a beautiful change. You just have to think beyond yourself. So those trolls are not thinking beyond themselves, and make sure that you, or in this case, I, give you the opportunity, if you go to Cascais, that you understand the impact that you have as a tourism, as an individual, and the difference that you have to take. So nowadays, you see a lot of activism, and I really appreciate the activism, and I'm an activist myself, but when it comes to climate, you must remember all the time, never forget that people out in the street must be your allies. And when you're talking about tourism, it's the same thing. You cannot just tell someone like, oh, you're not really being a sustainable tourist. You're not doing any difference. No. Let's take it back. These are the opportunities that are given to you. Take one, take two, be part of the change. And people will engage. you're creating
You
allies.
mean the way we speak about climate and the way we talk about things? I always, as a journalist, I always say I try and talk about it, anything in a way that makes people open up and expand to new ideas, rather than make them feel wagging a finger, making them feel guilty, and then they contract and they don't listen to you. But I think being in nature and actually experiencing the positive impact from travel is a fantastic way.
And being part of that impact.
Yes,
Being part of
exactly. Actually, part of the solution. Ed, you have experience of that also.
Yeah, and actually just following on from Zhao, Extreme Destinations are involved in a super exciting project in Portugal, about 45 minutes south of Porto, inland, a little town called Agada, and we've been able to partner with the Forestry Commission of Portugal, and we're building a really exciting mountain bike-led destination and working with both the Forestry Commission but also the local communities to get involved in reforestation as those trails develop over the land. So just following on from that reforestation, regeneration piece, that's something that's really exciting.
So what would our advice be to anyone who wants to support this kind of positive impact-led tourism and community-led tourism? How do we know that our hosts or who we're booking through is doing really good things? Particularly if I wanted to support Cascais and the conservation of your coastlines, how might I know what businesses to book?
Okay, so in case of Cascais, when you go to a tourist office or when you go to your hotel, you're given, I would say, different tourism products catalogs. So you have the coast, the sun and the beach. You can go there, and you don't need necessarily just to stay there and swim for a bit. You have, for example, some sporting activities. There's a lot of surfing there. It's super crowded nowadays, but super nice still. So, but what you are given is not just information about what you can do, is where exactly are you going. So we have this reef. There's this beach that has a special reef, and if you surf there, it's maintained through the benefits that it's given to you as a sports person, right? If you go inland, for example, for the mountain range, if you're doing mountain biking, for example, you're actually engaged in the trails. You are fomenting the trails and the qualification of these trails that therefore protect all the other surrounding areas. If you go, for example, in Guincho Beach, in our dune system, where we have 5,000 people a day, people finally, due to that tourism activity, people are finally understanding the relevance of preservation of our coastal dunes, for example. And people love that. Why? Because it's so different from everything that you can do in any other, for example, in our case, European city. And again, if you go there, you're invited by one of my colleagues, and you say, hello, what's up for today? Do you have an hour? Would you like to help us plant something here? So it's quite interesting that we have this integrated approach, and it works really, really well.
And presumably you're promoting little independent suppliers and businesses, so that the money is staying. Because leakage is a big term in tourism. Typically, what is it the UN WTO says? For every $100 spent in tourism, only $5 stays in local destinations. So it's really that transparency and going back to that leaving money, I think. And I know, obviously, particularly with Portugal, I said 1 in 10 people. Portugal's heavily reliant on tourism as a nation. And also, we need to redistribute our spend, don't we? So not just go to the popular places in high season, such as the Algarve, but going into the areas which might have less tourism and seeking those out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that what happened recently in Cascais is that the world discovered us. So now we're known.
The World Surf Championships, whatever it was, a couple of years ago, helped.
Yeah, it did. So everybody knows Cascais nowadays. But actually, there's so much diversity in Portugal, as it is here in the Emirates, for example. Beautiful culture that you have to go there and engage. And if you engage as a business developer, you will get a lot more opportunities, because you're not just offering you a stay, for example, as an hotel. You're offering a wonderful experience, inspiring experience. You can actually make a difference. And when we started this conversation, when we were speaking about you can help something to grow, you can go beyond yourself, as you were saying. Businesses can actually develop that idea and that framework. And I think that's the line to go that we're trying to push forward.
Riva, do you have thoughts on how can we determine who the good hosts are, who really are supporting their communities?
Yeah, I have two answers that are from two sides of what I do. One is I now read sustainability reports, and that might be a little bit nerdy and a little bit out of. But if you're about to book a hotel, I can tell you the top 5 things. You open the sustainability report, look at what their targets are they validated, are they realistic, have they gone down on their emissions? You can do the work, and if you care, you can start, opening a book and starting to do it. The other thing that I would do is just talking to people. That's another way to engage with the community and empower a community, is to be in the place, and instead of acting like you are, as I said, a consumer of a service, acting like you are a guest in the place that you're visiting, and be respectful and engaged and curious about their life in that place that you are, that they are a steward of and you are a visitor or a guest of.
Curiosity, definitely. I'm always encouraging that, and the exchange of understanding and respect, I think, is a word in travel that we need. A respect for who we're visiting. Nicole, I know that Ambion does a very impressive impact report. It's really one of the best. I mean, it's like this big. I know you don't print off many, there's digital copies. But yes, what else would you say really betrays or demonstrates that you are supporting communities and leaving money with locals?
I think there's probably a couple of questions you can ask when you're choosing, but there's also some tests you can do when you're physically there. So there's a lot around the images on the website. What does the place look like? Have they celebrated a sense of place and community? Are you able to tell where you are by what the pictures look like? So in some due diligence, just with your eyes. And then when you're on the ground, like, who's serving you? Where are they from? What's their story? You'd be able to tell very, very quickly whether a community is involved in the operations of that organization or not, specifically in our context. So like you would have seen in Bhutan, 80% of the staff that we recruited for that new property, some of them were the first jobs in hospitality. They come from the village just as you drive into the property. So you will feel that. You might even feel it that the service wasn't 100% perfect in terms of white glove and silver service, but you would have felt some of the heart. And again, looking at a destination and where you travel to make your travel count, what do you want to learn? Which cultures do you find interesting? What gaps do you have that you think you could fill by traveling somewhere, so that there is a real reason that you're going to care and you're going to learn, and then I think you can really make your travel count.
And I think a lot of us in tourism obviously realize that sustainability probably isn't good enough, sustaining the way things are. We need to regenerate when it comes to nature. We need to regenerate when it comes to economies. Nature and people, the two are interlinked, obviously. So we want to be supporting both through tourism. Final reflection, and then we'd love to open to questions if you have any hard, difficult, challenging questions for my panel. A final reflection on the importance of looking after community and also nature and how they're connected. Ed, do you want to answer that?
Communities and nature, in my experiences, are intrinsically interlinked. Throughout every place I've been lucky enough to travel, the community shapes the destination as much as the landscape, as much as the flora, the fauna. And involving communities, giving them the impetus to take ownership of their natural assets, for me is so important, and providing a framework for them to do so is crucial.
Well, King Charles did when he opened at COP, in his speech, he talked very much about nature-based solutions and the power for luxury travel to fund and facilitate nature-based solutions really is huge, and I really would ask everyone to understand that better. So, Nicole, you can speak to that better than...
Yeah, I mean, I think when you talk climate often gets talked into a silo, but it's not a silo. It's like biodiversity and people are almost the other two legs of the stool and are just as important. So if we lose biodiversity, we'll have more climate problems, and people are at the heart of conserving the biodiversity and the places that are so much needed to be preserved and regenerated, as you've said. So the three go very, very much together, and tourism is a very, very important economic outflow to conserve biodiversity, and in order for that to happen, the benefits have to flow to the people and the stakeholders around those areas. There's just no other way of saying that, and so it has to be done right in order for those places to be cared for. There's a wonderful report that's been done by African Leadership University on the state of the wildlife economy. They've used wildlife as a sort of keystone species for large habitat. But there's 5 economic, they call it their big 5 economic outflows that are needed to ensure that biodiversity is maintained. And it really comes down to making sure that the stakeholders around those areas receive the benefit from conserving them. So it includes ecotourism, so tourism done correctly. And it includes, non-timber forest products like honey and medicinal plants. It includes wildlife ranching. It includes hunting, and it includes carbon, which is, I guess, what the nature-based solutions would come from. And when you start to value nature, you start to put and this is the bean counter in me coming out. When you actually start to value the tree, or you value something, then it all of a sudden becomes relevant to a whole lot more people. It starts coming into policy, it starts coming into a much wider discussion. And then climate is addressed at the same time, because it's linked.
I mean, they say it's the flip side of the same coin. I mean, a lot of people don't even realize, here we are at COP28, a lot of people don't realize there's an entire conference dedicated to biodiversity. It took place 3 weeks also in Montreal, but lots of people don't, it doesn't make the headlines in the same way. And I think people, I'm going to mumsplain for the audience just in case, biodiversity, because people just, it is the interconnection. I always think it's great to compare it to architecture and construction and design. It's the interconnection of all species, obviously, and you just take one little bolt or nail out of the system, it will collapse. So I think, understanding how can tourism fund and support that, it's what's on our plate. Biodiversity is everything.
And
so,
sorry,
yes.
just to add, reflecting on what Domingo and Teresa said, that this panel is about community empowerment, but for indigenous communities, nature is their community. Biodiversity is part of their community. So by empowering communities, it's not just about funneling money to the people, but it's funneling money to the turtles and the butterflies and the plants as well, and making sure that their histories are conserved and preserved for the future too.
We are nature. Thank you. It's such an important reminder. João.
So absolutely. So I have a more or less unpopular opinion, which is this is my 9th COP participation, and I have to say that this green zone is a lot better than the blue zone. Not just this one, but on the previous editions that I went through, for one reason, because we actually are having a lot of people here that are willing to take part of the mission and act on climate action. You are acting, you're putting your hands on the dirt and doing things. And you're not talking about what your commitments are, like the ESGs that you mentioned before. Oh, and we have to change this and we have to change that. No, this area is full of people that have that energy and they're implementing them. And basically what I'm trying to tell that you are the communities that can empower your own destinations. And I have to say, I have a blue zone. I've been doing some negotiations as well as a local community, but it's not there here. So it might be unpopular. So how does this reflect to tourism? Well, if you have any action on your field of expertise, on your field of work, on your field of personal interest, just make sure you channel that to add value to your own community and to the businesses that surround you. And that's here in the green zone. That's here. And it's, I would say 90% of it is done here, and it's discussed there. So in Cascais, just to give you a quick example of how we I've given so much examples, just a quick one. On my action plan, adaptation action plan, I had to completely refurbish or naturalize a riverbed, which now we call as a green corridor, right? And when I sold that, I told him, my boss at the time, still my boss, I told him, like, we have to do this green corridor qualification because, you know, it will increase the flooding area, the sponge capacity. And I've done some math, and apparently in the 20-year flood, we will have absolutely no damage, right? And he was kind of like, yeah, but that costs a lot of money. Okay. 1 week after I came back, you know what? We're going to do a trail of 8 kilometers, and we're going to connect the wonderful coastal area, downtown area of Cascais, to the top of the mountain range, through a beautiful green valley. And I'm pretty sure nowhere else in Europe you will have this type of connectivity between the blue product and the green product and the experience of traveling through that. Oh, okay, how much money? There you go, do that. And we did that.
That's wonderful.
So that's one example, and I'm really happy for that example, just to prove how the narrative that we are trying to do here actually is the best narrative. It's the one that adds more value. So the tourists go there, but the local communities are actually getting the benefit from that, because we had the 2 worst precipitation levels in the last 3 years, and we had absolutely no damage, so the math worked, which is rare for me. My science, at least, so it kind of worked. So that's kind of like the inspiration that we're trying, is that promoting biodiversity, nature-based solutions, that's what we did here in this case, promoted both local resilience, the engagement of communities. They use that daily for commuting without using their cars, and a wonderful tourist experience. This is what we call cross benefits, and we added so much. And just to wrap up, what we were trying to do there, I have a jersey from my local team, and we're sponsored actually by the Emirates, the airline company, the Emirates.
I'm aware of their work.
So why can't we bring these companies and sponsor these places or these activities? That's my
So there's something called the transformational triangle. You can GTS, Google that. Transformational triangle, and that for me is the dream in tourism. You have government, you have public, you have private, you have business, and then you have NGOs, and you have people passionate about their causes. We need the transformational triangle, exactly as we started, to each of those 3 sectors to speak to each other, and we don't have enough of that in any sector, but tourism in particular is powerful, isn't it? So local government, for-profit businesses, and as I say, charities and NGOs on the ground. There's something called the Conservation Collective, who I work with, and I connect them to hotels. There's tension there, but you're right. So it's blue zone, and it's green zone, and all the audiences working together. So thank you so much. Have you got anything else to add that you feel passionate about, that you need this audience to know about? No? Please ask some challenging questions. Challenging questions get good answers.
I'm hopefully going to stir up some controversy to start. Firstly, just say thank you for another excellent informative panel. You touched on the fact that the biodiversity and climate crises are intrinsically linked. Is it time, 30 years after we decided that they should be 2 separate conferences, is it time to bring them together?
I think, again, going back, we need everyone in every conversation, you know? It's that awareness. For some reason, biodiversity doesn't have as good a publicist as climate crisis.
Just to add, we're working on it. The biodiversity is working on it. The science-based targets for climate, which are getting a lot of traction now, they've just released for 17 companies the science-based targets for nature. We mentioned the transformational triangle. We need some corporates doing it, and I think that will kind of move the dial a bit in that way. Also, the TCFD, the Task Force for Financial Climate Disclosures, they've now got the TNFD for nature. We're seeing movement. I think we're behind. I think maybe, hopefully, next COP, it will be higher and higher on the agenda too.
I think we have to just picture nature and biodiversity sitting at every table, just like we do climate. I mean, there are hotel groups that have climate change managers, which I think is progress. Maybe we need, I'm sure you have head of biodiversity, don't you?
Yeah, we have a head of sustainability, well, impact. We consider planet, people, and community as land, wildlife, people would be our three pillars. But I think it would be a really interesting discussion because I think sometimes just solving for climate, you cause problems for people and nature. And if you put the two together, it would be quite interesting to how you manage those trade-offs.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was very interesting, though we joined somewhere in the middle, unfortunately. So I heard that about half of all the travelings happen because of nature. I mean, people are looking for beauty of nature. And on the other side, natural reserves also depend on tourism very much. And there is an idea of, since nature become a source of business for many companies, so there is an idea of putting nature on balance sheets of the companies. So do you see this happening, or if it's not happening, what are the challenges there?
There is nature accountancy, certainly. There's a great book by Dieter Holmes, I'm sure you know, Natural Capital. I mean, you do that, don't you?
Well, no, we have, I mean, I don't
there
think,
is a value.
Yeah, there is value. I don't think we've been able to quantify it or develop a system to be able to value it like consistently across like all different areas. So I think
biodiversity credits do exist in the financial sector. I mean, when it comes down to economics, but the problem with that is there are too many variables, and so it becomes really, you know, a whale carries a lot of weight because of its carbon sequestration and all of that. But everything depends on context, as we know. I mean, someone can speak better to that than me, I'm sure. Does anyone? Yeah, nature, value.
I mean, I know from we've got a big reduction program from our own carbon footprint, but like even as a step for us just to get a carbon accounting is a big change, just in terms of our systems and approach, and we're an impact organization, so it helps if there is some people probably way cleverer than me who could tell us a simple metric for nature and what that affects, because everything does have a value when we use water, when we distribute waste. Those all have an impact that should be costed into our operation.
I mean, a good metric which our friend Domingo touched on earlier was simply if you preserve and protect land and don't develop it, the value of that versus pouring concrete on it, obviously the built environment being 30% of all carbon emissions, you can, anyone who, even me, I can work that out in terms of maths, that's better. As we know, you know, it's so, as we heard about having different trees in different areas, the value is the coastal preservation. You can't put a number on that. I guess it's hard, isn't it?
It's so difficult to quantify, and ideally the solution is that these areas aren't owned by specific entities to be quantified. They're opened up as migration corridors. The nature aspect is constantly evolving, hopefully in the right direction. But the places that I've had experience in are very seasonal. So in order to quantify areas where there's rains in one location and trees bloom and elephants followed by plains game, followed by predators, you know, it changes on a constant basis. So in my experience, it's been very hard to quantify, but to open it up to larger geographies, to larger areas, that for me is a more exciting thought process.
A simple metric is spend your money with hosts who care about nature and community. Do we have another question?
Just one small, quick one. I'm Sunil from Abu Dhabi and a circular economy professional. Is it this conversation to bring all these stakeholders together? Let's say you talked about government, companies, individuals, and all that, right? Is it this thought conversation has been going on for 50 years. In quality, we call it stakeholder engagement. World Economic Forum had that as a theme before COVID. Why isn't it happening? I mean, it's common sense. Facts are in front of us. We are experiencing it.
In 2007, when the global financial crisis happened, there was a big shift in hospitality and travel. It went to becoming a landscape of assets, which performed, as I said, as investments. So it all became about short-term profits. That is the challenge that we've had most recently, is generally, that's why it's really important to look at who owns what businesses. Because I'm afraid most hotels, the hardware exists to make portfolios wealthier. So that's why it's not happening, because they're not interested in longer-term sustainable investment. They're not interested in the nuances of biodiversity and people. So that's why it's really important for us to do our homework and understand which businesses. That's my personal opinion. So that's why it's not happening, because hotels exist to make rich people richer. Sure.
Yeah.
Shareholders. Shareholders. So that's when we look at businesses, it's really important to understand the economics and the ownership of every single business in tourism. That's why I say local people, I went to Canada recently. The Rideau Canal didn't freeze last year because it didn't get cold enough. Think of all those little kiosks, all those people who make their living that time of year, they couldn't. So, it's us caring for all the little individual people, the people that who we don't really hear about, who don't have the adverts, and it's all the people in our own supply chains.
Yeah.
It's spending that money locally and just thinking logically. It's common sense. Please, someone else much more informed on this than me.
No, just to add that, unfortunately, this is market-driven. This is an activity that is market-driven, and people don't really understand the benefits of having a conscious selection of products or services within their travel experiences. If we had a bit more of that, and that usually comes through regulation or awareness, it would probably change and it would probably accelerate, leading to less of a problem than what you said before, for example, which should we have a separate, well, probably not, but like I've said before, the green zone is where the action is, so you will act because you will face the impacts very shortly. Remember, we lost the beach in 15 years. What will happen next? And by the way, just out of curiosity, we have the world's oldest tide gauge. So we're measuring the sea level rise and the tides. And in our coast, it has been registered 14 centimeters in the last 100 years, which is a massive amount of water in there. So what happens there, to relate to that, is that when we have a green economy that actually brings incentives for these stakeholders that you mentioned, when this interlink actually adds value to them when compared to the business as usual model, then we will have some traction. And how is this achieved then? Well, first of all, regulation. Second of all, awareness and customer selections. So I would think that local communities, like myself, tourism stakeholders, like myself, could actually advocate and make sure that you, the customer, understand the impact that you as an individual actually have, because it's multiplied by millions. For example, quick example, one thing that cringes my little beard is that when I go to a hotel and I see, save the planet, don't put your towel on the floor. It's like, oh my God.
That was the birth of greenwashing, you know that.
Yeah.
The whole little signs, that's where the term greenwashing came from when Jay Westerfeld in 1986
really?
called those little signs. That's where it comes from.
Greenwashing, yeah.
It actually comes from that.
You see, I'm learning a lot now. But that's the type of thing that this is not enough. This is misinformation. Why aren't we? Because we pay city tax. Why isn't this being invested in more options, in more sustainable solutions? I want to choose something more green. Why don't I go to a website? Let's skip the publicity. Why don't I go to a website of accommodation, for example, or flights, and I see what is the environmental footprint of the service that I'm selecting? Because I can choose a hotel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stars, or 7 here, or I could choose ecological value of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. why aren't we having this as mainstream option for
Absolutely.
when
I think
we
I think that's one of the biggest questions at COP, absolutely. But think about where your money's going and where that money's being invested. That's a good one. That's a really helpful one. Really, honestly, I can't emphasize it enough. That's great. Well, thank you so much. I've learned so much. Thanks to everybody.
I was just gonna, I can't let you guys off the stage. We've just touched on green economy, but what about the blue economy? I was lucky enough to grow up on a small island in the Bahamas, and small island communities super rely on the tourism economy. They're also living at the front line of climate change. Cascais has a beautiful coastline. We know that, and we've heard a bit about it today. But I just would love, perhaps each of you, just to talk a little bit about maybe some of the magic that is happening in the blue economy today, and some of the solutions that are coming from the ocean space too, just to finish with. Thank you.
Do you want to start?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about an example that I've been reading about and come across. The Red Sea Development Company, local to the region in Saudi Arabia. They've published a goal to reach 30% net conservation benefit, which is progress. It's going from let's not destroy it to maybe can we actually have a positive impact. And to do that, they are building mangroves, coral reefs, and looking at novel technologies, innovative technologies to basically artificially grow these sorts of habitats for the blue economy. So turtles is one of the hawksbill turtle is their main sort of endangered species. I think it's amazing progress. It will be interesting to see if those targets are achievable, and it comes back to the question of, everyone keeps talking and saying and what's actually going to happen about it, but it's good to see that people are actually trying to make things happen and setting targets in that way.
I'm Amber. You probably know more about the blue economy than anyone here. But from my perspective, my folks live in a tiny little town on the Kenya coast on the Indian Ocean called Watamu. I don't have as much kind of data on that at all, but from a community perspective, you're definitely seeing a mindset shift in relation to fishing, what communities are being involved in, and again, the benefit of tourism, conservation, and providing alternative opportunities for employment, for education. So that's, from my own experience.
We've got the privilege of having three islands in our portfolio down the east coast of Africa. And so in 2018, we formed a partnership with Africa Foundation, who's our sister organization, a nonprofit that works alongside us. And we partnered in a program called Oceans Without Borders. Reason being because the ocean is one unique system, and actually it's got a lot to do with how our guests live at home that impacts the reefs that they come and stay at directly. So there is a really big advocacy program in terms of talking to guests about the ocean, it's what's threatening it at the moment. But then specifically, we have a really small little island off the island of Zanzibar called Nemba Island. It is the top of the Nemba archipelago, and it is heavily sort of over-visited from tourists from Zanzibar. And so those reefs are taken quite a hammering, both from tourism, but from global warming. So we've started a coral nursery and a lot of community engagement in terms of creating a protected area around those reefs, some alternative reef sites that the community can take tourists to visit to decrease the pressure on the actual main reef, but also a lot of community consultation, sort of what are they seeing in terms of fish catch, is it getting smaller, what are the size of the fishes that they're catching, why is this happening, and getting buy-in for that protected area to create like a nursery that will help them generate more economic benefits from this. We've also increased increase the price of them taking out guests to dive on the reef and decreasing the volume. And that has been a long, like 3-year consultative process to get the community to realize that less people can mean the same amount of money. And so that is still a process we're involved in. It's a gritty process. It's not something that happens overnight. I think on the 1st of June, the restricted area came into place, and there's still conversations around getting buy-in around that. So lots and lots of opportunity in the blue economy, and lots of consultation around research, around different sites, because these animals, specifically turtles, whales, they all move. So it's a really exciting place to have a lot of, it's like almost like a lab you could have with guests in terms of talking about climate and biodiversity in one place, and participation, getting them to help plant from the coral nursery onto the artificial reef site. There's some great participative experiences that can be on offer, but the most exciting is to be able to have the conversation as to what you can do when you go home that can make a difference to this place beyond your holiday.
Yeah, just very briefly. 25 years ago, the blue economy in Cascais would be fishing and maybe the marina. I think today the blue economy is surfing. Thousands of surfers visiting Cascais every year for that. It's about the first locally protected by law blue heritage area that was the first tryout for the implementation of the law. So that means that we have diving, that we have trailing experiences for people that just don't go on the beach. So it's a completely new service or product for those that look for the sun and the water. It also means dune conservation and natural trailing as well. And it all means climate adaptation to sea level rise and coastal erosion. So it's so important that we have that. And I'm not mentioning, for example, the sea foresting activities that we're trying out there to plant algae, to make sure that it has some carbon footprint, positive footprint, and also to reestablish our corals. Well, not corals, we have another name for them, but in Portuguese they mean the same. So there's a lot more diversity here, and there's a lot more opportunities for sustainable tourism. So that's a really good question, because actually we need to do a bit more. Just a bit.
Thanks so much. I'm going to just tell you all about a little story about a hotel. It's the reason I do what I do. It's called Fogo Island Inn in Canada. And it is a tiny island, a population of 2,000 people on the easternmost of the Americas. And in 2017, when I went there, that's why I shifted to sustainability, because of this hotel. It absolutely models community empowerment through tourism. Zita Cobb, the founder, she retired the wealthiest woman in Canada. That helped. But she was born the fifth of 6 children in a house with no running water or electricity to an illiterate mother and father. Her father was a fisherman. The great boats came, the boats fishing, the big industrialized fishing, took all the fish away. That community also sanctions on fishing in the 90s. It lost its industry, everything. So what do these people do? Do they leave Fogo Island? Do they move and go work in a coffee shop in mainland Newfoundland? No, Zita Cobb created a hotel, Fogo Island Inn. It's the economic engine for that community, and it really demonstrates how a community economics model can absolutely save an island community, and the value of that in cultural conservation, in terms of environmental preservation, but more than anything, just demonstrating what she calls economic nutrition. So you know the calorie thing on your cereal box that tells you your calories? Imagine if everything told us where our money went like that. We'll put in Fogo Island economic nutrition into Google. Actually, I use Ecosia. That's the search engine I use that plants a tree, Ecosia. And you will see how the power of community economics, particularly for island nations. Thank you so much. Thank you. Great. Thank you, everybody.
Good. Thank you.
All right, hi everyone. Thank you so much for waiting as we get the stage set up. And also a huge shout out and a huge thank you to the whole Extreme Hangout team for making this possible and accommodating the stage for us. We really appreciate you guys, and so thank you very much. Now, let's begin with our next storyteller of the day. It is my esteemed honor to be able to introduce Nigel Topping. He is a renowned figure in climate action, serving as the UN climate change high-level champion for COP26, where he launched global initiatives such as Race to Zero and Race to Resilience. Nigel is now a senior advisor to FSD Africa and a global advisor to the high-level climate champions, and an external member of the advisory committee for AXAIM. He also advises governments, financial institutions, and private companies on climate strategy, with a focus on mobilizing climate finance and catalyzing exponential change in climate action. Nigel's commitment to sustainability earned him the CMG distinction in 2022 and recognition as a key leader in shaping a more sustainable future. Let's all please give him a huge round of applause and welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very kind and very long introduction. I feel even more like a prima donna now, having insisted on exactly the right kind of shade. So I want to thank all the Extreme Shade team for fixing that. I was also thinking that, I don't know if you know, in London there's a place called Covent Garden where street performers perform, and they always have one really fancy trick that they want everyone to come and see and pay them for, but they have to kind of build a crowd for it. So I kind of feel like we've just been creating a commotion so that people are like, what's going on over there? So thank you for showing up. So I've been asked to tell a little bit of my personal story. So I wanted to try and give you a sense of how I've ended up doing what I'm doing and what I'm really focusing on now. And the three words which kind of introduce my personal story are mathematics, mountaineering, and manufacturing. And then I want to use those to tell you a story about why it really matters that you all adopt an exponential mindset in terms of the most important story that we tell ourselves, which is the story of how we're going to tackle the climate crisis. So as a young man, I was a mathematician, and I was particularly interested in the field of mathematics called nonlinear dynamic systems, or complex adaptive systems, multiple partial differential equations, really nice geeky stuff. But really it's just the mathematics of how the real world works. And I'll give you a very simple example to illustrate it. You hear a lot in economics about ideas of equilibrium, like what's the equilibrium price and stuff like that. It's a really stupid idea. It doesn't exist. There's nothing equilibrium about natural systems. They're really kind of messy. And the most simple example of, it's all about feedback loops, right? So if I take a simple example of what we call a predator-prey ecosystem. Okay, ecosystems are very complicated, but if you just think of foxes and rabbits, right? Foxes eat rabbits, right? So the more rabbits there are, the better it is for foxes, because they've got more food to raise more fox cubs. And so if there's lots of rabbits, it's good for foxes, fox population grows. But of course, the more rabbits the foxes eat, the less rabbits there are. So when there's not many rabbits, there's not enough food, so the fox population decreases. So there's this relationship between the two. And you might think that that just works out, and so they find this stable equilibrium, and you end up with same amount of foxes, same amounts of rabbits, just equilibrium pricing, right? So that there's just enough rabbits to maintain the fox population as is. It doesn't work like that. It goes all over the place. So sometimes you have huge spikes of rabbit population, and then that's followed by a spike in the fox population, and then things crash. It's a deeply non-linear system where things aren't stable. They might bobble around for a while, and then there's a spike. And economies are like that as well, right? If you look at the companies in the top 20 companies in the S&P 500 right now, most of them weren't there 10 years ago, right? Things where they might look smooth at an average, but they really move around all over the place. And the second thing I want to mention is mountaineering. As a young man, I was a very keen mountaineer, and I was lucky enough to go on some expeditions to places like Greenland, Iceland, and Patagonia. And at one point when I was 21 years old, I went to East Greenland, right? Obviously, very big ice sheet, lots of mountains around the edge, so lots of good climbing. And part of our expedition in 1987 was to climb a mountain no one ever climbed before. That's another story. But also to do some research on the glaciers draining the ice sheet. And one of the biggest glaciers draining the eastern Greenlandic ice sheet is called Semlik Glacier, and it drains into a big fjord, Semlik Fjord. So this is in 1987, so there's no Google Maps, there's no digital mapping, there's no aerial photographies of this area. So we just had a surveyed map. And if you're a young mountaineer going into the mountains, the map is like the truth. You know, it's really precious because it's a scientific fact base to guide you around the world. So we traveled over this very, very rough terrain, carrying about 40 kilograms of kit, you know, all of our food, all our climbing equipment, and lots of heavy scientific equipment. And we get to the place on the map, and this is a big glacier, right? It's like 5 kilometers wide, so it's not like you can miss it, right? And it's draining into a fjord which is 5 kilometers wide. So on the map, we get to the place where the edge of the glacier should be. So we should have been looking up at masses of ice, and you've all seen the pictures of the way glaciers carve into the ocean, and then big icebergs going out to sea. So we get to this point on the map, all we can see is water. We can see right across 5 kilometers to the other side of the fjord, all water, tiny little bits of ice floating out. We look upstream, and we can see the glacier a very, very, very long way away. Our first assumption was that we'd really screwed up on the navigation, right? Because the map is the truth. It took us a long time to realize that we were exactly where we should have been, that the glacier wasn't where it should have been anymore. Since the map had been surveyed, the glacier had retreated by 15 kilometers. And then when we looked across to the other side of the fjord, we noticed that the rocks on the other side of the fjord were like two very clear color bands. There was a very dark color band above, and then a much lighter color band with a sharp line dividing them. And I learned later that that's because of, that's a sign of rapid change, and because of the lichen, you know, this amazing organism that grows very slowly on rocks. Well, it grows very slowly, so if you have a sudden change, you see a sharp line. So that meant that we had very rapid retreat of the glacier. So without really understanding the full implications, from age 21, I had this physical experience that something is badly going wrong. So I've never had, and as on top of this, understanding of non-linearity. And I guess that's the seed of my concern about the climate crisis. But then I went off to work, and I went to work in manufacturing. So just to maybe give you a sense of where my sense of action orientation comes from, I spent nearly 20 years running manufacturing businesses where, of course, I learned that it is important to have a good strategy and a good plan, but the only thing that really matters is execution. And you know, I was making brake pads and brake linings for the car manufacturers and the truck manufacturers of the world. And then I was kind of mid-career, I went back to the glacier, and I decided that what I wanted to do was really work on how we can use the power of factories, the power of business, to solve the climate crisis. So I've then spent a long time working for CDP, which many of you will know of, and then leading the Women Business Coalition to bring a positive business voice to the Paris COP. And then for 3 years, I had this the wonderful honor of holding this UN climate champion role. But I want to now come to what I'm really focusing on now, which is the power of exponential change and why you all need to understand exponential mathematics and tell exponential stories. Now, I have to first of all, hands up how many of you have got a mathematical qualification? Oh, good. Hands up how many of you have got like a STEM qualification, like engineering or science? Okay, so most people understand this, but part of the problems with exponential change is it's so alien to the way we're hardwired to think about how the past leads into the future. And the simplest way of describing exponential change is things happen very, very slowly, and then they happen very, very fast. But a slightly more technical way of saying it is that the rate of change is constant. So, for example, I'm going to use an example from electric vehicles, so that the period which it takes to double the market share is constant. So, and let me take what is pretty accurately a real-life example, just to illustrate it, and I'll try and draw graphs in the air. But let's imagine that in the year 2010, that electric vehicles only have 0.25% of the market share of sales. It's kind of irrelevant, right? So if you're a big manufacturer, you're not taking it seriously. And then in 2 years later, 2012, electric vehicles have 0.5%. Now, if you're a linear thinker, you're like a quarter's irrelevant and a half's irrelevant. If you're an exponential thinker, you're like, oh, that's interesting. That's double. I wonder if this is linear, like it's going to go from a quarter to a half to 3/4, or if exponential, it's going to go from a quarter to a half and then double again and go to 1. So then you go forward 2 years and you say, oh, it's at 1%. So now as an exponential thinker, you're not thinking it's irrelevant, you're thinking this is interesting. Then it goes 2%, 2 years later, 4%, 8%. Over a 10-year period, that exponential change takes you from 1/4% to 8%. Most mainstream incumbents are still ignoring this because they're trained to only look at big signals, all right? So fair enough, it's only 8%. And this is a true story. In the late teens, 2018, 2019, most of the incumbent car manufacturers were still saying Tesla doesn't know how to make cars. You know, the IEA in like 2016 was still saying we're mainly going to be using combustion engines in 2070. But suddenly, that 8% then goes 16, 32, 64. That's where we're at now. We're beyond the 16%. And now some research that was just published with RMI suggests that we'll be at between 65 and 85% electric vehicle market share by 2030. Most of the incumbents have just lost market share. Tesla has 28% of the market of luxury vehicles in the USA. That means every luxury vehicle manufacturer, apart from Tesla, has basically lost 30% of their market share. Chinese manufacturers already have 10% of the market share of electric vehicles in Europe. Well, that will be 100% of the market. Like, you know, electric vehicles will be the whole market in about 10 years. So the European manufacturers have already lost 10%, and it'll probably be more. So understanding this matters because we know that this is the way that technology transitions happen, whether it's from horses to cars or from valves to transistors or the uptake of new technologies. It's always happened like that historically, and yet we seem to really struggle as forecasters, as governments, as investor experts to believe that it's going to happen this time because so many people are telling us about all the reasons why it won't happen. And the press are really a big part of that. I read an article the other day saying, you know, trouble ahead for EV manufacturers. And then in the article it said that sales had grown by 50% in the last 12 months and the average price has come down by 22%. So I'm like, where's the trouble? The trouble's imaginary, right? And what we did in Glasgow in 2030 was, in 2021, was in a year before Glasgow, we defined the 2030 breakthroughs. Like, what would the exponential curve need to deliver by 2030 to be on track for net zero before 2050? And what I just invite you is to start noticing the way that that thinking, which says there's feedback loops between what governments say and what businesses say that start over time to build that exponential change, that setting a shared exponential goal can de-risk it for everybody, and that having a clear pathway of how to get there can be what really takes us there. And we're starting to see it now. The classic here in COP would be the trebling of renewables, right? If you had imagined 2 years ago that the whole world would be agreeing we need to treble renewables from where we're at now in 7 years, most people would have thought you were crazy, except the exponential thinkers. Turns out that trebling is actually on the low edge of extrapolating the current pattern of exponential change. And again, you look at the RMI publication on X change electricity, you'll see that. So it seems to me that the really exciting thing is we're starting to tell a new story about how we respond to the climate crisis. And it's one that involves a knowledge that these transitions have happened exponentially in the past, an observation that they're happening exponentially now, and the understanding that if we embrace that, then we can really go much, much faster. And so I'd like to end by saying that the most important feedback loop is the feedback loop between the stories we tell about how we're going to change the world in the future and the actions we take now. So I put it to you that to just tell the story of how rubbish we are and how we've got no chance of making this transition is historically inaccurate and morally bereft. Because actually, if you tell that story, like we're fucking up and we're going to keep on fucking up, you start to become personally invested in that being right. So 5 years later, you get to say, see, I told you so, but you've taken no courageous step to actually act, to make that difference. Just telling people how bad we are doesn't mobilize people. What really mobilizes people is saying, you know what, actually we're brilliant. And when we all commit to this, it's incredible what we can do. And we've seen it time and time again. The classic example is the moonshot. In 1961, JFK said, we're going to land on the moon. Everybody told him he was nuts. All of his advisors told him he was nuts. Actually, I learned the other day that even Henry Ford's lawyer told Henry Ford he was nuts and that cars would just be a fad. So it's a common thing, right, that experts tell the crazy exponential thinkers that they're nuts. And in a way, JFK was nuts. Maybe he didn't know enough to know how hard it was. But experts then said, we don't have the mathematics to calculate the orbital trajectory to land a vehicle on the moon. We don't have the materials to make a spacesuit. We don't have the computing power to do the algorithms quickly enough to control the lunar module. And JFK didn't say, oh yeah, I see what you mean, it's really tough. Let's try and do it in 30 years instead of 10 years. He said, I don't care, I believe you, I think you're brilliant. Go away and do it. And you know the story, we went away and we did it. And this is what exponential thinkers do. Final example, if you're not inside the process, it does look like magic. So like most of you will have a phone or a watch with computing power thousands of times more than the lunar module. And I don't think anyone here has personally contributed to Moore's law, the acceleration of computing power, right? If you are, I applaud you, thank you. But most of us have just benefited from that. And there's a lovely interview with a chip designer from the 90s on this phenomenon, and he said, everyone thinks that Moore's law is inevitable. I think it's inevitable. It's been my experience, it's inevitable. Then he went on to say, but I can tell you that every week we come to work and face insurmountable problems until someone solves the problem. And so I put it to you that by understanding the economic history of technological transitions, and by looking at the evidence that we're on that trajectory now, certainly for renewable energy and EVs, and I think news out today of, again, costs coming down on batteries, some of the work on green hydrogen and alternative proteins. I put it to you that if we actually believe that and start saying this is what we can do, we then start getting into a problem-solving rather than a problem-admiring mindset. We start saying, okay, what would we need to do in terms of policy, in terms of investment, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of technology, in terms of campaigning for what's possible, not just for what hasn't happened. Then we all become co-conspirators and collaborators in bringing about the kind of moonshots we need in multiple sectors. And most importantly, we lock in to that powerful feedback loop between the stories we tell of the future and the decisions that we make today. Thank you. Yeah, of course. Okay, we're okay for a few minutes, right? Yeah, okay, just a few questions. No, I was just asking her if I can go.
Anybody, a question for Nigel?
So, Nigel, throughout my career, I've always come across the people that have always had a problem for every solution. They've always said that ain't going to work. How do you then convince, cajole, encourage people to try and find those solutions, even if it's a small step, a next step? What techniques would you recommend?
Well, I mean, one is definitely sharing the evidence that this is the way things have changed in the past. And we've been working with a lot of people, and we've held some events here, and there's been some great work done by the Systems Change Lab, by Exeter University, and hundreds of academics just published a tipping points report, which looks at the negative tipping points in the Earth system and the positive tipping points in the economy. So pointing people to what the evidence of the past, and then the evidence in the present in areas like renewables of the rights law, the cost coming down very consistently and the volume going up. I think also pointing to the people who have understood this change late and lost market share. And fortunately, we're far enough along in enough technologies that there's quite a lot of good examples of that. I gave you a couple from EVs. And pointing out the difficulty of chasing an exponential, because every organization has a learning process. And I say the automotive manufacturers, they all had EV programs and fuel cell programs, but they weren't really investing in them. And it's only when they really started with, and then finally helping people see those early signs of doubling. Because most of us are taught to look for the big signs of change. And I say that constant doubling from quarter to a half to one is actually a very, very powerful change, but it normally gets drowned out in the noise. And I think one thing I'd say in particular is, don't allow anybody to just point to the coal issue in China. It's a very big issue. It's the largest burner of coal. It's been growing a lot. I think it looks like it's going to peak and start declining quite quickly. But because I think it's a very lazy way of dismissing China as a sort of dirty, emerging country. Point to the fact that China has, through a superior industrial strategy, developed a world-leading position in multiple sectors now, which has outcompeted the West. Because this is really it's a race against time for humanity, but it's also a competitive race for economies and businesses. Yeah. One more, and then I'm sorry, I have to go.
I was just wondering, because when you look at the graphs from the International Energy Agency, on the one hand, you need to have an uptake in green energy, but on the other hand, you need to really bring the fossil fuels down. So I was wondering if you have an experience of such an exponential thinking, but the other way around, not to fuel the uptake, but to fuel the decommissioning.
Yeah. So of course, when you have, if it's a transition, when one thing grows exponentially, the other thing dies exponentially, always. So horses would be a classic example. There was a lot of horses that were used for transport in the States that ended up being used for meat. And if you look at the RMI work that I referred to, it shows you the oil decline curve that is a corollary of the deployment. Of course, we're very early in EVs, right? Because there's a stock to flows problem. Like, it might be at 16% of sales, but vehicles last for 10 years. But that research shows that there's between 5 and 10 million barrels of oil a day demand destruction by 2030. If you follow the exponential, and nearly all the oil majors are head in the sand about that. Some of them are still projecting oil demand growth. But I mean, it's just completely inconceivable. And the IEA getting better at this. You need to be careful with the IRA, because their main scenario is the current policies scenario. But of course, current policies isn't really a scenario. It's a snapshot of policy thinking yesterday. And the one thing we know about policies is they keep changing. So you'll all have seen those famous graphs showing how wrong that scenario has been in predicting the future. But the IEA are getting much better at that. In fact, they've recently come out much more strongly to suggest that these two exponentials of REs and EVs are on track with what we need to do for net zero 2050. And of course, that doesn't cover all sectors. There's more work to be done, particularly in green hydrogen for heavy industry and in proteins. Okay, I'm afraid I've got to go. Thank you so much.
finals, the students will only have 5 minutes to pitch to our judges, followed by a 10-minute Q&A. This is how they will be judged. Each student will receive a score out of 100. The majority of the scoring focuses on the entrepreneurs themselves, and this will be 70% of their score. The remaining 30% is based on the business and how well they integrate the 4 core values of the entrepreneurs organization. These values are trust and respect, thirst for learning, think big and be bold, and together we grow. It is my great privilege to introduce to you our 3 judges. First off, from the United States, best-selling author and YouTube star, Amy Landino.
What I'm looking for today is not just a great business idea, but a great business idea from a great person who is in it to win it. Not just to win this, but to win the impact that they are trying to make.
From Jordan, founder of Better Business and Khabrati, and EO Experience Portfolio Chair, Abir Kumsiye.
I can't wait to meet and hear all and every student. And I'm very, very excited to hear their stories, know their personal life, their business, their entrepreneurial journey. Today in particular, if I'm looking forward for something, I'm looking forward for the change makers, those who will change our world to the better good.
And from Ireland, founder of And here we are, the home stretch. Welcome to the final of the Global Student Entrepreneur Awards. 6 brilliant young minds are about to compete for their share of $100,000. This is the ultimate student entrepreneurship competition. This is Started Up. Does it work? For the finals, the students will only have 5 minutes to pitch to our judges, followed by a 10-minute Q&A. This is how they will be judged. Each student will receive a score out of 100. The majority of the scoring focuses on the entrepreneurs themselves, and this will be 70% of their score. The remaining 30% is based on the business and how well they integrate the 4 core values of the entrepreneurs organization. These values are trust and respect, thirst for learning, think big and be bold, and together we grow. It is my great privilege to introduce to you our 3 judges. First off, from the United States, best-selling author and YouTube star, Amy Landino.
What I'm looking for today is not just a great business idea, but a great business idea from a great person.
Welcome everyone, good afternoon. Our next panel is curated by the amazing guys at Static Waves and delves into the ways in which storytelling and investment in visionary projects like their upcoming series can inspire a new generation of change makers. Please join us in welcoming Nicole Bannister and our esteemed panelists to the stage.
Got me. Thank you so much. Mic check, can you hear me?
Yes, dear.
Can you all hear me?
Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay, how's everybody doing today? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. How's everybody doing today? Okay, I love your energy. I love it, love it, love it. Welcome, everyone. We are so excited to be here today. My name is Nicole Bannister. I am an award-winning TV show host and global presenter. I split my time between Cape Town, South Africa, and Los Angeles in the United States. So is anybody from either of those places? Anyone? Oh, okay. I love Extreme Hangout. We've got the youth zone here, so we got energy from all the young people and the people who are young at heart. So thanks for being here. I am the host of Start It Up, so you might have seen that on the screens back there. It was playing before the panel started. And Start It Up is a web series that documents one of the world's most prestigious social entrepreneurship competitions. So university students from all over the world can apply and pitch their social impact business ideas for their chance to win $100,000. Yes, I heard some yes. Let's make some noise for that. What an incredible opportunity to invest in the next generation. And that is exactly what we're going to be talking about here today on this panel. So season 1 and season 2 of the show were both released on YouTube. But the exciting announcement that we have here today, and we're really excited to be doing it at COP28 here on the Extreme Hangout stage, is that the Entrepreneurs Organization is incredibly thrilled and excited to announce that season 3 of Start It Up will be in partnership with Water Bear. So big round of applause. So season 3 of Start It Up will be streaming on Water Bear coming June 2024, which is absolutely incredible. And you'll be able to watch season 2 in just a couple of weeks on December 28th. It'll also be available on Water Bear. So let's make some noise. So we're so excited to be here today, and I have an incredible panelist lineup for you, and we're going to be talking about raising impact, so accelerating entrepreneurship through investment and through storytelling. So how do we connect those dots for young entrepreneurs out there who are looking for investment, who are looking to tell their stories on broader networks and platforms? And so we have an incredible lineup here today who's going to talk about that. First and foremost, every single person here is either in the media or an entrepreneur or both. So that's sort of the vibe of the panel that we have here today. Right next to me, I have Abir Kumsiye, who is the founder of Better Business and Khibrati, and is also an entrepreneur and an investor. We have Pajani Singha, who is the co-founder of Amazonia Impact Ventures, passionate about investing in social entrepreneurs to mitigate the climate crisis, which is, of course, what we're all here for. I have Lynn Adolfsson, who is the Chief Creative Officer and founding member of Static Waves Media, who's working in collaboration with Water Bear, which we're really excited about. We have Umair Masoom, who is the founder and managing partner of Myco, a keen storyteller and content producer. And then last but certainly not least, we have Alistair Grant, who is a partnering expert working with Water Bear to help launch incredible content all over the world. So one more time, please give a massive round of applause for our panelists. So the first question that I want to pose to you all today is really, what does storytelling mean to you, and how does it show up in your businesses? So as you introduce yourself and your businesses, talk to us about how storytelling shows up and why that's important for you. I'm like, should I call on people to go first? Bojani, you gave me the eyes. I'm going to you.
Well, maybe just to give the background of what we do, at Amazonia Impact Ventures, we invest in indigenous communities in the Amazon rainforest. And the very fact that most of those entrepreneurs or organizations in there never actually get to speak out outside the forest. So I think highlighting what they're doing to protect the forests, what they're doing to generate their businesses is a key message that we want to do as well as a business, to try and bring the message out to the outer world, because you don't really hear it that much, in my opinion. And this is why I think storytelling is important.
Is there a specific way that storytelling shows up for you? Like, is there a specific medium or platform that really makes a lot of sense for the incredible folks that you work with?
I don't think Instagram works for them. I think more serious platform like Water Bear, I think these are, media that people we should have them on, and hopefully we'll be able to do something with Water Bear in the future. Yeah.
Incredible. Abir, what about you?
For me, I mean, a person without a story is barely a person, right? So a person is not a number. A person is the story. So when you have a story, then you have a purpose. And you know, companies a lot of the times are about profits, right? But profits can come and go, but purpose never dies. So when you connect purpose with the business, profits with the business, then that becomes the story. And the value of the story basically touches lives and touches people's hearts and minds. And if we want to see the change in this world, it's all about the story behind that change that we want to create.
I love what you said about connecting purpose with business. I think that's so critical and almost mandatory for companies today. Lynn, I'm going to throw it over to you next because I think connecting purpose and business is something that you do very well.
Sure. I mean, obviously, I work for a media company. We create content, mostly impact-led content, and we also create partnerships with platforms where that content can thrive and reach a wider audience, which I pride myself in a lot. Being able to connect storytellers, also storytellers that might not have the opportunity to see the light of the Netflixes or the Amazon Primes, give them a platform for their stories to flourish, which leads to, you know, impact on so many levels, inspiring new entrepreneurs or fostering increased investment into the already existing companies. So for me, storytelling is actually everything. I mean, whatever we do in our everyday life, posting on social media, watching our binging series in the evenings, it's all storytelling. So is advertisement, you know?
Storytelling has absolutely become a critical component of most of our companies and businesses. And you mentioned partnering, Lynn, and I think partnerships for impact are critical. That's really the reason why we're all here right now. Alistair, you know I'm throwing that over to you, the partnerships expert.
Thank you. Yes, WaterBear's a free streaming platform and entertainment platform based on the future of the world. So we work closely with brands. We create partnership with amazing brands. We work with hundreds of NGOs up and down across the whole world. And we have an amazing community. We're trying to build a community of change makers and storytellers. We really believe that stories have the power to change the world. It's about building emotional connections, and it's about really driving impact. And the difference with WaterBear is you don't just watch content on WaterBear and wonder what to do next. With WaterBear, you're delivered at the time of watching the tools to make a collective and individual impact. So we're trying to really drive impact through everything that we do. We're working with purpose-led brands, amazing NGOs, and really excited to be involved with Started Out. This is, you know, we're an entrepreneurial organization ourselves, and couldn't think of a better platform and a better show.
Absolutely, and connecting the dots between impact and between media is so critical, and Umair, I think you do that very well at Myco. So talk to us a little bit about how storytelling for impact shows up for you.
Yeah, I think for any entrepreneur, it is all about storytelling, and every startup starts essentially with a story, right? And our story is the fact that we believed in a problem that existed within the media interface, which is that there is not enough empowerment for the consumer, right? And for us, it's about now telling that story to the consumer, making them believe that, okay, they need a more active and more involved, more participated state within how the media business runs. And then giving an opportunity on a decentralized level to filmmakers and creators. There are thousands of them who are struggling for funding opportunities, right? They have the stories and the potential, but because the media industry is largely centralized, they don't get enough funding opportunities. So that's the play area that Myco has been working on, and we're essentially building a Web3 streaming platform. We're the largest and fastest growing in the world now with 6 million users, more than 200 projects funded. A lot of them are young filmmakers who wanted to tell their stories, didn't have access to the right community, to the right funds. We're very proud of the fact that we've been able to facilitate them in bringing those stories to life, and some of those stories have actually landed on much bigger platforms than Myco as well. So yes, as far as I'm concerned, every entrepreneurial journey is a story.
Absolutely. And investing in the next generation of talent, investing in entrepreneurs who have a social impact business, who are trying to make a change in the world. I think it sounds great, but the reality is that sometimes it can be really hard to find investment or to find investors who are looking for those purpose-led organizations or those mission-driven companies. Abir, maybe I'll throw this one over to you to start. Talk to us about how investors can be intentional about sort of understanding the synchronicity between impact and profitability.
Yeah, thank you, Nicole. Actually, looking from the investment lens, a lot of the times we're educated as from the young age until we grow up that life is all about money and companies all about profits and eventually if you make good money then you're successful. But as we navigate in today's world and looking at what's happening around us, things have changed and people have changed for the better, I must say, in their purpose-driven lives. And as we navigate and see the most sustainable businesses out there are the businesses with purpose that link the business to the purpose, link the business to the change and to the impact. And watching the tech crunch the past year or two, looking at what happened to those multi-billion well-funded tech startups that have unfortunately crashed, that really taught us big valuable lessons that I hope a lot of the investors can take and reflect and look at. When we want to look at investments, we need to look at a more holistic view on the business, about the people behind the business, their purpose, their lives, what they are about, what do they value, what do they believe in, and what impact do those businesses make. I'm a big believer of people, and it's all about not the product, not what we sell, not what we market or advertise, but what is behind all that, what the why behind the business. And I feel like businesses that have a purpose have the impact and will be the most sustainable and most effective. So if it was me, I'd always look at to invest in businesses that have a purpose. And in today's world, I mean, you have a lot to do and a lot to change. And there are beautiful problems that we need to solve, and we can solve them when we have the best of two worlds. The change and the impact we want to make, at the same time have a sustainable business that can make ends meet and grow.
I have to say that I know that Abir has a lot of personal experience with investing in people and their stories and their missions. Abir was actually a judge for Started Up. She was a finals judge for Started Up Season 2. And so she was one of the folks who was in charge of determining who the winner was, who walked away with $50,000 for their business. And a lot of that came from the story of the individual person. That's one of the things that the Global Student Entrepreneur Awards, which is what the Started Up show focuses on, we focus on the individual. Sure, we want to know numbers. Sure, we want to know about the bottom line. Sure, we want to know about partnerships, but at the end of the day, is this student who's competing on our show someone who is resilient, someone who is driven, someone who can create change? And we're really looking at that personal touch. Pajani, I know that you are also a very keen investor, so talk to us a little bit again about this synchronicity between investors and thinking about how we can fund businesses that do have this social component and that are trying to change the world to be a better, more sustainable place.
We've all been brought up with building capitalism and ignoring externalities, and this is why we have all the problems, because if Milton Friedman didn't preach us about ignore externalities, we wouldn't be here. So I believe in educating young entrepreneurs in actually building sustainable businesses, which are taking into account their externalities. And within EO and the GSCA, having that sort of mentality and saying, okay, I am creating a for-profit business because I do believe that repurposing capitalism is how we can resolve a lot of these problems. If there's a problem, give it to an entrepreneur, they'll fix it. because they will be able to find a way and a solution much quicker than any government or, whatever quasi-government agencies. So the idea is, repurposing capitalism and having these ideas will give entrepreneurs who are looking at these an edge over those who are not. So they will be able to attract talent, capital, and and generate benefit for their whole community or society before that. And that is a much more resilient business to invest in over the long term.
I love that, thinking about how businesses are more resilient and how they're more in tune with the reality of the world today, which is solving problems, right? That's, I think, behind every entrepreneur, right? They see a gap, they see a problem that they want to solve, and they say, I'm going to be the one to solve it, yeah. Right? And so, Lynn, I want to talk to you a little bit about these entrepreneurs, since we are speaking about young people who have these grand ideas and want to change the world. How can media ensure that we're telling their stories and amplifying the stories of young entrepreneurs in a way that gets the rest of the world and other investors really excited and motivated about what they're bringing to the table?
Sure. I mean, looking at how kind of brands and companies, startups are kind of reaching out to their audience. Even, of course, B2C companies have always had a very consumer-facing media approach, but also B2B companies are becoming more aware of the personal connection that their brand is communicating. They are people communicating to people in the end, and all of that is storytelling. So, I mean, utilizing storytelling in form of long-form media, for example, which we're doing through Started Up, really shines a light on some really inspiring stories, which leads to more participation by other visionaries, by other younger individuals to take action, both for their own entrepreneurial dream as well as showing a nuanced picture of the world. It's also equally important to show both the good, both the bad, the ugly, the pretty, to show that the world is not, heterogeneous. It is full of color and flair, and issues are there to be solved. I like what you said earlier. There are beautiful problems, like you said, Abir. There are beautiful problems to be solved, and storytelling really has the ability to inspire us to take action to solve those beautiful problems.
I love that thought around inspiring action, right? Which hopefully we're doing with all of you here in the audience today. Inspiring action to go start your own adventures, to solve the biggest problems that are happening in the world today. On Started Up, we have had young people who have come through and created a washing machine to wash your clothes that doesn't use water or chemicals. We had another woman from Turkey who is using algae to eliminate carbon dioxide waste and to create a more sustainable planet. So some really interesting and creative and environmentally friendly solutions to some of the world's biggest challenges. Umair, you have a platform that has all sorts of stories about all sorts of entrepreneurs with all sorts of interesting sort of solutions and things that they're bringing to the table. Is there a specific example of a certain entrepreneur or a certain story that's housed on your platform that's really changing the world in the way that we want to see it?
Yep. So again, I also, in a way, I wear both hats because for the past 2.5 years, I've been building a high-growth startup myself, which is Myco. But at the same time, we've also created something that we call the Dubai Film Society, and we encourage young filmmakers and producers to come and pitch their own startup. Because the way I look at it, every piece of content, every film is just like a startup. Just like every startup has a heart, it has a purpose, it has its own financials, it has its own sustainability. The same thing goes into every piece of content that is created, whether it's a film or a TV show or a documentary or a short. So yes, we've had some extremely inspiring applicants who came through the Myco Lab platform across the past 2 years. And there are many things, there are many exciting stories of producers who completed their projects, which I can talk about, but I think there was one really significant that came about. There was a girl that pitched, and again, originally I'm from Pakistan, but I didn't know her in person, and there was a student from a film school in Lahore, in Pakistan, and she actually had a real story of her friend who committed suicide because she had, you know, in her early days, she had a relationship with a guy who shared some pictures on social media. And this girl, she wanted to create a real story about her friend's life, right? And she wanted to show how there could be a different, the beginning could be the same, the mistake could be the same, but there could be a different ending, right? And it was so beautiful. It was a short film. Recently, we were very proud that it actually got picked up by a couple of festivals as well. So yeah, that's something that really resounds with me. But there are fabulous stories, you know. Out of these 200 projects, you'll find so many incredible stories.
Thank you so much for sharing that story. That's an incredibly vulnerable and powerful story. And it's incredible that the platform is able to share stories like that and create impact, create awareness around really important issues, things like gender-based violence, for example, and to amplify that. So that's incredible. Thank you for sharing that. Alistair, as I think about young entrepreneurs and young people who are trying to launch businesses, trying to amplify their impact and get their storytelling out there, for me, partnering is an incredible and really integral component of that. So what advice do you have for entrepreneurs out there who are trying to build partnerships with media or with other entities? How do they create partnerships that really tell the stories that they want to tell?
I think it's about really understanding your purpose and you know, having a core vision to what you're trying to achieve, and then looking for people that share in that vision and that have similar values to you and understand, you know, what it is you're building. You know, with going back to Waterbear, we have a really strong and very singular purpose and vision, and we only work with organizations and people that believe in that and that share in that vision. The great news is in 2023, there are an awful lot of businesses, people, consumers, NGOs and so on that have that shared vision in terms of protecting the future of the world, in terms of using the power of stories and the power of emotional connections to drive impact and work towards a better world. And you know, we work in a really decentralized way. We don't send film crews around the world. We look to try and empower local filmmakers, local storytellers wherever we can, and really try to build the next generation of filmmakers as well as entrepreneurs. But yeah, it really comes back to being very laser focused on your purpose and what it is you're trying to achieve.
I think being laser focused on that purpose, to create impact, to create change is really important. But I don't think that every sort of media entity out there necessarily shares that sentiment. I think that, personally, I think that media has a responsibility to share stories that are going to shift our perspectives in a way where we're more thoughtful, more caring, more impactful. But that's, let's be honest, that's not always the case. And we can see that every single day when we turn on the news or watch TV. So Lynn, you know, for you or, you know, anyone else who wants to jump in on this as well, what responsibility does media have to tell stories of people, of organizations, of societies and communities that are trying to make a difference for the better? Is there a responsibility by media to do that, or are we simply trying to get eyes on content?
Well, and to some extent, you would kind of hope that that responsibility lies with government or with organizations that are kind of responsible for giving us a nuanced, truthful portrayal of the world. As we know, that's not always the case. So I think media has a much bigger role than media wants to admit. And that responsibility is not easily taken on upon. And people do want to divert their responsibilities on factors which they don't have to be responsible for. But with that said, I do think that it is of utmost importance that platforms such as Waterbear, such as Maiko, and us as content producers produce content across all of the opinions and all of the issues. There are not one correct opinion or worldview. We are responsible for showing that entire bouquet, in essence.
I think from a media responsibility perspective, and especially when you link it to entrepreneurship, The media is really responsible in selecting which startups or which businesses to amplify, right? And what we've seen, and our friend Pajani was talking about it, with the rise of capitalism, unfortunately, there was a wave of venture capitalism in the world where, there would be founders who would come up, they would get big tickets from the big VCs in the world, and then they would burn that money to grow their users and grow their revenue while there was no discussion or focus, not just on impact, but even on profitability. So they were just growing their top line, and there were more and more investors coming in, putting more money on them. And eventually, some of those startups obviously became so big in terms of scale that they survived, but there were a lot that got shut down, right? And there were so many that left a bad example for young founders and entrepreneurs who wanted to do something, because the precedence was wrong. Because, there was so limelight on the entrepreneurs who were doing like the 10x growth every 2 years, whereas the fundamentals were not there, whereas the impact was not there, whereas they were not sustainable, initiatives. So I think media is extremely, needs to be extremely responsible, and they have a lot of power in their hands, especially when it comes to entrepreneurship.
Yeah, I'd love also to share 2 points here. First one, Nicole, when you asked the question, a study came to my mind where there was a study done in the Arab region here in this part of the world on who would be your hero for teenagers and school kids, and they would ask who would be your hero, and over 80% of the responses were either a religious figure or a political figure. There were no entrepreneurs, no impact people of change, leaders who did good in the world. So this brings the perspective of what's media doing in this part of the world to showcase those people who are really making the positive change, the impact, touching lives and changing things one day at a time, one bit at a time, one mind at a time, one heart at a time. And also another point that I'd love to raise is how we perceive failure in this part of the world. And unfortunately, we look at failure as something as very negative, as shameful in this part of the world, Middle East per se. And this is propaganda that I think the media can pick up and help change the perspective that failure is learning, and it's not something that we should be ashamed of, but it's a step towards success. I mean, at EO today, we have over 18,000 members that we are all proud of, and they have massive, beautiful stories. Among them are, I can see my friends here, Nikhil, and a big shout to Nikhil and Michael and others, and our EO staff as well, the leaders who, every person, going back to storytelling, has a story. How much are we hearing that story? How do we see the story? And when we tell the story, how much are we learning out of that story? So I think we should shed light on the beautiful learnings of the stories that people say, and learn from failures even more than we learn from successes. And that brings me to the students of GSEA and Start It Up. All those applications, thousands of applications that we receive, beautiful people behind them. These are the stories that we want to showcase. These are the stories that we want to tell so that we have a better world.
Beautiful. And Pajani, I want to throw this one over to you as well, because Abir has mentioned the Entrepreneurs Organization, or EO. You're a member of EO as well, supporting an incredible ecosystem of entrepreneurs across the globe, particularly the young people as well, who are the ones who compete on Start It Up. Talk to us about the importance of kind of what Abir said, highlighting those failures. You are both an entrepreneur and an investor, so of course you've seen some massive failures. And how do we tell the stories, the real stories, which are not just all, beautiful and nice and everything worked out great, but also the failures as well? Is that a critical component of storytelling, and do we need to amplify that?
I think you just highlighted something regarding cultural differences. If you go in the States, they celebrate failures. You get a bigger check if you fail 10 times, because they say you've learned something, hopefully. So they do that in the States. But we should celebrate failures. People should come on the screen and say, look, this is what I did and this is what I went wrong. That is education. They can't teach you that at MBA at Harvard or Yale. You know, they don't teach that. Failure is not taught at universities. So it is important to bring this out, I think. And this is the best way young people will learn, is having real stories. All these theories you learn at business school, it's not the same when you go out in the real life, you know? You just don't know if you walk into a meeting and you meet someone who's a horrible person. You can't predict that, you know? Whereas someone could say, well, if you deal with someone like that in the room, an investor who's awkward, this is how you deal with it, you know? Just stick to your guns, stick to your purpose. Maybe he's the wrong investor for you.
I feel like we've talked a lot on this panel today about storytelling and why that's important, the role of young people and entrepreneurship. We've spoken a little bit as well about why investing for impact is really important, but now I want to know what ecosystems actually exist to support entrepreneurs, young people to tell their stories and to amplify the solutions to the world's biggest challenges, which is what they're finding. So what actually is out there? What actually exists for these entrepreneurs to continue to share and amplify their stories, or to find, you know, the funding that they need to tell their stories? I'm gonna throw this one out to the whole group, whoever wants to start.
I definitely will dive in because we're very proud with NEO to have GSEA start it up. This is the beginning. This is a platform for student entrepreneurs out there to come showcase their stories, and we're very proud and honored to be partnering with WaterBear and Static Waves, and we're very happy to have that partnership that we aspire to take us forward. So here you go. That's the beginning and most important one in the world, no?
Yes, clap, clap, yes.
I found that there's a lot of space for like tech, climate tech, etc. But there's a lot of other issues in the economy that doesn't get as much capital. Now, if you want to start a calendar business, forget it. You're not going to make it, right? So, but there should be other platforms out there. Maybe you guys can talk a bit more, but I can't see. But climate tech or tech is always large, right? Most of the capital is going there, but there's not much I can see literally in the media.
So we need to strengthen that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The showcasing of those stories, climate tech in particular.
So again, from a Dubai perspective, I think the authorities here are, and again, because I'm part of an entity that is based in UAE, so the UAE authorities, I think, are investing a lot in creating ecosystems, which give an opportunity to founders in different sectors, both technology and otherwise, to come in and not just find the funding, but also find an association and a community of other builders who are going to help them, create. And there are several examples, I know one of the partner companies that we work with, they've actually now they're very soon getting regulated by WARA, which is the Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority in Dubai. And they're actually creating an impact launchpad by the name of Aya. And if you're an entrepreneur who wants to actually start a business small scale, which is related to impact, you go to that launchpad. It's going to be completely regulated, and you raise money. So there's a lot happening within UAE, and I think the vision of the leadership here is very clear. They want to encourage young founders. They believe in talent. They have this knack of empowering talent, and there's a lot of local ecosystems that you can look towards.
Incredible. Alistair, did you want to build on that at all?
Yeah, I just think it's all about networks, and it's fantastic to sit here with people from such powerful networks, EO and so on. These are amazing conduits for people to get out there, to find their purpose in life, and to really sort of drive their ideas and their entrepreneurial spirit. And I would encourage anyone who's thinking about this to build their own personal network. It's about getting out there. It's about meeting people. It's about establishing connections between people, and then leveraging those, in the way that you only can if you build networks and if you collaborate. And at WaterBear, we are really, really passionate about building a community of engaged people, engaged young people from around the world who want to build a better world, who want to work with organizations or want to learn from organizations and storytellers that can help to do that. So yeah, I'd say it's all about networking.
We know your network is your net worth. that gets thrown around often, but I absolutely believe in that. Lynn, did you want to add anything on that before I sort of open it up to the audience for a little Q&A?
I mean, from a media point of view, when it comes to kind of creating an ecosystem for investment specific, you know, all I can say is always keep integrated media strategy in mind because it can prove very valuable. And I mean, from our end, we utilize our entire network. We produce content, we put our content onto thriving platforms such as Myco and WaterBear. And I mean, just always sharing a piece of the cake is kind of something I think has become more and more valuable.
Absolutely, and partnering, networking, that is literally what we are on this stage talking about, announcing this incredible partnership between the Global Student Entrepreneur Awards and WaterBear as we launch Started Up Season 3, once again coming June 2024. Hashtag strategic plug. And so I feel like there's been a lot to think about, and we've got folks here who are entrepreneurs, folks who are investors, folks who are on the media side of thing, and I personally have a lot of food for thought. I would love to throw it out to the audience now to see what questions people have. Feel free to sort of put them toward a specific person or to the panel writ large. You had your hand up immediately, so it's over to you.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
This was great. Thanks so much, everyone. So my question's for the panel. I work in PR, publicity, and I have a background in freelance journalism. And part of the shift from freelance journalism to running my own company, where like my mission is to kind of make visibility easy and accessible for entrepreneurs, was the fact that I felt limited as a freelance journalist, and that's because of media funding. So I think there was a time where publications or newsrooms, media outlets were funded by the consumers. And the shift we've seen now is, one, loads of them shuttering or losing funding and having to turn to private corporations or even governments to fund them. And I think that's like the worst thing, is to, you know, have it up to the government, because obviously that's like representing their interests and not the public's interests. So what I do is I kind of pitch places like podcasts, which are private entities. They're run by the citizens, and get my clients as guests on podcasts. But that's not quote-unquote objective media. That's not what you guys were speaking about, kind of getting nuanced perspectives, getting diverse perspectives. That's going to represent the interests of whatever that business is, that whoever's hosting that podcast. So my question is kind of, how would, as an entrepreneur who's trying to get visibility, how would you combat that when perhaps visibility or your story doesn't represent the interests of the media outlets, because the media outlets are no longer serving the people, they're serving private entities, governments, or the business that's behind them?
So just to recap that quickly, how do we ensure that diverse voices and diverse perspectives that maybe don't go with traditional media's interests, how do we ensure that they're funded as an entrepreneur, and how do we ensure that we still get those stories told?
I think I do have the perfect answer for that, and that's what essentially we're building. We're building a decentralized media entity, right, where the entire power rests with the viewer. The viewer should define what they want to see, watch. The viewer should define where the capital flows. The viewer should be able to define where the eyeballs flow, right? And essentially, the solution is when you decentralize the streaming industry as a whole, and the consumer has enough power not just to monetize their consumption, but also then to direct where the storytelling is going to flow, this problem will not exist anymore, right?
Yeah, I can comment a little bit further on that, not from the media perspective, but from the network perspective. So I founded a company called Khibrati, which is an online enabler, tech enablement company that matches experts from all over the world to the Middle East market. And as we navigated the market, trying to understand how we can get the business, we thought at the beginning it was a tech, then it all turned out like it's tech-enabled, and that's a big difference. So anyway, cutting that story short, one of the interesting networks that we got to know is a platform, an international platform that hosts people like you who are in the freelance and in the production and the PR and the media. So that when you popped up that question, it just brought that back to me, and I was thinking like, find your tribe. Who's your tribe? Who's your network? Who are the people that really think the way you do, have the same values, and want to do the change that you want to do? My tribe is EO, personally. I invest time and money and effort in EO all over the years. I've been a member since 2015. We founded the Jordanian the Jordanian chapter, and now we're over 50 members in Jordan. And worldwide, when I talk to my friend here, immediately I can share very personal stories with him, even that he's an EO member that I just saw now, right? And why? Because we share the same values. He's my tribe. These guys are my tribe, right? So you try to find in the world people who would think like you, behave like you, want the things that you want. And I think that network becomes so valuable to you that you can rely on them, brainstorm with them, even partner with them. So the interesting part is like freelance PR people are coming together, forming a team, and even getting projects from customers by not having an official entity, but working together as a team and doing the work that they do, but distributing the costs and the income and everything. So that could be something you want to consider, and I'm happy to dig deep and connect you to that platform.
Yeah, definitely hang out after the panel and come chit-chat. Are there any other questions? Yes, I see a hand right in the front here. Loving the questions so far. Keep them coming.
Thank you guys for that amazing discussion. I couldn't talk about media without talking about AI. So I'm wondering, how do you think creators now, especially in such a saturated space, but they're also competing with the rise of artificial intelligence, how can they continue to diversify their skills, stand out, and also really sell that story, especially when there's so much competition in this field right now? So what advice would you give to rising creators and rising entrepreneurs in this space?
Just to repeat the question quickly, how do rising entrepreneurs and creators compete with the similarly, if not exponentially, rising AI?
Well, I think first of all, don't be afraid to utilize it. It is a tool, and it will only grow to become, presumably become an even more important part of our process. Utilize it for the parts which don't require maybe as big part of your creativity, whilst simultaneously injecting all that you have to deliver. I don't think that we will walk into a less competitive space, whether in the media or an entrepreneurial space, but perhaps we can utilize the AI to instead empower us and empower more voices to be heard. I mean, that is at least how I envision it to work.
Any other thoughts on that before I?
For me, I mean, you need to ride the wave, right? So AI definitely is an accelerator of any business. Two of my businesses, we don't use AI per se in the product yet. We feel like if we want to invest in it now, it's gonna develop so faster than what we did, but we're keeping close watch. We're definitely utilizing it, using it, making it happen. It's definitely bringing our costs way much down, but we're building new skills in other areas that are helping us. So, I mean, you cannot miss that wave 100%. Like, we have an EO WhatsApp group that has over 1,000 members, and that's probably the most active WhatsApp group out there. And like, you need to keep up. You need to keep up no matter what. And as Lynn was saying, like, don't be afraid. Jump on it. It's unknown. It's a black box, but it's a beautiful world. And it's a matter of how you make it happen to your business. Like in Khibrati, going back to Khibrati, we know that AI will have a big say in matching experts with businesses. But we now also know today that still clients want to get on the call and want to tell us about what they need, and they don't want to write their scope, and so AI will not help us. But we use AI to create proposals, so that at least makes the staff side, the time much easier and cost less. So it's still, I believe, not there. AI will never stop evolving, right? So again, just as Lynn said, jump. It's okay, you learn how to swim.
We're in it together, by the way. We're all facing the same problem.
Exactly, and you can't be afraid of it. You have to embrace it, and you have to go with it and learn from it. But ultimately, you can't rely on AI, you can't rely on these things. It's about your personal connection, your personal story, and really making sure that you don't lose touch of that.
Exactly.
Or you can fire a scriptwriter.
Right.
I think you should look at it as an entrepreneur. You should look at it as an opportunity.
Yes.
That's how you get competitive advantage over your peers. So don't be afraid to use it. I think it's still evolving.
Amazing. I see another hand up here. Yes, please. Thanks for that question.
Yes, hello. I'd just be interested in a comment from the panelists. We're here at COP28. We hear that there's a lot of business here at COP this year. And I just wanted to know, we need business, we need entrepreneurs, we need the innovations, we need the hope from the next generation. So I was curious to know whether you've had much networking in around the green zone and how you feel about, is there much business here? Do you feel inspired yourselves? And what are your comments on what you're seeing in and around COP this year?
Fantastic question. Just to quickly repeat, are you feeling inspired by the other businesses, the other entrepreneurs, the folks that you've met here at COP? For the record, we all just met now for this panel, so I, for one, am already inspired here at COP.
I think so. I think it's amazing to be here. It's brilliant to share the stage with these incredible people to really drive those stories. And it is, it is an inspiring place. There are a lot of businesses here. But on the way in, you see big signs saying action, not what, it's time for action. And really, the key thing is it's about action, not words. Whether it's businesses, whether it's governments. I know they've got the day off today, haven't they, in the blue zone? But they need to deliver. We all need to come together, but they need to lead. But I think, in terms of, and certainly this area that you've created here with the Extreme Hangout, it's a wonderful conduit for people to get together, for people to talk and network, and personally, I've had a really positive experience here.
I'll say a big shout out to the Extreme Hangout for having us here. It's absolutely incredible to be in this space and to be with you all and to hear your stories and your perspectives and to hear your questions and to be able to integrate those into our solutions as entrepreneurs, as investors, as media. It's something that I think is really important. I don't know if we have time for more questions, or I see one more hand in the front. Okay, one more, the final word coming over to you.
Thank you. Question for Alistair to start is, I'm Toby from Earth Cubs. We deliver sustainability content for kids. One day, hopefully, could call ourselves the water bearer for children, maybe. The entrepreneurial journey is a climb up a mountain. Could you tell me something that helped you climb and potentially pushed the snowball over the edge for Waterbear?
Well, we're not there yet. We're still on our journey. We know we're growing, we're scaling. We've got some amazing people and backers. We've got some amazing partners. I don't think you ever really get to the summit. You've always got to be striving and building and looking at what happens next. And ours has been a journey over the last 3 years that started in the midst of COVID. We understand where we're trying to get to, but we don't by any means think that we're there yet. And by the way, we'd love to work together because we're all about educating the next generation, inspiring and empowering kids to care about important issues. So let's catch up on that.
Thank you so much for that question, and thank you to everyone. I hope that you are leaving this conversation inspired. If you are an entrepreneur yourself, I hope you are excited to tackle even bigger challenges in the world. If there are any student entrepreneurs out here, or if you know a student entrepreneur, tell them to come compete in the Global Student Entrepreneur Awards. They might end up on WaterBear's big screen with me and the rest of the competition on Start It Up. So once again, Start It Up Season 3 coming out on WaterBear in June 2024, and Season 2 going to be streaming in just a couple weeks, also on WaterBear. So please go check it out and come see some of the world's greatest budding entrepreneurs competing and changing the world. Abir, Pajani, Lynn, Umair, Alistair, such a pleasure to have you here. Thank you to the Extreme Hangout team. Thank you to COP28, and keep changing the world. Thank you.
Can I just say, maybe tell them that, sorry, can I just add, EO has a chapter in every major city in the world. So if you know your cousins, your children, your friends' children who are budding entrepreneurs, they should just get in touch with the chapter locally and then enter them in the competition. And they will get mentorship, they will get a network of entrepreneurs. So there's a chapter in almost every big cities. So please do reach out.
Hashtag EO, hashtag GSEA, hashtag Start It Up, hashtag WaterBear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take a group picture.
Should we? Yeah?
Oh,
Hi everyone, how are we today? It is my pleasure to be able to announce the next storyteller that we will have performing on our great stage today. Her name is Rayanne, and she unveils the magic of emotions as the true catalyst of change. Today, she will be sharing with us her discovery and exploration of how art is the ultimate vehicle for connecting with people on a deep and emotional level. Dear audience, we invite you to listen to this inspiring conversation about climate optimism, creativity, and the positive action we can all take. Let's please give her a huge round of applause, and thank you for being here.
Oops. Hello, everyone. Today, I want to talk to you about the heartbeat of change. In fact, I want to ask you a question. Where does change start? What ignites that fire within us to stand up and demand a better world? Think about the most remarkable revolutions in our history. What sparked them? What's that common thread weaving through those defining moments of our existence? Now, I wish I can tell you that it starts from this intrinsic motivation that we just have within us, or that it's our moral compass guiding us because we're just such great humans. But as you can see from COP itself, that sadly, that is not the truth. It's not the whole truth. Or rather, it's not the starting point. When I was a little girl, about 9 years old, I had stumbled upon a photograph that had shook me to my very core. It was an image of a malnourished polar bear clinging desperately to a tiny ice block. And its eyes were conveying this deep sense of helplessness. Now that look in that polar bear's eyes made me feel something so profound, something that I couldn't quite put into words at the time, but what I realized is that it awakened this deep sense of responsibility. Because even at that tender age, I realized that we humans have the power to either harm or heal this incredible world that we share with these beautiful creatures. That pivotal moment ignited a spark within me for optimism, for art, and most importantly, for collective action. In fact, it inspired this art piece. That I co-created with an artist in Indonesia, made out of plastic water bottles with a project with 4Ocean. Cue video. Now, it was the emotional connection to that original photograph that shaped the trajectory of my life's mission and my career today. From starting a business that upcycled food waste into cookies, diverting thousands of pounds of food from ending up into our landfills, to now creating art that inspires us to reimagine our plastic consumption. But it was that original photograph that started it all for me. Well, it was the emotions that that photograph evoked within me. So now, I'm going to pose the question to you once again. Hint, hint. What is the very birthplace, the epicenter of change? It's emotions. Emotions are the catalysts that move our world. You see, I think we've been doing it all wrong. We've been leading these climate conversations with cold, hard facts and statistics and predictions, all of which, yes, are undeniably important. But let me tell you, that is not where revolutions begin. We are emotional beings. We're driven by our innermost feelings. Social change isn't something that just happens spontaneously. It happens because people decide to be the change. Now, if you were to ask any seasoned activist, many of you probably know that people don't just wake up one day and decide to be the change. No. Boy, do I wish, but no. They first have to be stirred by an emotionally powerful stimuli. And that is where art comes in. Because art becomes the megaphone through which we can amplify our emotions, our hopes, our concerns. It reaches deep into our soul and it stirs the very essence of what makes us human. And when we create art that touches upon the climate crisis, we're not just presenting facts and figures, we are creating that emotional connection. Now, imagine a stunning landscape painting of a lush, green, pristine forest, side by side with the graphic reality of deforestation. Now, this isn't just a visual representation. This is an emotional journey. It's inviting the viewer to step into the scene, to breathe that fragrant air, to listen to the rustle of the leaves. And then, with a gentle yet powerful stroke, it reveals the devastation, the loss, and the pain. Similarly, a heartfelt poem can evoke the despair of witnessing our beautiful colored coral reefs slowly disappearing. Through carefully chosen words, it allows us to feel that deep sadness and the urgency that this climate crisis requires. Now, let me paint a picture for you of modern-day Indonesia, where the current generation is teaching the next generation that where we put our trash is directly into the ocean. Cue video. Oh, this one says request access. That's okay, I can do it without. It's essentially just a video of all of the trash in Indonesia, me walking on the beach. And it is getting so bad that the water is completely contaminated with fecal runoff, old boat oil, and toxic plastic trash. And if any of you have had the opportunity to travel to Indonesia, you know it's one of the most beautiful, breathtaking places. And last year, I had the opportunity to actually work there. And in this small little remote islands in the Mentawais, that are known for the most iconic surfing in the world, it's one of the top tourist destinations. And it was there that I learned that there is zero education, zero literature, zero culture around plastic pollution. Now, how could this be? How could the most iconic waves in the world, like I said, the top tourist destination for surfers, have zero sustainability regulations? Hopefully, I'm going to cue the next video I posted on my social media of something that we tried to do about it. No, doesn't work? Okay. Well, that video is essentially us going into the village, gathering the kids, having them play a little game where they go and they pick up all this trash, and then we did a massive art piece of a footprint with all of the trash that they collected, and it almost showed these ripples effect. And the point that I make here is that please don't get me wrong, I'm really not here to blame and point the locals, because the real issue here lies in the government's lack of regulation and these companies that are just exploiting their freedom to just produce without any limits. However, in order for these companies to finally stop, or for the government to finally wake up and take notice, it will require a movement. A movement requires people, and people act when they're emotionally connected to a cause. Now, I know that in the grand scheme of things, these projects will not single-handedly solve the plastic problem there, but it may inspire them at this spongy age to be better decision makers, change makers, people who realize that they don't want to live on islands full of garbage, and then they can start to question the current systems and then hopefully then lead the way forward. Now, so in essence, art becomes the thread that stitches our emotions to the fabric of the climate crisis. Art can awaken empathy, it can trigger introspection, and it fosters this shared sense of responsibility, as that original photograph did for me. Now, we may have heard the saying, different strokes for different folks, and interpret that as you will, but what that truly sums up is the essence of what we're talking about today. Different strokes indeed resonate with different folks. And that is why it is so important for you to harness your creative energy, your emotions, your hopes, your style, and transform it into art. So whether you use a pen, a paintbrush, a pencil, it really doesn't matter. What matters is that people are moved by different things. When you witness a breathtaking photograph of a polar bear stranded on shrinking ice, or you listen to a haunting melody evoking the pain of a vanishing forest, or you see the desperation of a family fleeing a climate-induced disaster, you're not just consuming art. You're experiencing a profound connection to the earth, and that connection compels you to act. Artists like Banksy and Bordallo are proving that art isn't just a form of entertainment. It's a weapon of mass inspiration. It's a call to action that echoes across the globe. So, as we sit here today, remember that you too have something within you that can move this world. You have something that could change the mind of a 9-year-old girl, some kiddos in Indonesia, and could ignite the climate revolution that our planet so desperately needs. Because in the end, it's not about saving our planet. It's about preserving our shared future. Now, today we talked about the importance and the profound impact that art has on climate activism. But remember, this isn't just some theoretical concept. This is a reality that had shaped my world and can shape yours too. And through your art, whatever that means, whether it's through the cadence of music, the rhythm of poetry, dance, entrepreneurship, you can take this abstract concept of climate change and bring it down and make it more tangible and deeply personal. So I encourage you to allow your creative spirit to run wild. And together, let's paint a greener tomorrow. Thank you so much.
half measures.
This is a time for humanity to be humble.
It's one planet, one ecosystem, and we all have our part and role in protecting it.
How can I run my business in a way that doesn't have negative impact in the first place?
Design yourself to be that your business is part of the solution.
Power is not politicians. The power is you.
If you have an idea, go for it and try to make as much impact in this world as possible now.
The fight for climate justice is the fight of all our lives.
We have to fight for systemic action, for systemic change.
People who become emotional about stuff, then they can start taking action.
So many young people are already showing what real climate action looks like.
More than ever, we need new voices in the room.
This is no longer the time for half measures.
This is a time for humanity to be humble.
It's one planet, one ecosystem, and we all have our part and role in protecting it.
How can I run my business in a way that doesn't have negative impact in the first place?
Design yourself to be that your business is part of the solution.
Power is not politicians. The power is you.
If you have an idea, go for it and try to make as much impact in this world as possible now.
The fight for climate justice is the fight of all our lives.
We have to fight for systemic action, for systemic change.
People who become emotional about stuff, then they can start taking action.
So many young people are already showing what real climate action looks like.
More than ever, we need new voices in the room.
This is no longer the time for half measures.
This is a time for humanity to be humble.
It's one planet, one ecosystem, and we all have our part and role in protecting it.
How can I run my business in a way that doesn't have negative impact in the first place?
Design yourself to be that your business is part of the solution.
Power is not politicians. The power is you.
If you have an idea, go for it and try to make as much impact in this world as possible now.
The fight for climate justice is the fight of all our lives.
We have to fight for systemic action, for systemic change.
People who become emotional about stuff, then they can start taking action.
So many young people are already showing what real climate action looks like.
More than ever, we need new voices in the room.
This is no longer the time for half measures.
This is a time for for humanity to be humble.
It's one planet, one ecosystem, and we all have our part and role in protecting it.
How can I run my business in a way that doesn't have negative impact in the first place?
Design yourself to be that your business is part of the solution.
Power is not politicians. The power is you.
If you have an idea, go for it and try to make as much impact in this world as possible now.
The fight for climate justice is the fight of all our lives.
We have to fight for systemic action, for systemic change.
People who become emotional about stuff, then they can start taking action.
So many young people are already showing what real climate action looks like.
More than ever, we need new voices in the room.
This is no longer the time for half measures.
This is a time for humanity to be humble.
It's one planet, one ecosystem, and we all have our part and role in protecting it.
How can I run my business in a way that doesn't have negative impact in the first place?
Design yourself to be that your business is part of the solution.
Power is not politicians. The power is you.
If you have an idea, go for it and try to make as much impact in this world as possible now.
The fight for climate justice is the fight of all our lives.
We have to fight for systemic action, for systemic change.
People who become emotional about stuff, then they can start taking action.
So many young people are already showing what real climate action looks like.
More than ever, we need new voices in the room.
This is no longer the time for half measures.
This is a time for humanity to be humble.
It's one planet, one ecosystem, and we all have our part and role in protecting it.
How can I run my business in a way that doesn't have negative impact in the first place?
Design yourself to be that your business is part